I know he had to fly out literally last night, and on the way to the airport, as he's walking there, he's literally video calling me and sending me a video talking about how much he enjoyed it. I think that was fantastic. Huge shout out to Bree Hall, by the way. Bree. And yeah. Huge shout out to Naya over there, too. Huge shout out to her. Huge shout out to a couple people in particular. We had quite a few executives in here yesterday. Well, I saw some of y'all networking with them. I saw some very good conversations happening. So huge shout out to Senior Vice President JP Morgan Chase, Paul McCollum, he was here yesterday giving a talk. Huge shout out to Jerry, he gave a talk, he's Senior Director of Data Analytics. We had CEO of Tinstar Software, we had Christian Whaley, who was over here. So big shout out to a lot of the executives that came through. For today, and okay, one extra big shout out, I forgot to say, Lawrence Lockhart, huge he's something regularly, he's something that you think I'll move forever. And if you don't know, please fix your timeline and follow him. He's an amazing human being. I want to give a couple items for today. Number one, our keynote speaker is very graciously sitting outside, Tim Banks. If you don't know Tim Banks, he will break all your steam. He is phenomenal. He's incredible. The talk is going to be our keynote for today, so in case you want to work that. Several talks I'm going to shout out, just keep on your radar. We got Brendan McLaughlin, and he's going to be giving a talk at 10 a.m. as well as Joel Hooks and Nisha Singh. They're in the back, so over there. There you go, see them. Highly recommend checking out those talks, JavaScript, Cloud, and Java respectively. We have Ali Ibrahim from Microsoft that will be giving a talk. We have Jacob in the back over there. He'll be giving his JavaScript talk at 10:30. And we have Andrew, I don't know if it's Andrew, but Andrew is going to be giving a Java talk as well. So please keep them on the radar. After that, we'll be having our open networking session. Same thing that we did yesterday, giving y'all a chance to kind of talk with everybody and network around. And then we have Alec Lazaresco, he's VP for AI companies, and we giving a talk. Then we have Bree Hall in the back, and we have Matt Morris, he's going to be giving a Java talk. So highly recommend checking these out. If at any time, there's Andrew. If at any time y'all have a question, comment, concern, or you're confused about something, I kind of gave you all the instruction yesterday, but I'll give it again. All of the volunteers have a green lanyard and a light green sign. So it should be very easy to identify them. Even a lot of the volunteers are working on time blocks, but even yesterday I saw volunteers outside of their time helping out, answering questions. All of them are here for the same reasons. They want to help folks. So please do not hesitate to reach out. They can direct you to a room, they can answer any question, or they can get in contact with one of me, Dennis, Braden, Devin, or Eric Anderson. And we can kind of clear up anything for y'all. So please don't hesitate to reach out for that. Does anybody have any questions based off from yesterday? Pretty straightforward. Yeah. Food will be, yeah, go for it. Water bottle. A filling station. By the restroom. By the restroom. But we also have water bottles. And so, completely up to you on that one. You'll find water bottles sprinkled throughout the whole place. As a matter of fact, Eric is carrying some right now. And so, we've got water all over the place. We've got snacks all over the place. None of it costs anything. It's all free of charge. So if you feel like snacking or something, you need a drink, please help yourself. We kind of put it everywhere, but especially in that food area, you'll find a bunch of it. Lunch will also be served in that area. One shout out for this because we were trying to get it through to people yesterday, but the message somehow just didn't work. That lunch line, you can double it, right? So each side, that's kind of why we put things doubled on both ends. That way you can kind of get that lunch line going through, so you don't have to hold that up. Just go to the other side and you'll get it. So hopefully that'll help clear that up. Lunch will be the same spread: KFC, Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, all that good stuff. So my goal is for you to increase the t-shirt size before you leave. So please help yourself there. So outside of that, I think that's pretty much everything I have to run my mouth about today. Please enjoy yourselves. Please network. Please connect. Please make some friends. I've been seeing the photos, I've been tagged in a bunch. By the way, the official commit your code tag, we were trending globally yesterday on Twitter. So really happy about that. And it just shows like you can be very positive and make a big change and people will respond to it. You don't have to be controversial and negative for everyone. So thank you all for sharing that. Please keep sharing it. I shared the post today if you can. I'm gonna share it on all the platforms. But I'd love for y'all, if you're taking photos, please drop it in there. I'd love to have a place where we can just all look at the memories afterwards, especially me, when I'm kind of sentimental like that, and I'd love to see that. So if you can drop any of those photos, but also, just try to drop them if we can have it in one centralized place. May make like a shared album somewhere. You can just see that afterwards. But thank y'all for being here. So you could be anybody, anywhere in the world right now. You decided to hang out with us, and that means a lot to me. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce the incredible Tim Banks.
So my voice can kind of carry, but if we could have some folks kind of smooshing back toward the front, because I don't want to stand here and I don't want to carry one. So I'd rather like walk around here and talk like this, but I want to make sure everybody can hear me. So if you can't hear me good right now, let's come forward. They can hear me on the stream because I'm wearing a lavalier. But yeah, if you have a hard time hearing, I just want to be closer, more clear like this, because I'm a pacer. I pace and I talk and I use my hands. So holding the microphone makes it real difficult for me. Thank you, ADHD. The other thing is that I want to take a second to shout out Danny for doing this, because I don't think, like, as someone who's done conference organizing before, I don't think people really appreciate how difficult it is to pull off a conference in general, but to pull one off in 3 months it's unheard of, right? So I really think, I don't know if Danny's here, but I really think Danny should hear you put your hands together for Danny for this conference. Yeah, no, when he said he was doing this, and I was like, when? And then he said, when? I'm like, no, really, when? And he was like, no, I'm serious. I was like, okay, I'm in, I'll do it. But, you know, we know what you have going on. So without, I guess, further ado, let me take this down. I've got slides or something like that here. They made me use Teams, which should be a war crime. Sorry, Microsoft folks, but facts are the facts. All right. All right, who's real good at this thing? Play. Oh, there we go. All right. I don't want. All right, here we go. All right. So I want to talk to you today about context. So first off, context of who I am. My name is Tim Banks. I'm a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu practitioner. I'm going to get out of the way now because I'm going to talk about this a lot. I've been training for 7.5 years. I'm a brown belt. I am the 5-time Pan American champion, which means I'm the champion for all the Western Hemisphere, including Brazil. And Brazilians feel some type of way when you beat them at Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, I'll tell you what. That's 5-time consecutive. 3-time American national champion, 3-time silver medalist in the world championships. And I've got so if you ever catch me on a Zoom, I put all the medals behind me so I don't have to repeat myself when I talk. I'm also a tech nerd. I'm not here because of my good looks. I'm got 28 years in the industry, done a lot of typing. But what I do mostly is I problem solve, because that's why we're here, right? I'm also a chef, construction worker. I've done a lot of various careers, musician. I was in the military, so I've done a lot of things, and I've seen a lot of the circles overlap. So we're going to talk about that a little bit, okay? And also the last part, very important. I'm here mostly because I am a prolific shit poster. Like, just my Twitter handle will be archived here probably within the next few months, but go enjoy it while you can. I got some bangers on there, but I'm on Blue Sky now, so the bangers will be there from now on. All right. So this is me. Where you're usually going to find me sitting down, tired, on the mat. This is where I spend a lot of my free time. I was talking about this position yesterday. So I look like I'm pretty relaxed here, having a good time. So, and a lot of us sit like this, right? So the thing about jiu-jitsu is there's this notion of, you know, people think about takedowns and throwing people down, which is something you do in judo. Jiu-jitsu is different in that you do all that, but also you have a notion of a guard, right? So when I'm on the ground and someone's like over me, I can still defend myself, right? A guard can look a lot like a lot of things. It can look like me wrapped around stuff like that, but this position I'm in is actually my favorite guard. It is an open guard. It's called technically a seated asymmetrical butterfly guard. You don't need to know that. It just looks like an old man sitting on the ground, but it's also really hard to attack me. And if anybody thinks I'm lying, they can come up here right now and try. We'll see. But I think it's important to note, because the context of me just sitting here, like this, doesn't seem like much until you put somebody in front of me, right? And that's what I kind of want to talk to you about today. The things we do, right, have to have some kind of context. Otherwise, why are we doing that? Right? So I've won a lot of medals. They're not all gold, right? I've won some bronzes. One thing I'm notorious for not doing is I don't celebrate, like on the stand. Like if I win or lose, it doesn't matter. I'm going to have the same reaction. So if you see pictures of me like right after a fight, you can't tell if I won or lost. You get me on the podium, you can't tell how bad the fight was. I'm going to be every time, right? I am not this guy, but I have seen this guy. I have beaten this guy, right? But and no shade, to be happy to be there. But also, when you see it in context of how you did, sometimes it looks a little silly. Context matters in all things, even language, right? And I think it's interesting because we all, as tech nerds, we have our own jargon. We have things we say, things we do that mean something to us. Coding is a great example of one. Like we talk about like retrospectives. We have all our agile language and stuff like that. Epics, and epics are never really actually epic. But we have them and we talk about them. But we do this all in a common understanding of context that we have when we speak, right? Who speaks French? Is Sophia here today? She's not. Does anyone speak French? Why is this funny?
Well, yeah, I don't speak French, but
oh, yeah. So in French, PI is bread, like pain à l'avant, right? And so I think it's funny because I used to be a chef, so I understand that pain is French. I mean, well, yes, pain is French, but also like, but the context matters. Like, we can say things, we talked about our jargon, we talked about how we say things within our community and our culture, but language matters too. Words have meanings, right? As someone who speaks routinely to Portuguese people, and words saying different things. And so when you're talking to someone, it helps to be very clear about the context of what you're saying and add context to the word, because the word itself can mean something different to somebody else. So it helps to have things around it so they can pull onto it. Now, context matters in application development. Why? I'm writing a function, you're writing a library. Why does context matter? And I'll tell you why. And something I have said in the past, again in my prolific shit posting, but it's true. All right, who's doing that? Is that coding without context is masturbation. Because you're just writing something and you don't know why. The only person you're pleasing with your writing is yourself in that moment. And that matters because if I'm writing a function that fits in a library, that fits in an application, or it fits in a service, that fits in an application, that fits in this infrastructure, I need to know why that's important. I need to know how it fits. Otherwise, what I'm writing and what I'm putting effort into may not be the right thing, right? And this becomes very, very important because when we are writing an app, or whether we're deploying infrastructure, or whether we are trying to fix something, we need to know what it's important for. Why does this do, right? I used to work for a company called Object Rocket. One of our largest company was this little plucky startup called Tinder. And maybe you've heard of Tinder, maybe you haven't. Tinder's mostly known for, how should we say, bringing people together. And this becomes important because as I'm doing DevOps and SRE in this moment, so we're talking to the guys at Tinder, and if these guys there were some party boards out of LA. They didn't write this app because they were tech nerds. They had other purposes in mind when they wrote this app. But the thing they asked me is like, well, how do you know when this app is up or how do you know when this app is down? I was like, well, we have these metrics and blah, blah, blah. It's like, okay, but like, do you have the app on your phone? And no, because at the time I'm married with kids and stuff like that. And he's like, well, then how can you tell me it's up, right? So yeah, so we all put Tinder on our phones and had to have that conversation when we got home about it. But it made perfect sense because I can say, well, these metrics say that performance is fine. The database is fine, right? The application is responding or whatever, like it's all within our metrics, but the user experience wasn't fine. And that was what was important, right? When you are some dude and it's 1:30 in the morning and you're trying to figure out, what you're going to do for the rest of the evening, and you're not having a good user experience, it kind of matters. Now, for us, I'm asleep at 1:30. So if you're going to wake me up, why are you waking me up? Well, what is the user experience? All these things kind of matter when someone's paying you to fix this thing or to host this thing or to have any kind of service you're providing them. I want to know why you're getting it. I want to know what you're using it for. It is going to help me from an operational standpoint all the way down from being the person who's writing the function. I think the other thing that really helps us out when we're doing this for application development is as I write things, as I change things, I have preconceived notions. I have ideas and assumptions that I make about something I'm writing, right? When we get requirements, right? You get requirements, it's going to do this, it's going to do this, it's going to do this, right? And if you just write based on requirements, you're going to get something that meets the requirements, but is it what you needed, right? And do we know why the requirements are the requirements? Do we know why we needed these things? Now, you're going to ask yourself, well, I'm just a junior dev. All I do is write functions. I'm 6 months out of boot camp. I don't need to know all these kinds of things. Well, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. And I'll give you a good example. So back to jujitsu. We have different techniques that we teach. Jiu-jitsu is a collection of techniques that does a lot of things, right? But they all have underlying fundamentals that they rely on to work, right? So if I'm going to do what's called a scissor sweep, right? Or I'm gonna take you from the top, I'm gonna put you on your back and get on top of you, right? I can teach any one of you to do a scissor sweep in about 2 minutes, right? And you will be able to do a scissor sweep on someone who is not actively resisting you or a dummy or by yourself, right? But if I put someone there in front of you, you're not gonna do it. Because all you know is the list of requirements I gave you on how to do a scissor sweep. Well, that's all well and good for if you're just doing it for practice. But when you're doing it for real, it's not going to work. Well, why doesn't it work? Because you don't know why you're putting your hand here. You don't know why you're turning your hips that way. You don't know why you're pulling into it. So you don't have the context for it. And so the difference what makes the difference between me telling you how to do this thing on a drill and you actually being able to do it is all context, right? So when I'm writing this code, yeah, sure, I can write this thing, it's do this, it's gonna do this, it's gonna do this, it's fine. But when it's under load, and when I have to deploy it across these things, or when it goes from this CPU type to this CPU type, or when disk is full or anything like that, what does that thing do now? Does it actually do what I wanted it to do? If the answer is no, right, then it didn't meet the requirements, did it? So context matters when you're writing code and when you're deploying code and stuff like that. Let's talk about product management. Do we have any product managers out here? Project managers? Oh, okay. Okay, cool. So we can talk shit. All right. So, and if you're online, I can't see you. So, but there comes a time in project management where you're getting roadmap items, right? And say, okay, we're going to do this. These are roadmaps. We're going to do this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this. Okay, that's all well and good. That's some context for the engineers, right? Because you have, oh, well, this epic goes with this ticket goes with this epic that goes with that. Those are forms of context, right? But is it really what we need, right? Why is this roadmap item a roadmap item? Does anyone know the number one reason that things get on roadmap items? Anyone? Sales. Things get on the roadmap items so you can sell it. Sales drives features. Customer A will buy this thing if it can do this, right? Well, the salesperson is going to sell it to them. Now, maybe it's there, maybe it's not. I don't know. Has anyone worked for a company where you had to deliver something that was already sold? Right? And I think that becomes very interesting because that is the most real example of context you'll ever have. Why am I doing this? Well, because they already paid for it, right? So things get on the roadmap items because of sales, number one reason. But not only because of sales, right? Things get on the roadmap items because of technical debt. Things get on roadmap items because of marketing, right? Things get on roadmap items because well, we had something like we have a business change, right? If you work for a company that's doing migrations off of a data center into cloud, or migration off a cloud back in the data center, right? Those aren't usually because someone sells, it's usually some kind of business context, right? Where I think this really matters is when these product managers are talking about user stories and they're going out and getting the data. Who do they get the data from? Does anybody know? What's that?
Engineers.
Sometimes engineers, right? But what do engineers buy?
Computers.
Not, at an enterprise, engineers buy nothing, right? Your CFO buys stuff. Your VP of engineering buys stuff, right? Your finance folks, they buy stuff. Engineers have opinions, for sure, right? There's one thing engineers have, it's opinions. But they don't buy anything. So what is the context for this product? Is it the engineers? It's the users? That's what we hope, right? But 9 times out of 10, it's gonna be the person who says, we will buy it if it does this. We will buy it if it costs this. It will buy it if you can deliver this, right? So the context for the product isn't always whether it has the best features or not, right? The context for why people develop something, why they sell something, isn't always because it is the best performing, right? The context for what it is because me, as a person who's consuming this thing, is going to make a difference for my bottom line, for my strategic goals, for my investors, right? What do you think Gen AI, you think everyone's using Gen AI because it's the best thing? Or how many people's investors or boards saying, like, we want to be on Gen AI, right? Who here has been long enough into the industry when people first started migrating into AWS and cloud providers? How many of them actually needed it? What percent do you think actually needed to get into the cloud? Maybe, yeah, maybe 20 to 30% of people actually, even to this day, needed to go in the cloud, but they were mandated because the board wanted them to do it, right? But that's context for why you do it, right? Now, I work for a company called Calent. Calent is a professional service provider. I do pre-sales engineering, right? That is all context. The only reason I am there is to get context for what we're gonna have the delivery team do. Now, that doesn't involve the size of instances or what their technology stack is or they want to go from this to this or whatever, right? 90% of the things I'm trying to figure out are whose job is on the line if we don't get this done? What is the political landscape in the company for this? What are the pressures you're on? Are you trying to get acquired? Are you trying to make an acquisition? Do you have a new CEO? Do you have a new boss in here? That's the context for why we do things. People who make decisions to do these things don't just do it in a vacuum. There's a reason, and that reason is almost never technology. So let's talk about this leadership and management portion. Do I have any engineering managers or up in here? Or business managers and business leaders, right? Now, for most of them would say 90% of their job is all context, either getting context or giving context, right? And that's a whole different set of skills. It's a whole different way of looking at things other than just, is it this feature? Is it that feature? Does this work? Does that work, right? A lot of business leaders operate in a place where they are both being shit on and shitting on other people, right? They have things that come in from the board. This is really screwing me. Sorry. So, seizure warning for anybody else. Please don't look that way. That's kind of disturbing. They're getting context and pressure from the board. They're getting context and pressure from investors. They're getting context and pressure from other leaders in that business. They're getting context and pressure from people below them, right? We're having staffing issues. We're having hiring issues. There's a global pandemic on. We got to get everybody, to remote, and how do we manage that? All these things provide context for all the decisions that they make, right? Why that's important for them to know? Well, because that's their job. But why is it important for me as an IC to know that they have context? They have context behind things that I'm not privy to. Why is it important for me? Because when they make decisions, right, I want to know why, or I should know why, because now I have context for what I'm going to do. Hey, I need you to take somebody's on call, right? Now, who here, did anyone work on call before? It's not great sometimes. It's, on the best situations, it's okay. Sometimes it's nightmarish, right? But when I've been asked to take somebody else's on call, right, I don't always need to know why. Sometimes I shouldn't know why. But when they're saying like, hey, you need to take on call, like, you know, person has a sick family member. Like, I got you, dog. That's no problem for me. No sweat off my back. I'm gonna help you out, right? You know, so-and-so needs to take PTO. This happened, that happened, you know, no problem. Now, that's fine and well. But who here's had to take on call because the other on call just wasn't responding for no reason? Because I have. How do you feel about that? Feels a lot different. Feels a lot different. But leadership management has to have awareness of these things, and they have to give context to you to the extent that they can. And it helps matters. Who here's ever been laid off? All right, yeah, same. Who here knew the layoff was coming? That's a different number, right? Now, I will point this at leadership, because even if you don't know that you are the one getting laid off, you should know if the numbers are good. You should know if this business decision could lead to that, right? Now, those of us who are long enough to have been through this a few times, we see the writing on the walls, right? We know what it looks like. Oh, we cut down, for those, Deborah will understand this one. Hey, we cut down the budget for this conference. So we can't go to this conference, or it's only salespeople, or it's only marketing people, right? Yeah, we actually need you to scale back to flying economy only for this overseas flight. There are all these things that give you like, oh, this is enough clues. Now I have context from everything that I've done in the past that this don't look right, right? But it shouldn't be a surprise to you, right? It shouldn't be a surprise, but it often is. So let's talk about that, our careers for a second. What do I mean about context in our career? Now, I've been doing this for 28 years. I've had a lot of different roles in those 28 years, whether it's been systems administration, back then when infrastructure as code was like a tarball that you would FTP from server to server. I've been doing database administration when MySQL was still newish. I remember MongoDB 0.92 was the first time I used it. I remember before AWS existed. Like, I've seen a lot of these things when DevOps didn't exist, right? So I've seen a lot of these things come to fruition. I've seen a lot of things that are taken for common as granted as how we do things now when they were still new. I've seen how they progressed, right? But with all that said and all that done, it doesn't prevent you from getting laid off. It doesn't mean you're going to get promoted. It doesn't even mean you're going to get all these roles, right? And the reason why having context for my career matters, right, is because I know none of that has anything to do with me, right? I'm not standing here right now because I'm the best engineer, because I'm not. I'm not standing here right now because I'm the best public speaker, because I'm not. I'm not standing here because I'm the best looking person in every room I'm in, which I am, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here because, like, I figured some things out, and that's all it is. And what I figured out, the main thing I figured out is that when it comes to my career, 90% of whatever happens in my career is not about me, right? There are decisions beyond my control, right? There are things that I had not only input on, right, but that are happening to people regardless of how good or bad they are, right? And the most important thing is that my career doesn't define who I am, right? So having context for my career is having context for what my job means in my life, right? What my job means in my life is how I pay my bills. And it's not the only way I can pay my bills, right? What it doesn't mean in my life is, am I a good person? Do I have worth and do I have value? Am I a good parent? Am I a good partner? Am I a good neighbor? Am I a good friend? Work has nothing to do with that. Absolutely nothing to do with that. And that is a hard thing for a lot of people, especially young in their career, to understand, because the common wisdom is that you got to grind, you got to put it out, you got to do, the startup life with the 60-hour, 70-hour, 80-hour weeks. So that is the thing that we're socialized in this industry to do. And your work becomes your life. But why do we do this? Now, when you go back to my biography slide, right? What was the first thing I put in there? Jiu-jitsu. Yeah, that's what I do, right? If you ask me what I do, it's jiu-jitsu. I am a 5-time Pan American champion, right? That's the thing. When I'm dead in my grave, those 5 medals are still going to be there. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully it'll be 6. But those, they're still going to be there, right? You know what no one's going to talk about? How many CI/CD pipelines I deployed? How many containers I deployed? How many functions did I write? No one cares, right? It won't even be there anymore. We don't write anything that persists unless you write COBOL. But none of that stuff matters in my life, right? And so I have context for my career and what it means. So what does that allow me to do? It allows me to kind of be a little more free. I can make better decisions because they're not personal decisions. Like, I have friends that I work with, right? I have some great friends I've met at work, but my work is not my family. I'll have those friends whether I work there or not. So when people say like, oh, why do you keep working here even though it's bad? Well, because my friends are there. If they're your friends, they'll still be there, right? Context in your career gives you the insight, and it gives you the vision down the road you need to make good decisions about your career, right? That are not based in your own value or your own worth. And that is regardless of where you are in the org chart, right? Whether you're the junior developer, whether you're the CEO, right? Even if that is your own business, that is your business, that is not you. And I think this all comes to, this all comes down to the point that one of the main things that we do in this business, we're better at anything else, is burning people out. The only people that burn themselves out worse than us are the medical career, right? Because we operate mostly long hours in front of screens, sitting down, and on caffeine, I guess, mostly caffeine. We have a way of doing high cognitive load, high stress, and poor overall like health as far as like being outside and getting some rays on your face. And the combination of those are really bad for burnout. And I've seen people will often burn out like once, twice in their careers. I've seen people burn out every job that they're in, right? And it shortens your career, shortens life. Our mental health in tech is not great, to be fair, right? And I think it's interesting because so one thing about me is I don't know if you know, but I'm very open about mental health. I'm very open about my mental health struggles, very open about, my mental illness and stuff like that. The last time I gave a talk was a keynote a year and a half ago, right? So this is my first talk since then. And between then, I had almost like a life-ending mental health problem, right? So for me to be able to come, the context were so it's interesting for me I'm talking about this because when Danny was like, hey, you want to give a keynote, right? On my first talk back, right? I was like, all right, yeah, I guess I can do it, right? But everything that I've been through in that time since then was kind of like, yeah, I can do that. This is going to be easy, right? Little context like that. Now it may seem unrelated, right? As to having to go through a bunch of stuff and then coming up and giving a talk, but it's not, right? Because doing this, and there's enough dev rails here that'll tell you that even talk ain't easy. It is not. It's hard. And you should do it. So, but once you get the hang of it, it's not bad. But I think what becomes important when we talk about this job, for what I am mostly as a dev rel, right, is that we're very out there. Our job is to put ourselves out there. Our job is to be very vulnerable, right? And in the end, That's all of our jobs to some extent. Like who here's ever done who's ever done a PR? Who here's ever had someone absolutely destroy their pull request? Yeah. How does that feel? Yeah, no, it's not great. It's not great. But if you told someone that this is a very vulnerable moment for you, like I'm giving my work to someone for them to pick apart and tell me everything that's wrong with it, like it is very easy to get emotionally attached to that, right? And it's hard. But without that, if you told someone, oh, I submitted a PR and it got torn up, they're like, okay, you know. But if someone said, hey, I submitted my novel to an editor and they absolutely destroyed it, right? People can be like, oh, wow, man, that's rough, blah, blah, blah. And that's all it is. Your code is your work. And it's all right to be sensitive about it. What does Erica Badu say? I'm an artist and I'm sensitive about my shit, right? It's okay. It is okay to be sensitive about your work, but you have to put that in context of what it is. My code is my work, is what I've offered to you and it got torn apart, but it is not who I am. If somebody shreds my PR, I'm not going to feel great about it, but it doesn't devalue me as a person. It doesn't even devalue me as an engineer, right? Because if you go in there and expect it to be right all the time, man, that's not what we do. Who here is a senior principal level? Who here is a senior principal that has submitted code and how it got torn apart? Yeah, no, it doesn't change. It doesn't change. The thing about it is it doesn't get easier. This job doesn't get easier. You just get better at it, right? And I think that's what's important to note is that you become, by practice, more resilient at doing these things, right? Whether you're a developer, whether you're a project manager, whether you're a leader, whether you're a person, right? So I think when we're to kind of wrap this all up, we should be looking for context in all the things we do, right? We should be looking for the why. We should be asking why. And if you don't know why, and the person you don't know, if the person you're asking doesn't know why, and then you can then ask them like, don't you think it's important for you to know why, right? And it's not like, oh, it's not your business, it's not your role as a junior. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I should actually know. I should know what this has to do with the company strategy. Do you know what your company strategy is? Right? Because you should, because that's why you're there, right? You should know what this roadmap item has to do with this. You should know what customer asked for this thing, right? And what they do, right? Get context for what you do, and it's going to make the things you do more meaningful. It's going to make you do the things more efficiently because you're going to have more data to make that decision, right? And it's going to shorten the pipeline between thinking about something, doing something, and then having it be ready for production, right? So I'm going to, like, this is me. If you want to, those are my socials. That's catching me what I normally do. Nice. So at this point, does anyone know what time it is? Because I don't have a clock. Okay, so we got some time. Does anybody have any questions for me about anything? Tech, not tech, jujitsu, whatever. Yeah, what you got? Mm-hmm.
No matter.
Yeah. 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 Okay, so for the folks on Listen Stream, the person here works in a job that's not in tech, has problems getting context for the things that they're working on, and people don't kind of want to give you that. I think the main thing for you to explain to them is why the context is important for you, right? And you can just tell them, it's like, look, I'm going to do this thing, and that's fine, and maybe I get it right, but I'm going to luck into getting it right. If you give me some context for it, I'm more likely to get it right, and I'm more likely to get it right sooner than if I'm just, shooting in the dark. Give me a guiding star for my efforts, and that guiding star is going to be context. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the question was, as a junior at your company, how do you get the conversation started about getting more context for things when it involves other teams and other groups, kind of a siloed situation, right? So I will say that while DevOps is a thing in tech, and DevOps is like 15 years old or whatever, what his birthday party was for it, DevOps is a solved problem everywhere else, right? If you ever worked in a kitchen, right, where you've got a saucier, a garde manger, you've got your executive, you've got your, that's DevOps. That's all. It's collaboration, right, and cooperation to do a thing that has to be out when everyone's pieces are delivered, right? They do that all day long. Assembly lines do that all day long. Construction workers do that all day long. Everyone does DevOps right-ish, right? They're going to complain about it, but if they were to come into tech and look at what we do, they'd be like, ugh, right? It's a solved problem. Because they don't use as many tools for abstraction and obfuscation of having a conversation that we do. They don't have Slack in a kitchen, right? They don't have GitHub in a kitchen. I'm gonna walk over here and be like, hey man, I need you to fire this plate. What's going on? Are you in the weeds like that? They have the conversation, right? If you're in an office, go have the conversation. If you're remote, that's fine. Slack somebody, right? And it's okay to like, hey, I'm G, blah, blah, blah. I saw this thing. I just want to ask you a couple questions about it so I know I have everything right, right? It's going to take a little bit of vulnerability and putting yourself out there, right? But I mean, especially as a junior, you have really nothing to lose. The expectations are super low, right? And that's not a read. That's the facts, right? People are gonna go in there. You're expected to ask questions. It's better when you ask questions as a junior, right? Now, it's never bad to ask questions at any point, but as a junior, ask the dumbest questions you can think of because they're not dumb. Everyone's gonna expect you to have dumb questions because you're a junior just starting out, right? Most people are gonna be happy that you said, hey, I saw this thing and I need some more context for this. So I know I can make reference. Perfect, great. But you gotta like, go. And sometimes too, the people don't know who you're supposed to ask. And now you get to do a little project, figure it out, map it out, get your documentation together on how to do that.
Maybe doesn't have a lot of information people either. So the meetings kind of very quick, and they don't get a chance to ask a lot of questions. A good piece of advice I got was to try to get to know the manager a little more in the moment, kind of like, hey, how was the weekend? What did we do this weekend? We do because that personal connection with them allows the conversation to go a little bit further, even just in the meeting, giving me more time just to ask the context questions.
So I like that. I'll get you in just 1 second. The thing that I do whenever I do, and I record a lot of podcasts, right? The thing that I always do, usually before the camera's off, and if you ever heard a podcast, they'll talk about this. I will talk 15, 20 minutes with the people doing the podcast about whatever before they ever turn it on. I'm gonna be like, hey, that's a cool thing you have back there. Tell me about that chair. Oh, I like that keyboard, blah, blah, blah. I want you to tell me something about yourself, and I'm gonna start getting some insights about you from those things, right? Because people are gonna put stuff, like I put my medals behind me, like I said in the thing. It's like, oh, what are those medals for? Oh, those jiu-jitsu. And then I'm gonna give you a good tight 5 minutes about the history of Brazilian jiu-jitsu, right? Long enough so people are like, I get it, bro, I get it. But it tells you something about me. I want to know something about you, so I have some context for the things on how to relate to you, right? And so, yeah, it is a good idea to like, it doesn't all have to be, because this is business, right? It doesn't have to be all business, right? We're all here for some reason, right? I want to know something about you so I have a way to relate to you, right? Because that's context for me. That's context for my relationship with you. It's how I ask questions about you. It's how I get insights, right? So yeah, it is a great idea to just, hey, that's a really cool shirt. Have you ever been skiing before? Like those kinds of things. Like collect data on people, right? And it's not like, yes, it is collecting data on people, but it matters because they matter. You see them as more than just a resource to get a thing done. And that's important for us.
Thank you for taking my question. I identify with a lot of volunteer specifically. I kind of came to tech in a roundabout way, so I have a lot of context from my previous career as a both project manager and outsourcing.
What were you when I was just asking her as a project manager before?
I think that.
You know, okay, all right, we'll split that hair. It's fine. Yeah. Mhm.
Like plan and stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm finding I'm in a work culture where I'm picking up signals where it's obvious I'm a more junior developer compared to like all of the other teams being architects with decades of experience. So I feel as though some of the technical questions, maybe I'm pitching them the wrong way and it's possibly being dismissed or maybe like overexposing vulnerabilities. And so it's not getting conversations I would hope. How should I adapt?
So basically, the conversation for the questions for the folks online is that a person with a background that they're not junior in working, they're just junior in this role with an extensive project management background. They're asking questions of the more senior folks, and they're getting kind of maybe a little bit of cold shoulder on the questions. So the question I ask is, whose vulnerabilities are you exposing, yours or theirs? Right? Because if you're exposing your vulnerabilities, that's usually going to be okay. Like, hey, I don't know enough. And if you have seniors that are worth their salt, they're going to be able to help you out. If you're exposing their vulnerabilities, that's a different story, right? And it's important to note because you're exposing their vulnerabilities, that's context you need. That's the political landscape. It's great context, but also you have to understand it's not you that's the problem, right? And when it's not you that's the problem, you're going to need to probably find a way to get your answers outside of them, or to at least make it known that you asked the question, right? Right. Because then when you do find the answer, you document it, right? And you know, everybody gets a drink from the well, but the well has your name on it. I'm gonna come over here before I go. Let me get you, and then I'm gonna get you, and then I'll come back to you. Oh, okay. So the question was, what was the context for me getting into Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu? So I am, first and foremost, profoundly ADHD, like profoundly. And not all the meds work on me. And the ones that do work on me make me feel real bad, right? So the thing that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu does for me, and I've tried a lot of things, whether it's cycling, whether it's, you know, weightlifting, all stuff like that. The thing that Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu does for me is the only thing I can do where I can naturally single thread, right? So when I'm on the mat and a 350-pound dude has his knee on my belly and is sweating into my mouth, that's the only thing I'm thinking about. Literally, nothing else exists but that moment, and I am so grateful for it. So as I go, like the ritual of going in, you know, taking off the outside clothes and putting on my gi and tying the belt, bowing onto the mat and everything like that, all the other threads start to go away. All the other threads start to go away. And in that moment, that's it. Nothing exists off that mat. And it's gorgeous, right? So that's what keeps me resilient. Also, it gets me in shape and I can choke people, right? And that's fun too. It is, but it's not. It's the chest thing. You constantly have to think in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It's not just a physical activity. It's a very, very, very strategic and cerebral activity. That's why nerds are real good at it. So if you look at average dangerous purple belt as somebody that looks like you're going to see them at doing Warhammer at a comic shop. I'm just saying, like they're the ones that surprise you. So like you look for like a skinny person with glasses, but they got ears like this. Don't mess with them. All right. Yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Uh-huh. Yeah. So I'm glad you brought that up. So Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu was brought brought into existence by the Gracie family back in like the 30s. Elio Gracie, Carlos Gracie, and Carlson Gracie, right? They were, by all accounts, small dudes, right? But they were fighting in judo against very large Japanese judokas, right? We're talking like 300 pounds. These guys are walking around at 150, right? Now, there's the concept back then, less so now, but more so then, called Niwaza, which is the ground fighting, right? So now judo kind of ends as soon as ippon. As soon as I throw you to the ground, your back hits the ground, fight's over, right? Not back then. They had Niwaza, which is ground fighting. They weren't going to overpower these guys. There's no way they can overpower these guys. If 350-pound dude gets on you, right, that's where you are, right? But they developed a set of techniques which help them neutralize those differences between size and strength. It is those techniques that became Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. It is why Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is so effective, like as self-defense, stuff like that. So if you put me on my back, I'm not in danger. You are, right? I'm 49. My face gets, I fight 5-6 days a week. And I'm pretty, right? Now I do spend a lot. My skincare routine is not cheap, right? But those techniques keep me safe, right? And what I think is important about that is because I talk a lot about the differences between guys that like to fight, who want to fight to win, guys that want to fight to be good, right? Guys who fight to win, usually ugly, right? Because they get beat up. They don't know, they won't tap, right? They'd rather get scarred up, look like a warrior, blah, 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 and then die at 40. Right? Because they're juiced up and like just all jacked up, right? Because they broke their bodies, right? I want to get good. Getting good is a long-term goal, right? You don't get good in 3 years. You know what I'm saying? You get good over a lifetime, and it never stops. So how do I keep training? So I tap. Hey man, that hurts. I'm going to stop. And so Royce Gracie spent a lot of time not winning at first, but tapping. So you can learn, right? His ego keeps him pretty. Or the lack of ego keeps him pretty, I should say. I'm going to go here and then come back to you because he hasn't asked one yet. What you got? Izzy, did you have your hand up?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
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 So, not necessarily a question, but kind of a concept,
Mhm.
People. That I feel like that it's good to be vocal with your colleagues and share your opinion. Sometimes I just have an issue when I feel that I have to, nice shirt, I like your shoes, like to stop them off before we can start talking about business. My issue is, this is your job. You're a grown man, grown woman, whatever. I need to go around the bush. If you're an NXGS developer, we have an issue. That's your role, and I go, hey, we have this issue. Why do we need to go around our elbow to get to our wrist? Get straight to business.
So the question is just for the people online, it's like, why do you have to have like, the questions about not what the issue is, right? And if the first time you speak to that junior developer or that developer is when you have an issue, you fucked up, right? Because you should have spoken to them beforehand. You should already know their name. You should already know, what that picture is on their desk. You should already, you know what I'm saying? You should have already built that relationship. The first time you come to that person is, I have an issue with what you did. You're not going to start off on a good foot with that person. I don't care who you are, right? And yes, it is business. Yes, it is professional, but that person is not a machine. That is a human being, right? And so if you come to me first right off and you're going to pick at the thing that I produced, I'm going to feel some type of way about it because I don't know you. You know what I'm saying? We're not tight like that. We're not friends like that yet, right? But if you've even just said hi at the coffee machine, blah, 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 hey, blah, 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 or like, hey, your first couple days here, I just want to say hi, introduce myself, blah, blah, blah. Cool. All right. You've done a little bit of background work to introduce yourself. So I have some idea of who you are beyond now you got a problem with my code, right? And it's not efficient, seemingly, but it's way more efficient down the road because you've gotten context, right? You know about that person. You may know that person has ADHD. You may know that person, hey, they work in a weird time zone where they're working these hours. So like, yeah, you get them right first thing in the morning for them, it's actually 11 o'clock at night for you, or vice versa, right? Having that context is going to help you raise those issues more efficiently down the road. A lot less static. They already know what you're about. You already know what they're about, and you can get stuff done, right? So you're greasing the wheels for those contacts when you have problems by doing the stuff beforehand. 2 minutes? All right. 2 more minutes. Let's get to you again.
Okay. So the stigma of being junior, whether that's in like your actual career or something like getting past that, there's definitely the like getting better at your craft involved, but there's something else to it as well. What is something else that you kind of found in your experience?
So for me, the thing about getting the stigma of being a junior, right? We'll call it white belts, right? Everyone expects a white belt to mess up. Like me as an upper belt, as a very high level belt, when I roll with white belts, the main thing I'm doing is protecting myself, right? I know I can submit them all day long, without a thing, but that white belt is nothing but elbows and knees and throwing stuff around and like again, I'm trying to say the moneymaker here, right? I'm not trying to get beat up, right? So if they get all weird and spazzy, oh, hey, tap, hey, just keep this under control, like, or you're gonna hurt yourself by trying to twist out of this submission, right? Like I'm gonna let it go. I don't have to win. I'm good. I don't have to win. I'm gonna let it go because you don't even know that you almost tore your ACL, but I do, right? So the stigma of being a junior comes to the seniors know that you are gonna screw up. They know that, right? They're gonna put you in the best position where you don't hurt yourself and you don't hurt others, right? When you are that junior, when you are that white belt, you have to be able to listen when that brown belt says like, look, you think you got out of that submission because you got out of that submission. No, I let it go because I almost tore your rotator cuff, right? You need to take that advice and understand it's not their ego. They're there because they don't have an ego anymore. They lost that ego when they're a white belt. That's why they're a brown belt. White belts with egos never become blue belts. You know what I'm saying? If you're that junior dev and you can't set your ego aside, you're not going to be a senior dev. Yeah. Is that time? All right. They're saying we got to go. So, all right. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's a tough act to follow, frankly. Just like an 8 sleep ad, run an ad. I like it. Yeah, I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, this screen's having issues, so it's gonna be on.
Yeah, if you want to see, it's going to be over there. All right, so this talk is about a developer superpower that I've acquired over the last couple of years. I think developer superpowers are interesting. For me, I've had a handful over the course of my career, from like learning object-oriented programming to React. And in this case, the superpower is event-driven workflows. So just adding this idea of event-driven workflows to my applications has totally changed how I even think about developing applications at this point, and just opened up a whole world of possibilities for us in our practice. This is actually just a love letter to Ingest, which is a service. They don't pay or sponsor me or anything like that. I'm not a DevRel, I'm just a developer. I love them, and it's an amazing service. This idea, these principles, this superpower is not strictly related to this single service. There's other services and other ways to approach this. This is just the way I do it and the way I'm going to share it with you. This is how it works. Events from your app go to ingest. That hits an API route that executes functions inside of your application. That's one of the most interesting aspects of this to me is we are not sending out workloads to be executed someplace else. They all get executed based on events that emit from our system in our system. Then those functions in your app can then emit more events, and you get this kind of loop of eventing. I thought I'd start with the basics. This is how we get going and get ingest installed. This is in the context of a Next.js app. It works in other contexts as well, but I'm npm install ingest. Then I come in here and I'm going to set up my page to actually, let's see. I'm going to create a new route. So you have to have the API route someplace in your application for ingest to connect to. This is a Next.js API route. Ingest gives you the ability to then configure. You have to give it an ID. You export your get, post, and put, and then we serve it with the ingest client. The next thing we need to do is actually add some functions. And in this case, I'm just adding a quick hello world, because that's what this is our hello world. Give that an ID also, just to differentiate it from other functions that'll be in our system. And then we give an event that will actually trigger this hello world. So someplace in our application, we are going to send an event for the hello world function to trigger. Then we give it something to actually do. And in this case, the event is just returning the message that came from it. Now we add that event function to our configuration, and it's set up. It's ready to go. We're connected. We just need to emit the event. So someplace in our application, and it's important to note that in this context right here, we're looking at React server components. So this is, you can see the use server in there. So this is actually being emitted. The events get emitted server side. You wouldn't want to have client side event emitting in your workflows. It would be super bad. So we're not doing that. This is actually getting emitted from the server side and the server function. We send that event out. We send a message. We run it, and we're done. Now we have event-driven workflows in our application. It's not the end. I got more to talk about. So this is Next.js. I love it. I use it. I've got like just kind of go whatever Guillermo tells me to do is how I live my life and develop my applications. But there's lots of other ways to do this. Ingest runs in Astro, AWS Lambda, Cloudflare Workers, Remix, SvelteKit, wherever you want it, it actually lives there. So it's neat in that respect. And you can also, inside of your ingest application, run it across all of these services if you needed to. I don't know why you would want to use all of them, but if in our case, we might have an AWS Lambda to execute workloads for much less cost than executing AWS Lambda workflows on Vercel, for instance. And in a lot of cases, we just do it the Vercel way because it's very convenient for us. But sometimes if we have processes that require more, we might move that over to AWS Lambda. And because we're in an event-driven system, we're able to. Anyway, so I didn't introduce myself. My name is Joel Hooks. I work on badass.dev. We call it Badass Courses. I built Egghead.io. That's kind of was the first thing that got me started. It was the first iteration of this whole thing for me. I'm on Blue Sky. I think y'all should join us over there if you haven't yet. If you're still sitting on X, looking at ads and dealing with the bots, cool. But in my opinion, Blue Sky is more Twitter than X currently is. And come on over. Yeah. These are the products that we work on. Our platform is called Course Builder now. Some of them are Epic Web, Epic React with Kenzie Dodds, testing accessibility, Total TypeScript, among others. Here's the actual platform. It's visible source. It's not open source. This has a full kind of event-driven workflow in the back. If you like looking at source code, it's there to look at it. I call it visible, not open source, because I do not offer support for the code that you will be looking at. It's for us, but I do like to have it open. It just makes things more convenient, and it also, for people who like to learn that way, is a good resource. So this is me. I'm a glue coder. I would never write a database. I don't invent frameworks. I put things together and deliver value to the end users is kind of my thing. It always has been. I like taking the disparate parts and bringing them together. It's what I love doing. The way we build applications these days, they're all distributed systems. At least our applications are distributed systems. We have our databases, right? We use several databases. We deploy to Vercel. We use Stripe for payments. We have to process video. All of our platforms are very video centric. So Mux, Upload Thing, DeepGram, these services come into play. ConvertKit, Postmark, email is a big thing for us. Customers want their emails. I don't know if they want them, but they need them. And these days we're using GenAI from Anthropic and OpenAI and other similar services too. So all of this together makes for a very interesting kind of complex system that at the end of the day is extremely event-driven. Is anybody using event-driven architectures or building event-driven applications in general? I'd say if you're like working on modern web apps, it's almost impossible to avoid that kind of event-driven flow. And even if you're building, say, a React app, and it's that sort of client side, it's super event-driven as well. I want to give an example real quick. So somebody's paid us money. We have some security here. When we handle a webhook from Stripe, we need to make sure that it's actually coming from Stripe. So when we're messing with people's money, we want to make sure that everything is legitimate. It's just important. We do some validation. We go through and we look and make sure that all of the information that's coming through in the webhook is correct. We have some sort of business logic. And then finally, we have a response that we send back to Stripe to let them know that the webhook was successful. And this part to me is what I am calling the workflow, right? Like we have some work that needs to be done. We need to validate the incoming information, and then we need to process it and do whatever needs to happen. And in this case, we're updating the database and then sending an email. This to me is really interesting, and this is where ingest comes into my life and replaces, I don't know if you've ever seen an actual Stripe event handler. I don't know if I have one. I might show you at the end, but like these things can get really big, right? Like you end up doing a lot of work. Like when I shrunk that down and said validation in business, that was like shrinking down something that's like this big down to something that's fits on a slide basically. But with ingest, it actually fits on the slide because what we want to do is we receive that webhook, validate it, and then send that, hey, a webhook was received event into our system. And this kind of changes everything up. This is a function. This is an ingest function. And up at the top, we have the configuration. So it has an ID and it has that event that we're listening for. Additionally, we are filtering here. So in this case, it says checkout session received. That's the event that we're looking for. Here's the config. You can do all sorts of really amazing things, and this is where, you know, like you could roll your own event-driven workflow system, no doubt, but adding concurrency, the ability to throttle, idempotency, rate limiting, debouncing, priority, batching events, what happens on failure, cancel on. Those things get really, really challenging to implement at any sort of scale beyond the trivial. And that's why I go with a service instead of trying to do this myself. It's super powerful just at the end of the day. Like in the simple case, it's really useful. But once you start getting into this, you're like, oh, okay. Here's the trigger. It's just the event that occurs. The trigger is interesting, can also be a cron. So you can trigger these on cron, and there's other ways to trigger events in ingest as well. You can filter it. It's extremely handy for lots of reasons. Like if this isn't a checkout event, I don't want to run all these, so we go ahead and filter it at this level. And now we have the handler, and once again, now we are into the workflow part of the application. This is the data that we need, so we're going to validate it again. Or we're validating it for the first time in this case. And now we have a workflow step. These are all asynchronous, so you see an await step run. These are asynchronous functions, and they're doing some sort of magic under the hood where this can rerun over and over again, and it kind of caches and memoizes the return results from these. So each function actually executes in your compute, on your servers, in your space, but they're managing the execution of these. So when you run one of these functions, it's executing in the context of your server, your database, all of the things that are in your application. In our case, we're in a Next application, so we can just import what we need from our application, and it just works here. Here's another workflow step where we're handling the purchase and we're recording it in our database. And finally, we're sending that email. So functionally, this is the same as what we would be handling in a Stripe webhook handler. We're just handling it in this space instead. And what we get out of this is things like error handling and retries and all that fun stuff. Finally, we return some results. The return from this is mostly for an observability. We get a nice dashboard, which I'll show you at the end of this. But you get that so you can then go back and look and see what has occurred and what data came out of it. So for me, for a long time, I used the service convert kit. It's now called Kit. I should update my slide because Nathan would appreciate it. They've built a really nice service that does a lot of marketing emails and handles automation and other things that you'd want to do. And having my own, like taking that out of ConvertKit, I actually love the service, but there's a lot of reasons similar to, you know, why I'm using ingest, because I want to, you know, have my users close to my database and run my own automations and doing that sort of thing. So for many, many years, maybe 5, 6 years, I've thought about and considered how I would build my own ConvertKit and have yet to get to the point where it made sense to stop using ConvertKit. Nathan, who founded ConvertKit, is a friend of mine, and when I told him what I wanted to do, this is what he told me. Just dead ass looked me in the eyes and said, good luck. And he's right, like it's a really hard problem. Sending email at scale is a really hard problem. The automations are a really hard problem. He's done a great job of it, but he was just being honest. This is what it looks like kind of at a basic level. This is the a map of the kind of email automation that we want to do and why it is interesting to us to have it close to our database, because a lot of this just requires something where we have access to the users and access to that context. These are the kind of the types of events. And this is the tricky part, right? Like waiting for an event, waiting for something to happen. If a customer subscribes to our service, you can send that email immediately and they'll get it a second later, and maybe they'll get a stack of 5 when you sign up for a service and you get 5 emails right as you sign up. That's cool, but what if I want to send them something a week later? What if I want to wait for them to do an important activity and then send them an update? What if I want to wait for them to do nothing and send them an email to ask them, why aren't you doing the thing, and encourage them to make progress? And then decisions based on, like what level did they buy? What did they do? How did they do it? All those kind of decisions at the end become the tricky parts of this, larger workflow that we're dealing with. So here's a little baby ConvertKit that we built, and this is a production example. So this is actually something that we're running. You have the handler function. We're going to actually wait 3 days. We don't want to send that stack of emails immediately. So in this case, this is a wait for event, and it's set to timeout for 3 days. If it's the same customer. So if you have a lot of customers, hopefully, it's only going to run if it's for this single customer and not. I blinked out, so I'll have to project now, which is fine. They did it, congrats, they made something, they did the thing, that's great. So we're gonna send them a congrats email, but on the other hand, if they did not do the thing that we want them to do for our application, whatever that is, in our case, it's usually complete a lesson or start or make some sort of progress, we're gonna go ahead and send a follow-up and just ask them why or encourage them or tell them what the thing is that they're supposed to do, because sometimes people are lost. In our case, people collect courses. I don't know if anybody here collects courses. They're way better if you actually do them, just saying. Right, so now we have a workflow. We have kind of a baby ConvertKit. Honestly, this is a work in progress. We're still not there. Other things come up. We still use ConvertKit. I was in there this morning sending emails, so we're not quite there. I recorded a full, me implementing a full production example in Jack Harrington's Pro Next.js product, and that's what this is. If you want to watch a 25-minute screencast of me actually doing the code to implement one of these, here it is. And I'll leave this up for a second. I'm actually gonna, is it time? 3 minutes? All right, cool, that's perfect. So I thought it'd be fun just to show like my favorite, one of my absolute favorite parts of using this. I'm gonna start my dev server. I'm not on the latest Next, so it takes a second. I'm not using the Turbo Pack yet, so we got to wait for Webpack. While we're doing that, at the same time, when I started that up, this is my ingest dev server. The ingest dev server is probably the coolest piece of freaking software that I've touched in years. It is amazing. This is, if anything out of this ingest has changed my life, it's the dev server. All right, so it has to connect, so it's actually connecting. It looks for the API and it's kind of pinging in the background, looking for that application to spin up. I'm gonna come in here and I'm in dev mode, so I'm gonna make a test purchase. I'm not gonna hit Klarna. All right, so as soon as I do that, I'm going to come over here to ingest. And you can see that event gets picked up, the Stripe checkout session completed. And then it does just a gang load of work for me, right? Like it goes through and all of the workflows that happen after that, from adding the purchase to ConvertKit to waiting for progress. So this is actually running and it's waiting for them to make some sort of progress. And if I went and completed a lesson, then that would trigger that. Post-purchase workflow follow-up. So this actually has the things I was talking about. Sending the post-purchase email and adding some roles to Discord. So we do Discord work afterwards. Here's what's cool though, right? Like if you've ever done this, I don't know if anybody works with, does anybody work with Stripe? 424242424242. That's the test card. So like you get this muscle memory for doing it. And unfortunately, 2024 was the year where you can't just 4242424242 and you have to pause to do 24 in the middle of that. Because of the year change, 24, it can't be in the past. So that's a bummer. So I've done that so many times, like thousands of times I've had to go and enter that, and I'm making purchases, I'm doing this, I'm working on the email, I'm doing whatever. With this, I can come in and I can just hit rerun. And it's literally gonna like rerun that job and run all those events again. I can pick any one of these events. If I just wanna work, if I'm working on the post-purchase email, that's not a good one because that's like a delay. So, I can rerun that, and it's just going to rerun that email. I can check it. I can check the formatting. I can test the email. If it sends Slack messages, I can just rerun them and do that. You can come in here and not only rerun them, you can change the data. So you can go in and make little tweaks to the data just to test different scenarios. And I literally use this for writing scripts or doing work in the database. And I'll come in and I'll write an ingest function that I run locally to kind of just run workloads and do things in day-to-day, because I'm able to like stack it and it does error checking and I can rerun it. And this dev server is fantastic. They've also just recently, they have a self-hosted version that's kind of like Ingest Lite that they've released. They're very open source and have a wonderful team. Can't recommend them enough, but ingest aside, event-driven workflows, it's a superpower. I love it. I think you will too. Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right. Oop. You got that? Okay. All right, sorry for the delay there, folks. All right, welcome everybody, and thanks for coming to my talk today. First of all, before I get started, I just want to say I'm really excited to see all the people out here taking advantage of this great conference that Danny has put on. It's pretty amazing. I'm honestly proud and honored to be a part of it and speaking for you guys today. So again, thanks for coming to my talk. Let me set the stage for what I'm going to be discussing today. Basically, I'm going to be talking about large language models and vector databases, and how you can combine these two things using JavaScript to build intelligent systems. And through the APIs that are available today through large language models, you can really do this with any language. The reason why I chose JavaScript is because, one, I've built solutions for clients doing this very thing with JavaScript. And then two, most developers have some experience with JavaScript, whether it's good or bad, but you can use any language to do these things. So the concepts we're going to be talking about today aren't specific to just JavaScript. Because the APIs are there, they're really just REST APIs. You can call on them and do all these exact same things with really any language that you happen to choose or be working with at your organization. All right, so a little bit about me. My name is Jake Warshaw, and one of my hobbies is actually riding bikes, whether it's road bikes or mountain bikes. But if you talk to the people I know, they'll probably say that my hobby is crashing bikes, because every time they talk to me, I'm injured somehow. In fact, I'm recovering from a wrist injury right now that hasn't allowed me to ride bikes for about the past 3 weeks. And I'm hoping it gets healed up soon. I went to the emergency room. They actually know me there because I've been there enough. So, after the x-ray, thankfully it was negative. It was just a contusion is what they call it. So hopefully it'll be healed up soon. I'll be right. I am a 2 times Ironman. I don't do triathlons anymore. They are brutal. I don't recommend them, but if you do have this goal in mind, I see that anybody can do this. Really it's just dedication, working hard, and spending the time and effort to get there. So if it is something that you want to achieve in your life, good luck to you. I won't do anything. I am a coffee addict, and the fact that there's unlimited coffee out there is a problem for me. Okay, so if I start going too fast, I apologize. It's because I've had way too much of that unlimited coffee. Now, what you guys are interested in, I am a software consultant, and I have worked as an independent consultant for a little over 15 years, and I've spent a couple of decades building software. And I've worked during that time for my company, Focus Dev Solutions. And I've had the honor of being able to work for quite a variety of clients across a lot of different companies. And I love what I do. It's because I get to go in as an outsider and take a look at their business domain, try to understand it, figure out what problems they have, and then decide based on my technology knowledge how we can solve them. So maybe automate something to increase their profits or increase their efficiency or both, right? And so that's what I love doing. We need to keep doing that for years and years. And the technologies that we choose and that we work with, they may be older technologies, they may be brand new technologies, because we're solving a new problem that nobody's ever solved before. But that's the fun, right? Is trying to figure out what technologies are going to fit their specific problem depending on the context. The keynote today was talking about how everything is context, right? And that's what's important, right? You have to understand the context of that business and how they do business and what they're doing, what their problem is that you're trying to solve. All right, actual footage. Okay, so I am not here to hype up large language models or AI in general. All I'm here to do is tell you that they are a new tool in your toolbox. Okay? If you listen to OpenAI or their CEO, Sam Altman, they're going to tell you that LLMs are the future, that AI is the future, that AGI is coming, it's going to take your jobs, it's going to replace software developers. Well, whether that's true or not, I don't care. Right? The truth is that as developers, we need to understand the tools that are available to us and be able to use them to solve problems. And LLMs are really just another tool. So for them, for OpenAI, they want you to apply it to everything. They say it's the problem for every single situation. But the truth is we have lots of tools in our tool chest, right? you know, whether it's web services or events or whatever it is, right? There's talks about all these different things today. To learn about all the tools we have. And the key is understanding those tools and applying the right one to each case. We really have to understand the context of the problem and say, okay, in this particular situation and based on the dev team and their experience and what they've worked with in the past, we know what the best solution is for this particular problem. And that's the fun of being a software engineer, right? Is that we get to do that. You know, how many people get to really solve unique problems all the time? You know, a lot of jobs are really focused on just doing the same thing over and over again. That's not us. We get to do all kinds of interesting things all the time because we're trying to solve problems that maybe have never even been solved before. All right. So back to large language models and our conversation for today. I like to tell stories. And the reason why I like to tell stories is I think we remember things a little better if it's all based around a story. And this story is loosely based on a true story. You know, I love when movies say that, loosely based on a true story. Do you know what's really true here? But I was working with a large private equity firm with a small internal tech support team. And as you can imagine, if they've got a pretty small team, it's pretty tough to support everyone whenever, you just have a small staff. And the problem is that the firm was losing productivity due to wait times. And when you've got all these people in the financial field, financial people are really impatient, right? They've got trades to make, they've got money to make, time is money. They don't need it. It's too much time spent just sitting on the phone, waiting for some support person to answer their call so they can get access to the system that they need access to. They can trigger whatever it is. And the cause really was just too many support tickets for a limited staff. So if that was the case, they started looking at how can we solve this problem, right? Some root cause analysis, trying to identify what we can do. Well, there was no budget to hire more tech support. There's one that ever these tech people aren't that important. Tech support knowledge was spread among multiple sources. And this was a bit of a problem because if a tech support request came in and I'm trying to solve it, well, the question becomes, where do I go to get that information? Maybe I know the answer, but a lot of times I don't. And so I go off and refer to some wiki documentation or look through the resolved support tickets. Maybe somebody wrote the ticket that was similar before, and I can go through the 56 comments that are there and try to figure it out. Or I can talk to another support representative and say, hey, do you know how to solve this? Right? But the problem is this all takes time. There's a lot of time associated with that. Now, they thought first, well, maybe we can work faster. We got limited people, but if we had a knowledge base that would tell us how to solve every single problem that's out there, we just refer to that. Right? I don't have to go to all those other sources. I can just have this one single place where I can go and I can find solutions quickly to every single problem that comes in. Okay. So what did that look like? Well, you have these end users who either phone in, they send an email, or they create support tickets. And then the support person, either they know the answer or they have to go search for a solution. Well, it's the same thing as before, right? The only difference is that now they have these knowledge-based markers that they refer to first. That didn't work. Then they go down the other paths, right? They look at the wiki documentation, resolve support tickets, or ask somebody else. And then now they have this extra step where if they had to solve the problem and ask somebody else to do documentation, they create the documentation, right? They add to that knowledge base. So hopefully next time they can answer the question quickly. Now, these knowledge base articles, they were helpful, but now they have to spend more time documenting. And as the number of articles increased, it was difficult to find what you were looking for with a keyword search. Right? You just type in some keywords. Oh my God, there's 15 articles here. Right? Which one is the right solution for this specific problem? Okay. And then they don't address the real problem, which is too many support requests for a limited staff. Right? That's what we said at the beginning. That was the problem that we have to solve. But there were some interesting observations here. Number one, about 35% of the support tickets were simple step-by-step solutions that the user could probably handle independently. If they just had a guide, they could just walk through those steps and say, oh, okay, boom, 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 done, fixed, there you go. And then if the users handled just half of these on their own, it would reduce wait times by at least 50%. You know what? We got a business case here, right? And that's what's important. Anytime you're building a software solution, you should always be looking at the business case. What is it going to do? How is it going to, make that business more efficient and save money or make money? Right? Those are the two things you should be concerned with. So the first step, we thought, well, maybe we'll put a support chatbot in there, where end users can ask it questions, and then, if the support chatbot can't help, then, they forward it on to the support representative. Okay, so it's a step in between to try to save some time. The problem is that if you just stuck ChatGPT in there, it's happy to make up answers to things. Right? You ask it a question, you say, hey, how do I get access to Workday? Well, it knows about Workday. It's got that information from its training. It knows about that. But it doesn't know anything about the context of the organization. Like, how do we do it within our organization, within where we are and how we do things? So it'll just make up answers, and it's probably not the guy than anywhere useful, and then it's going to waste more time before they talk to somebody. So the solution to that is AI grounding. And really, AI grounding is just giving the model a proper information to act on. So it's a large language model plus a data source. Okay, some data source that includes the information that is necessary to answer the question that is being asked. Okay, within the context of our organization. All right. So what does that look like? Well, it changes our diagram a little bit, where now we have this help desk chatbot as before. But those knowledge base articles that are being created by the support team as they're creating and booking tickets, now they feed back into this help desk chatbot. Okay? And that's the information that it acts on. That's the context. That's what we're grounding the AI in. So that whenever they ask a question, it gets back proper articles, and then it can base its response on that. And LLMs are really good at that, right? You give it a lot of information, useful information, and it can summarize it and put it into a good form so that it makes sense to those users that are asking questions. The main approach that people use to solve this problem of AI grounding is called RAG. Retrieval Augmented Generation is what it stands for. We love our acronyms in the software. But this is the main solution you'll see online where you talk about combining LLMs with a specific data source. Now, ChatGPT does this. And if you use ChatGPT, what you'll see is there's two different cases. Well, actually, there's many more cases these days because they've incorporated agents and things like that. But these are two possible scenarios whenever you interact with ChatGPT. You might send it a prompt. It'll call back to its backend API, which calls into an LLM. In this case, it's GPT-4o. It's just one of their models, right? They have a bunch of different GPT models. But the completion it returns, like if you asked about who is the Beatles, it probably has enough training data from all of its training data across the web, the trillions of tokens that it's been training, to give you an appropriate response. Okay? It doesn't have to do anything. It just knows that information from its general training. But what if it doesn't know the answer? I'm a bourbon aficionado. I collect bourbon, and there's always new reviews coming out, just like with anything that you can collect. And there might be a new bourbon that's been released by some distillery, and the reviews for that bourbon are brand new. Maybe they came in the last couple of weeks. Well, if a large language model is only trained on stuff up to maybe the beginning of 2023, because they can't recreate these things all the time. It's very expensive to train these large language models. Millions of dollars worth of computing cycles. So what can it do then? Well, you call into ChatGPT and it will realize, hey, I didn't have that information. It'll go out and query and make a web search. And those results that get returned, it creates a call chain. For those results that get returned, it provides back into a prompt that, the question that you asked, plus those search results in order to generate a completion. So now you have the information it needs, even though it wasn't trained on those reviews. And it'll give you a good response based on the bourbon that I want to hear the reviews of and understand if it's good. So the completion also includes what's called citations. And those citations are actually links to the information, right? All the information that it's creating its response. So that's useful because if you look at that, you make sure that what it's telling you is actually valid. Right? And that's actually and you can also click into those and get more information, just in case, this response is kind of a summary and you want more detail. All right. So in our case, for our customer support team, going back to our story, What if we ask the system, can you help me log into Workday? Well, the thing that we would need to do to ground the AI appropriately is we need to go get articles first that are related to that, knowledge base articles. And the prompts that we would create would have the context of 2 articles here. How to log into Workday and resetting your Workday password. And these are articles that were created by those customer service representatives. So we know they're specific to the context of how you would do that within the organization. And then you include the question, can you help me log into Workday? Now the LLM knows enough information to generate a proper response. And generally, when you create a prompt like this, you'll also tell it, hey, base your response on this information, the context I gave you. Okay, so what does this look like from a practical standpoint? Well, when we ask questions to the help desk chatbot, now we send the prompt in to our API. It goes off and queries what's called a vector database. All right. And a vector database returns semantic results. And what semantic results are is it's going to find knowledge-based articles that are related to the question being asked. And this is the magic of a vector database, is it understands the question being asked. It finds articles, the articles that are embedded in that database that are an appropriate response to what you're asking. Right? And those results can then be sent in with our prompts to the LLM, which in this case is GPT-4o. And that finalizes our call chain, and then we can create, appropriate completion to tell them how to log in to Workday and give citations. So they can click into those articles and see the actual knowledge-based articles if they choose to. Okay. And as you can see, we've got feedback here happening, right? So as new knowledge-based articles are being created, they get loaded into that vector database from, the knowledge-based database, and boom, we keep making that chat smart. And now we can try to reduce the number of support requests that are coming in because those end users have a way to solve it. The chatbot is guiding them in the right direction. All right, so what did we use to solve this problem? Well, as JavaScript folks, you probably know some of these technologies for sure. React, Express, and Node.js. And this was the front end and the back end. It's where we built in order to interact with the user through that chat and then call back into the services that we're using behind the scenes. Everything was deployed out onto Azure, and we used Azure AI Search as our vector database. Then OpenAI was the provider for the large language models that we were using in order to put everything together and get appropriate responses. And the great thing about Azure is if you are interested in using OpenAI models, it has direct integration because of their investment into OpenAI into all of their models, and you can use them within the data governance of the Azure space. So you're kind of assured through their user agreements, so they say, that your data will not be used in any way or be confidential. So you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Whereas if you're calling into OpenAI APIs directly to people or to other LLMs, people are concerned about their data being leaked. So that's the consideration you have when you're using Azure with OpenAI. Now, the thing you may not be familiar with here is LangChain. And LangChain was actually originally created for Python, but there is a JavaScript version that's right. And what it does is it allows you to integrate LLMs, really any LLM you choose. It's got, it's agnostic. It works with all the different LLMs. But integrate them with approaches to building LLM solutions and integrating them into your applications. So it does have a lot of options for a RAG solution, right? Which is what we're talking about today. So some considerations that we're going to talk about and show code and how you address these when you're building a RAG solution are, number one, LLMs are statements. And unless you fine-tune an LLM, which we're not going to talk about today, it won't remember the information you send it. So regardless of whether you send a prompt and you ground it with several articles on how to solve something, it's not going to remember that in the next request unless you send that information again. You maintain like a history of the conversation you've had so far. The other thing is context windows. Context windows are the limits on the amount of data you can send in a particular request to it. So if I pile together 30 articles, I send all of that with a question and some instructions to the LLM, it may exceed the LLM's context window. This means it's just going to reject my request. So we can't just send whatever we want. And the other problem is you start running into runaway costs. So the way generative AI services usually charge you is based on token-based pricing. So what that means is that when you count the number of input and output tokens, so it's both the inputs and what it's generating for you, and multiply those times some fraction of a cent, you get the cost of every single request. Okay, so it's important to keep those requests as small as possible, the input and the output. And if you've never heard of tokens before, don't worry, we're going to talk about what tokens are and how you can figure that out in just a minute. And then also performance and accuracy. Okay? Results can definitely be impacted by excessive or unnecessary input tokens in the request. So if you have a bunch of junk data that you're sending in that's unrelated to what's being asked, it's just going to give you junk in the response, right? It's going to change your job as with any software solution. Okay, and then performance is also impacted by the number of tokens you're sending in. So it's important to keep that in mind. All right, so the RAG concepts that you need to understand in order to be able to address these problems are embeddings, vector databases, tokens, and chunking. And we're going to talk about each one of those. So number one, what are embeddings? Well, if they call in, and there's APIs provided by, a number of LLM providers, but today we're talking about OpenAI. So they have embedding models that you can call into an API, send it a string, and it generates what's called an embedding. Okay, so can you help me log into Workday results in what looks like an array of 11, right? An array of numbers. And those numbers are an embedding. It's also called a vector. Okay, and what a vector is it's really just a point in space. So if you graph this in a multidimensional space, and if you're a math person, which I'm not much of a math person, so I took linear algebra and I understand a lot of stuff happening behind this, but I don't like it. I just want the system to do it. So, but really it's a vector. It's a location in space so that it can start mapping things out in a multidimensional space. And if you look at it, and don't worry too much about the math here, but if you were to look at it in a multidimensional space, you would see something that looks like this, where there's a bunch of dots around for the different particles. And then if we ask it something, if we say, hey, can you help me log into Workday? You'll see the vector, the point on the graph here for the multidimensional space is very close to certain articles, right? How to log into Workday, resetting your Workday password. It kind of touches those, right? Because it's mapped closely to it. And that's where the semantic understanding comes in. These embeddings, because they're plotted somewhere in this big multidimensional space, it's close to something else, and that tells us what we're looking for. Okay, and that's how it figures out the semantic meaning between things. And this is really a lot of the magic of large language models. It's part of the secret sauce. So this is what the code would look like if you wanted to use JavaScript and LangChain in order to generate one of these embeddings. So if I asked it, can you help me log into Workday? And I use OpenAI embeddings here, which is one of the components. And I told it I wanted to use the model text embedding through small, which is one of their latest models for generating embeddings. This is what it would return. Now, if you look at it, it's huge, right? The vector that it generates is very large. And we don't need to be worried about that. It's a very large multidimensional space, but again, it does this automatically for us. We don't have to be worried about what it's generating. We just know that by doing this, it's going to start to understand the semantic meaning of what I'm asking and how it relates to those articles, the stuff I want to be able to return. So, as I said, a secret is that embeddings are part of the secret sauce of large language models in general. You can't see anything behind that, but we can actually see what's below. Oh, sorry about that. Well, never mind. But text, images, and audios are audio clips, are all converted to embeddings, like these vectors, so they can be mapped into that multi-dimensional space. They can relate things. And that's how it understands things. It doesn't understand them because it's text, because it's an image, whatever. It's turning it all into points, right? And mapping it and saying, okay, what's related to what? That's how it understands language. Yes? Okay. So this is how you would load a vector database. Right? You would send in a string, and all the strings for our various articles. And it would generate those embeddings and then populate them into a vector database. And when you see it there, you'll notice that things that are related, these are all related to Workday and gaining access, they're all kind of close to each other in the vector database, okay? And this is using LangChain to load a vector database, okay? So we load up a bunch of text files, which are our articles, and they might be loaded into directory. This is the articles directory. And once they're loaded up, all we have to do is create an OpenAI embeddings instance, which is what we did before, and pass it in. This is actually an in-memory vector store, okay? HNSW lib. There's a ton of them out there. You can use vector databases that are hosted, out in the cloud, through a hosting provider or out on Azure. We use the Azure AI Search, but there's a lot of them available to you. And there's integrations through LangChain to all of those. Like, there's a bunch of plugins to allow you to directly integrate with them. But the key thing is that we pass in our documents and an embeddings provider, and it will go ahead and load up the vector store automatically for us without us having to do the manual calls to generate those embeddings. Okay. So what does this end up looking like? Well, if I ask it the question, can you help me log into Workday? It generates, our embedding. We're calling that embedding provider. Calls into the vector database to find out the articles that are related. So it looks in that multidimensional space and says, oh, they're right. Returns them as a result. And then we have the information we need to generate that LLM prompt, right? With the context, the way we're grounding the AI with those two articles, how to log into Workday and resetting your Workday password. And then including our question, can you be logged into Workday? And then GPT-4o receives the request and it generates a response. Okay, an appropriate response, because we grounded it on the appropriate information based on how we do things in our company, right? And the articles that have been generated by those customer support representatives. Okay. So we talked about the importance of tokens, right? Because the cost that you're going to pay for these requests and also the context window that you have available to you is important to know how many tokens you're sending in. So in this case, if we were talking about tokens based in words, you can see that if we simply split up, can you help me log into Workday, it would be 7 tokens, right? It's just based on word. But the truth is that models work a little bit different. They're usually based on words, subwords, and sometimes based on characters, right? So it depends on how the model works to know how the tokens are determined. And if we look at a good example here, this is how you can determine the tokens based on all the models that are provided by OpenAI. So tick token is the library that you could use to count the tokens in a particular string. And you can see we had 7 tokens if we did it by word for can you help me log into Workday. Here it actually returns 9 tokens. And it also logs out an array of those 9 tokens. And you can see they're all IDs. And this is actually how the model works behind the scenes. It doesn't actually use the words. It doesn't care about them. It uses those embeddings, which are a bunch of vector numbers. And is actually converted to an ID. Okay, not exactly the words, the tokens are converted to an ID. And it has a lookup table. So if you're trying to get back, so if it's trying to generate a response, it says, oh, hey, I got all these tokens that I'm figuring out are supposed to be the response. Well, it actually has the IDs, and it goes and looks up every token in order to generate the response that you're seeing. So that's really the magic behind it, behind the scenes. It makes things much more efficient because it's really just using numbers instead of a bunch of text. So how do we reduce the tokens? Well, we can chunk things. We can split up an article into a bunch of chunks. So if we have this article that's maybe 10 pages long, no problem. We just break it up and turn it into text chunks before we store it off into our vector database. And then when we return the results, we only get the chunks that are important for what specifically is being asked. So when you're chunking, the advantages are that smaller chunks of text actually capture fewer topics or ideas. And what that means is that the embeddings end up containing more focused meaning. So this means it's going to improve your retrieval accuracy. So when you ask a question, it's more likely in that multidimensional space to find exactly what you're looking for, like the chunks that are important based on specifically what you asked. Okay, so that really helps with the information you're giving back to those people that want answers from that help desk support chatbot. And then we can avoid hitting token limits while generating embedding. So every model, whether it's an embedding model, or whether it's an actual LLM, it doesn't matter. They all have token limits. You can't just send in as much information as you want and expect it to work. It's going to stop you and reject your request if you send in 30,000 tokens and it only accepts 15. So really the goal is in the end to have chunked query results so that we provide fewer, more relevant tokens when we're making the request to the LLM to reduce costs and also get a better response. And this is what it looks like with link chain. So if we were to split an oracle up and provide this text, and we give it a chunk size of 100 and a chunk overlap of 20, it's going to break this article up into this. And this array is 3 elements. Now, in most cases, your chunk size is going to be much larger than that, so I highly recommend you look into it. But 1,000 characters and 200 for overlap is the defaults for that link chain recursive text link. But here, for the purpose of example, we provided a smaller chunk size. And you can see the overlap, right? So the reason why it does this, and you see the overlap between the chunks, is so that it keeps those things closer in meaning whenever it's putting the chunks into that multidimensional space. Because if it's got overlap in the text, it's going to know those things are related. That somehow the meaning between those and the relationship between those keeps those chunks somewhere near one another in the graph. So if you looked at the graph after chunking and you have that overlap, what you'll see is that, like for instance, how to log into Workday, even if it's broken into 2 chunks, they'll be right next to each other. Okay, thanks to that. Same thing with resetting your Workday password and accessing Workday outside the company network. All the chunks are kind of near each other in multi-dimensional space. And there's other ways to do this, like providing metadata. And the metadata can also help with keeping things grouped together in the multi-dimensional space. All right. So if you want to dive deeper into this, I highly recommend, number one, looking at prompt templates. And templates are kind of a template around how you would make a prompt request. So generally, you want some instructions to the LLM on how it should behave. So like, for instance, in the prompt we're generating there, you can tell, hey, base your response on these articles that I'm giving you, right? Don't just make something up based on what you've been training. Base it on what I'm doing. And then, maybe some more instructions on, hey, you're a customer service representative, act like, don't give a company response, so be nice to you. Like, so you want to make sure the LLM is instructed appropriately. Also, streaming responses. So when an LLM is generating a response, it generates it token by token. So as those tokens get returned to you, you can actually stream them back to the user. You can see that when we're into ChatGPT. It's actually streaming out that response to you so that you feel like it's moving really fast. And then also conversation history. I mentioned this a little, but as you're working in a chat, you can imagine, since their statements, right, the LLMs don't know anything in the previous request, you have to hang to all that conversation history and send it again and again so that it knows what you're talking about. Because if I ask a question about something we were talking about, maybe 3 steps ago, and I don't have that conversation history, it has no idea how to answer that question. And it doesn't know what we're talking about. So you have to keep that going. Tokens in that case, right? Because you don't want to go over that context with them. So you have to drop off pieces of the conversation history in a smart way, okay, over time. All right. So I covered a lot of concepts here, and I talked about a lot of code that went really fast. But if you want to get a good start on all of this, you can access my free ebook here. And I'm adding to this. Right now, it's a pretty basic introduction to get you started with JavaScript and RAG, but it'll guide you far enough that you can kind of get started. And then once you've done that, be aware that later this month, I'm going to start releasing some new things into this. And then early next year, I'm going to release a piece on fine tuning. So if you're interested in fine tuning an LLM, there will be content on that early this year. But I'd love you to connect with me and check out my ebook. And thank you very much for attending today.
Okay. Thank you so much to the technical crew who is diligently working to make sure that we have all of the visuals and everything that we need. We are starting a couple minutes late, so I will be sure to move swiftly because I will not be the person who's standing in between you and lunch. Definitely will not be. So hello everyone, my name is Bree and welcome to Styled and Sassy, choosing the right React styling solution. So I am a developer advocate at HubSpot, and prior to being a developer advocate, I was a front-end engineer for about 6 years. I've had the opportunity to work on a variety of different projects that have led me to all of the different styling solutions that we're going to be talking about today. So in my free time, I make technical content online, which basically means I like to yap on the internet, and I do it in video form on TikTok and like Instagram. But I also like to show people that there is not one specific right way to be or to become an engineer. And I also really enjoy creative coding and making things with CSS because the internet is a place where things can also be pretty. So I'm super excited to talk with y'all today about some of the current popular styling solutions that are available in React. And we're going to discuss things like CSS modules, CSS utility frameworks, mostly Tailwind, and CSS in JS solutions like styled components. So this is a talk where you're probably going to leave with more questions than you had at the beginning, and that's totally expected. I don't intend for you to leave our time together fully sold on one specific styling solution or trying to change your methodology of how you're already currently styling your React applications. So we're going to discuss a framework for choosing the right React styling solution. But like most things in tech, it's not going to be one size fits all. So today we're going to discuss the solutions, and we're going to get into how easy they are to customize, how well they perform, how easy they are to maintain and scale, how well they can be integrated into your current developer workflow and the teams that you're currently working on, and a framework for how you can decide on which styling solution might be right for you. So I love this topic for a variety of different reasons, but one of them is because people have very strong opinions about styling. So before we dive in, we're getting to know each other. I want to talk about some developer opinions. Does anybody use TikTok at all? Yeah? Okay, well, one thing that's currently going around on TikTok is people hanging out with their friends and saying, we listen and we don't judge. So does anybody have a developer opinion, popular or unpopular, that they want to share? And then I'll share mine. You can just yell it out. Vanilla? You like vanilla CSS? I like it. You like Tailwind? I like it. Okay. We listen and I think we can all agree on that. Yes. And for everybody online, this person said Bootstrap is awful. I think we're all in agreement with there. Mine is I really like CSS and JS. We listen and we don't judge. So I've been on tech Twitter since about 2018, or I guess TechX at this point. And like I said, if there's one thing developers have, even if y'all all didn't share yours, I know that you probably have a lot of opinions. And we basically find a different technology or a different method of doing something, and it clicks for us and it makes sense. And we grapple onto that and we really use it. So one of the most interesting debates I've seen revolves around how we're currently styling our applications with CSS and how we might do that in the future. But like I said, in tech, it's not a yes or a no. It's going to be it depends. And these things are really influenced by our project needs, the project scope, deadlines, skill level, and sometimes people forget it's about personal preference and how you choose to style your applications. So all of those pieces help us to inform our own opinions and really think critically about the tools that we're using, but more so engage in critical conversations that are helping to make that technology better as well. So let's consider that I have asked you to create this pink button. Show of hands, who is just going to use vanilla CSS to do it? Expected, I like that. Who's going to use Tailwind or like a CSS, or not CSS and JS, a framework library? Awesome, okay. I'm scared to ask, but is anybody going to reach for CSS and JS or styled components to make this button? Okay, I like it. So what if I told you that this isn't just a one-off button, that you're going to need to reuse this button across multiple different projects or across multiple different teams? And maybe your teams are kind of big and you work on a very large scale application. So it's not just like one or two teams. Or maybe I tell you that this button is actually a part of a component library, not just a single application that it's going to be using. And it has to have different variations of color or of size or of text and everything like that. Or even furthermore, what if I told you that the style can be influenced by the parent components that it's in? So when we think about things like light mode or dark mode or having different themes, vanilla CSS can indeed do all of this for us. There's no doubt about that there. But when our code gets more complex and our requirements start to stack up, it kind of can get difficult to maintain. And especially when you're going from one developer to another, things can get lost in translation. So that's where some of these tools can really come in helpful. I don't think anybody's out here trying to replace vanilla CSS, but more so have ways to work with it a little bit better. So let's start with talking about CSS modules. So CSS modules are the more traditional way that we can write CSS, where they are basically scoped CSS files that are scoped to a specific component. So this really allows us to prevent affecting styles in components globally. And they're, like I said, more traditional way to write CSS. And this works by having an object where the keys and class names are defined in the CSS. And we use a tool like Webpack in order to help us build and create hashed identifiers that is all processed into one single CSS file. So for each of the different options that I'm going to be talking about, on the, left-hand side, it's going to show sort of what the CSS for that pink button might look like in each specific option. So this is standard. We are used to seeing this for the most part. So when we get into Tailwind, things look a little bit different and it's a little bit more slim. So CSS utility frameworks like Tailwind or Bootstrap, if you're familiar, they basically offer us a utility-first framework for styling. So instead of writing custom CSS like we saw in the last example, we're going to be using predefined utility classes for things like padding, margin, colors, and everything like that. And we're going to apply it directly to our HTML in the class. So this works by using atomic design to create very small single-purpose classes. And each class represents a single CSS property. So during development, CSS frameworks they generate a comprehensive CSS file. So when we are developing, this is going to build every single option of a class that we might potentially need. And it's also going to use a Tailwind configuration file to help us do so for things that are custom, like maybe we have custom colors or we've included custom fonts. But during production, what happens is Tailwind uses a purge feature to kind of tree shake and only use the classes that we actually need in our project, which makes the final bundle a lot smaller. And then we can move on to CSS in JS, things like emotion, but we're mostly going to be talking about styled components. Now, this is an approach where you write CSS directly in your JavaScript files, and it's often the same file as your components. So when we think about CSS and JS, one of the biggest criticisms is that everything now lives in the same file. Your markup, because you have your JSX, your logic, and now your styling. And that can be a definite turn-off moment for some people. So this works by scoping styles directly to components, which means that it won't affect other components. Where's my, oh, I lost my mouse, my bad. And basically what happens is the styles are converted to CSS rules and they're given unique class names and they're injected into the DOM at runtime. So each styled component generates that unique CSS rule set, and it's inserted directly into the head. So now that we know a little bit about some of the styling solutions that are available, we can start gathering some facts to really understand where each styling solution might shine. So let's start with one of the most important questions when we're thinking about making websites, making them pretty, of course, is how easy is it to customize a theme? So for CSS modules, when you're using them, in order to customize a theme, you have to import each theme and pass the active theme to the component that you want it to go to. This can get really cumbersome for large-scale applications or maybe apps that use more than one or two themes. For CSS utility frameworks like Tailwind, they do support theme configuration that takes place inside of the Tailwind config. It allows you to extend and customize the default theme that's provided, or you can override it completely and create your own. And with the power of CSS variables, you can actually create multiple themes, which is really cool. The Tailwind Labs YouTube channel has an excellent video on how to do this. And for CSS and JS or styled components basically offers built-in support for theming via the theme context, or the theme provider, excuse me, which is going to use the context API. So this is really excellent for theme switching and creating components that are context aware. And because styled components allows arbitrary input as interpolations, something that we really need to be careful about is making sure that we're sanitizing the CSS, because we don't want CSS injection to become a security risk. So we're developers, and a lot of times we make our decisions based on numbers. So how do some of these solutions compare in terms of performance? Well, for CSS modules, the initial load time is pretty quick because the CSS is bundled and linked directly into the HTML. So everything can be loaded in parallel. And because this is just one CSS file that's static, it can also be cached by the browser for subsequent visits. And in terms of runtime performance, it's just a static class or a static file with class name, so there really is no overhead. For Tailwind, our initial load time, we can use features like purge, like I was talking about a few seconds ago, in order to shake out the classes that we don't need. And this, combined with minification and network compression, can usually lead to CSS files that are under 10 kilobytes, even for larger projects. And just like CSS modules, these Tailwind classes can also be cached in a single file for subsequent visits. Now, CSS and JS, the performance is something that is usually one of the biggest pain points also for people who are considering. So because these styles are co-located inside of JavaScript, they have to be parsed and executed by the browser, which can add a little bit of JavaScript overhead. So in terms of caching, the classic CSS files, like we talked about a couple seconds ago, can be cached, but because we don't have those classic .css files with CSS and JS, there's nothing that can be cached, so it has to be generated each time. So they calculate based on runtime values, and this isn't really a problem too much in smaller applications, but as you grow and scale, it can be a little bit of an issue. So I ran a very rough, very quick experiment just because I was curious one day about seeing what people's pain points about performance were. So I set up a really very basic experiment where I populated a row or a table with 1,000 rows and just randomly styled the cells. So I did this in a code sandbox environment just for consistency, and I measured from the time that I opted to show the table to see exactly to see exactly how the performance was affected. So what I found is that styled components took the longest out of the 3 to be executed. Now, after everything I've said, this is not we knew that this was going to happen. So it has the highest scripting overhead because of the dynamic generation of the styles, but it does benefit from a low rendering time once the styles have already been applied. So Tailwind has the advantage of faster scripting because of its pre-computed styles. And then CSS modules is a middle-of-the-ground approach with moderate scripting, rendering, and paint times. And they benefit from static styles and scoped class names, making them less performance-intensive than CSS and JS, but sometimes more efficient than Tailwind. So we don't make decisions solely based on what we need for right now. At least we're not supposed to. We can't see into the future, but sometimes we can try to gauge and see what things we might need in our applications later. And in order to do that, I think we ask 2 big questions a lot of time. Number 1 is, how easy is this project to maintain? And number 2 is, how is it going to scale? You don't want to spend all of your time implementing a solution only to realize that it is a burden or a big pain in order to support. And then on the other side of that, you also don't want to implement a solution and then realize you're going to outgrow it almost right after you've implemented it. So let's take a look at some of the maintainability and scalability of our solutions. So for CSS modules, I'm pretty sure this is the most natural debugging for any styling options that we're used to. Number 1, it's natural to us to go into the dev tools and see what's going on. And there are all kinds of widely accessible developer tools that help us to debug CSS. So CSS modules encapsulate their styles and make it easy to maintain for the most part. However, if you're not very careful, you can find yourself creating a large and sort of monolithic CSS file if you just keep adding things to it, which I'm not saying I've done it before, but I'm saying it has happened. When we think about Tailwind, I think that too many classes can make your markup noisy. And this is the one biggest thing that I hear from people who they're interested in it, but they cannot get past the long class names. So typically in terms of debugging, it's pretty manageable because it's basically just single CSS rules inside of like one class. So the same thing as CSS modules where it's very easy, very like natural to debug. And I think it's really nice to have a single source of truth, which is the tailwind config.js. It's going to have all of your design tokens and then prevent issues with inconsistent design. So you do need to establish good patterns when you're using Tailwind. I personally was one of those people who had a really, really hard time getting past, why do I have 25 class names on this one element? I can't read it, and I don't want to read it. However, somebody gave me the really good advice of thinking about Tailwind as an extension or trying to use it and leverage it in order to create a mini component library or design system within your projects. And what this really did, coming from somebody who worked on a design system, is it kind of flipped how I was thinking about Tailwind. Originally, I was like, yeah, I'm just going to put all the class names on the elements that I want. It works, but it's very verbose. And in thinking about it like a design system, when I think about a design system, I'm like, okay, how small can I make this? What are those pieces that I can make literally as small as they can and then build them back up? And that really helped me to be more comfortable with Tailwind and make it a lot easier to debug, to maintain, and to pass things off to like different members of my team. So I had the opportunity to be on Learn with Jason Langsworth, and we actually talked about this because he himself did not like Tailwind. I don't know if he has changed his mind a little since we talked about it, but we actually had a really good conversation where I kind of showed him what my method for doing this was. So if you're interested in it, but you maybe want to like take a look at a potentially different approach, this is actually a really good video to watch, and it's just on YouTube. And for CSS and JS, I will say that debugging can be a little bit of a pain. CSS and JS styles are dynamically generated and injected into the DOM, so it can be really hard to trace back problems to the source of where they are. But like many libraries, this one offers source maps and different kind of dev tools to make it easier, but it does make the DOM very, very noisy. The second thing that I want to call out is in terms of maintenance, style conflicts can occur and be also very difficult to debug, especially when we're thinking about using it with things like Tailwind. So maybe you want to integrate CSS and JS into your project, but it's not a one-for-one, we're just scrapping everything and now we can just have new styles. Sometimes it is a slow iteration progress, and having those two things together work requires a lot of patience. And because the styles that you create in CSS and JS are likely going to rely on the props or state of your components, it can be a little bit tricky to debug those as well. So one tool that I always recommend, especially when using CSS and JS, is a tool like Storybook, where you can see and test different prop permutations, that's hard, in one place in isolation completely outside of your app. That way you're not relying on certain user flows in order to make sure that your app is working properly. So few things in this industry are consistent, but one of them is change. And while I welcome change, a change that is going to have a lot of setbacks for my team or make their job a lot harder is not one that I want to introduce. So how easy is it to integrate these styling solutions into tools that you're already using or into your development workflow? And what does collaboration look like? So for CSS modules, I think it's the most widely supported. We have a ton of different tools and frameworks that we can use it with. For Tailwind, it is also very widely supported, and currently at the time that I took this screenshot, there was about 20 different frameworks that were supported. And CSS and JS is a growing ecosystem, but it's not exactly as widely supported just yet. So as React evolves, CSS and JS tools will also evolve with it. But one place where it has a little bit more growing to do is server-side rendering. And it is currently an area of interest. So Style Components supports Styled components supports current server-side rendering. That's a hard sentence. With style sheet rehydration. And the basic idea is every time you render an app on the server, you can create a server style sheet and add a provider to your React tree that accepts it via the context API. So the official documentation, number one, it's always changing because this is something that is currently in progress. And if you have any questions about that, I think the documentation is the best place to go. And how easy is it to integrate onto teams that you're already on? So maybe you work with a designer, or maybe you are a designer. How easy is it to integrate these tools into things like Figma? So I think Tailwind really shines here because it has an official Figma library that you can use to streamline your work. And I love this because it really simplifies the communication between developers and designers and makes sure that everybody is on the same page. And also, like I said, I really recommend Storybook as well because it just makes working between teams so much easier, and being able to develop something like a component in isolation without having to have a whole team or a whole page can really simplify the process. So I will speed through this part because I know I only have a couple seconds left, but with everything that we've discussed, and we didn't even have time to discuss things like testing or browser accessibility, how do you kind of take all of that information and decide what to do for your application, or how do you use that information to inform your decisions? So the idea to integrate is probably going to mean a slow integration, and it requires careful planning to make sure that you're not disrupting any current workflows. And based on your code base, some decisions won't be, like I said, a yes or a no, but it depends. And it's going to depend on your team's expertise, project requirements, performance needs, and long-term maintainability. And the key here is really to weigh the trade-offs and choose a path that aligns with what your team's needs are, where they are personally, without necessarily having to do a lot of upskilling, and also balancing in the user experience and developer experience as well. So this is, I won't go through the whole thing, but when I was thinking about why you might choose one solution over the other, rather than just saying it depends, I kind of thought about different scenarios. That's kind of small, but a couple of them are, if I wanted to build something really, really fast, I'm going to go for a CSS utility framework like Tailwind, because it allows me to build and prototype super quickly without having to put in a lot of work. But if I wanted to do more complex styling that relies on props and state permutations, then I would reach for something like CSS and JS. It does have a bigger cliff at the beginning, and there is maybe a little bit more of a learning curve, but in the end, it is going to be a lot cleaner for those more complex state and prop permutations and styling. Something I used, which is actually what led me to CSS and JS, was working on a design system. We were previously doing it with Sass, and I'll tell you, once we moved over to CSS and JS, I was a much happier developer. But yeah, so I don't have a whole ton of time left, but you don't have to read all of this, but it's basically just a thought dump of some things that I'm trying to balance when I'm thinking about how or why I would choose a solution. So in wrapping everything up, CSS modules basically offer scope styles, and it's more familiar for us. It's basic CSS syntax, and it's an excellent choice for anybody who's trying to avoid global styling conflicts and be a little bit more traditional. And CSS utility frameworks like Tailwind are all about speed and consistency, and they really allow for rapid development, and they promote consistent design across all of your applications. And then for CSS and JS or styled components, it really offers you the most flexibility and dynamic and context-aware styling, but it does have a little bit of a cliff when it comes to learning and getting the hang of it. And the last thing is, I was really inspired to do this talk because of the State of CSS survey, and it actually just recently came out, and I was going to integrate some pieces in, but I'm glad I didn't because I'm already over time. If you ever have the time, I highly recommend you just take a look at the State of CSS survey. It's really interesting and thought-provoking to see what people are currently using, what they're not using anymore, or maybe even learn about some CSS properties that you literally didn't know existed. So I definitely think it's worth grabbing a coffee and just taking a look at this year's and maybe even comparing it to last year's. So thank you, everyone. I super appreciate it, and I super appreciate this community as well for having me. And yeah, feel free to connect.
Hello. Do I test stuff? Sure. Yeah, have at it. No, please. Have at it. Yeah. I don't think it's on. Mic's off. And we turned it off yet. Thank you. Can I be heard? How loud do I need to talk? I was hoping not to have to use mic. Can you hear me in the back if I speak up? Is that good? Okay. Can you hear me online all right? Yes, no, maybe. We're good online. Yes, all right. Good enough. Good enough. Thank you. All right. I'm gonna get my nerves out. I'm gonna tell you a fun fact that I learned as a child. And it's why when you see geese flying in the air, there's more, one side is longer than the other side. And it's because there are more geese on that side as they fly. But with that, I'll get started. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, ones, zeros, all floating point numbers in between, welcome. I want to give Danny and the organizers a huge shout out. Thank you for giving me the time, the space, and the place to come here today and talk to you all and share my thoughts. Because you all don't know me from Adam, I'm somewhat of an internet lurker. I figured it would be appropriate to tell you a little bit about myself. So, oh, it's not doing the thing. Oh no, it did the thing earlier. Doing the thing. Doing the thing. Doing the thing. Okay, cool. No, we're, Got it. So who am I? By title, I'm a senior engineering manager at a company called Launched by NTT Data. But frankly, I don't put a lot of stock in titles because one title here is a different title there is a different title here. And it doesn't tell you about me at all. So let me tell you a little bit about what I've done. I've worked from companies ranging from startups to Fortune 10s. I've been a solopreneur. I've worked for mom and pop shops. I've worked for $1 million companies, and I've worked for $1 billion companies. I've seen the whole gambit, the good, the bad, the ugly, and everything in between. The last 10 years of my life look something like this. I started off in hardware-software integrations. I moved from the back end to the front end, going through mobile before I hit web. In 2017, I was introduced to JavaScript. My first project was taking CommonJS ES5 and migrating it to ES6. If you've never had to deal with callback hell, consider yourself lucky. In 2017, I was introduced to TypeScript and never looked back. It brought the sanity of strongly typed languages into the Wild West that is JavaScript. For the last couple of years, I've been in management, but I still play a heavy role in IC. And that's enough about me. I want to go ahead and set your expectations because this talk will not be technical. If you think I'm going to stand here and tell you how you can take the pipe operator and it's going to change your whole workflow, or how you can take micro front ends and scale them to enterprise levels, we can talk about it, but not for the next 20 minutes. What I'm going to share with you, though, is the most effective strategy that I have come across for professional growth and team alignment. In my last team, I had a principal architect tell me, Noah, you're too teamy. Frankly, I took that as a compliment. I'm very team-oriented. I'm very growth-focused. I proudly look back at who I was 5, 10 years ago and cringe at the developer I used to be. I've grown. What we will be covering today, though, are some things that a lot of us deal with, like overcoming imposter syndrome, increasing productivity. Both ourselves and for our teams, and then learning more quickly, as the literacy of the future is likely not to be whether you can read or write, but how quickly you can assimilate new information and use it. I was talking with a friend not too long ago who loves chess. I know enough to be dangerous. I can play, but I don't have an ELO or anything like that. He introduced me to a variant of chess called hand and brain. In hand and brain chess, two people play on the same team against an opposing couple. One player plays the hand. They move the pieces across the board, and the other plays the brain, who gets to call the shots. As we were talking, I was thinking, he's like, wow, that sounds awfully like pair programming. And he said, yes, it is similar to pair programming, except for in hand and brain chess, the only communication allowed is for the brain to call shots to the hand. I remarked that I've been in pair programming sessions with less communication than that, and we both had something of a chuckle. But it kind of knocked me down this rabbit hole, one I've been down before, thinking and exploring, why is pair programming bad? It sounds good on paper, but the practical implementation seems to be a coin toss, whether it's going to be a good session or a bad session. To make sure that I didn't just come here today with my own thoughts, I went out and I asked people. I said, how do you feel about pair programming? So I polled some senior engineers. 48% of them said, yeah, pair programming is good. I like it, it's worthwhile, it's worth doing. 17% said, it's all right. I mean, there's a time and place for everything, as Professor Oak used to say. 35% strongly disliked pair programming. They said, no, absolutely not. Don't touch me with a 10-foot pole with pair programming on the end of it. I won't do it. I don't want it. Absolutely not. And I was kind of surprised at this passionate reaction. And so I had to dig a little deeper. And I said, okay, well, what made it negative? And they listed a couple things like you have slower development speed. You have two engineers working on the same problem where they could be working on separate tasks in parallel. It's stressful. Programming is often a solo activity, but when somebody comes in and observes you, you feel like you're being judged. They're judging your workflow, your typing, your problem solving, and that inherently adds stress. I know that for me personally, I type maybe 60, 80 words a minute, and then as soon as somebody starts watching me, my accuracy falls to like 60%, but that's neither here nor there. There's the risk of burnout. Pair programming is a high focus task, often taking hours. And so you have to be mentally on. It's hard to take breaks. And so you risk burnout. Interestingly, some of the companies that people worked at said that they do pair programming 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Sounds like a lot to me, but they were actually the ones who said, yes, I like pair programming. Kind of curious. And that it requires a cultural fit. If you don't have a team that's willing to work together or to help each other out, it's just not going to work. Today, my fellow engineers, I want to introduce you to a variant of paired programming called mob programming. Mob programming is really very similar to pair programming, except for a few key distinct differences. The first is that, well, you have a mob. You see, in pair programming, you have a hand and a brain, and they work together to solve their problem. But in a mob, well, you have a mob. And I'm not saying that you have to have 4 brains, but you're not limited to just having one. Some of the immediate benefits are things like you have lots of buy-in from your team, or you get to query and pool like from a large background of expertise. But we'll talk more on that in a minute. The other benefit of mob programming comes in how the cycles change. You see, mob programming goes in a round-robin fashion. Now, obviously, in pair programming, round-robin with 2 people is just back and forth. That's fine, but oftentimes, they don't trade off, or they trade off every 45 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. It's a long stretch. In mob programming, you trade off roles every 5 to 10 minutes. The goal is to get everybody in the mob programming at least once every 30 minutes. This keeps them active and engaged. Reflecting on my own pair programming experiences, what often happens is for the first 30 minutes, the first 45 minutes, the first hour, the session goes fine. We are people who are used to high cognitive loads, but eventually what happens is The brain gets tired of communicating. The hand can't pick up what the brain is putting down, and communication falls apart. The brain says, you know what, hand? Just give me control. Let me do it. Let me just bang out what I'm thinking because I can't get it across to you. As soon as the hand says, sure, and relinquishes control to the brain, it ceases to be pair programming. A pair programming involves two, but now that the hand and brain are one person, you have this hand and brain person working furiously, been chomping at the bit to get their hands on the keyboard, now unleashed, and the other person sitting there in silence, watching. And if you've never watched somebody code in complete silence, it's boring. It's hard to follow along. It's a waste of time. And so by cycling every 5 to 10 minutes, by keeping people engaged, by keeping people active in the session, they stay going, they stay fresh. If you, as a brain, have a hard time communicating to the hand, there are other brains to help you figure out what you're trying to say. And if that doesn't work, then in a couple of minutes, you'll have your own chance to just start typing. And then in 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you'll trade off and switch roles, and the cycle continues. The flow of the mob is really very simple. I use a CLI tool that I love, and I have a QR code at the end if you like. There's lots out there, but this one is my favorite. It has 3 commands that you need to know: mob start, mob next, mob done. Mob start. You throw a number at the end to designate how long you want to play the role of the hand. When you run this command, what happens is the tool will check out a temporary branch based on the one you're currently on, prefix it with the word mob, and start a timer on your computer for 10 minutes. At the end of 10 minutes, a robotic voice is going to come on over your speakers and say, mob next. This is your indication, this is your sign that it's time to pass the buck, trade roles. Personally, I like to stop in the middle of my word, in the middle of my function, in the middle of my loop, and just say, here you go. Because ideally, the other people are paying attention. They know where you are. You're talking about it as you're going, and so they can just pick it up. It's kind of also a test to see if people are actually paying attention. At the end of the 10 minutes, when the timer goes off, the person who's playing the role of hand says mob next. This is going to take all of the work that you've done in the last 10 minutes and commit it. It's going to add the skip CI flags to skip your local Git hooks in your CI pipelines. This lets the process go very quickly. The next person in the round robin then says mob start 10, and the cycle continues. Mob start 10, mob next, mob start 10, mob next. And as soon as you're done, the session is over for whatever reason, it organically ends or everybody needs to take a break or what have you. You can just say mob done. What mob done is going to do is it's going to take all the changes you've done since you started the session, stage them, not commit, stage them against the original branch you started on with a commit message that involves everybody's name, the time they worked, and the functions they touched throughout the entire session. So we keep credit. The default is that it squashes, but you can change the configuration of however you want to suit your team's merging strategy. And that's it. That's all there is to it. That's the whole strategy, and it seems simple, but that's because it is. It doesn't need to be complex. Think of it like a karate teacher coming behind a student and just correcting their posture to make them more effective in their forms. It's the same principle. These steps of mob programming tweak pair programming to make it more effective, more bearable, and frankly, more enjoyable. Let me tell you a story. Hopefully this will help embody how potent mob programming really can be in certain scenarios. I joined a team some number of years ago at an enterprise. We had 1 lead dev, very busy individual, 4 senior devs, 2 junior devs. The lead dev was absolutely inundated with meetings. He was in meetings pretty much morning to evening, 4 days a week. On Fridays, he blocked his calendar. That was his day to get work done. In the mornings, he did code reviews. In the afternoons, he coded. The seniors were all busy with their own work, their own features, their own priorities, trying to get things moved. They helped the juniors a little bit, but by and large, the juniors were left to just sink or swim. They had to struggle, and they were frustrated by it. I came into this team a very senior, experienced engineer in the technology they were using. I was expected to come in and make a splash and move the needle. I don't know if you all have worked for enterprises before, but in my experience, they've pretty much all been the same. Behind the sleek, sexy, responsive UIs, you peel back that interface and look at this code, it's held together with sticks and duct tape and Elmer's glue. And this was no different. So while I thought I was walking into a well-oiled machine, I was walking into a team that desperately needed help. I was given the general introductory bug ticket. We have a button. When you press it angrily 5 times too quickly, the app locks up. Please fix. Sure, okay, fine, why not? I'm going through, I'm working at it, I've got the code base down, I'm looking, I'm trying to figure out which way is up because the code's a little messy. It was an old code base, been maintained by many generations of engineers, and they become full of tech debt and bloated after a while. After about 20 minutes of trying to not go cross-eyed, I reached out to the junior devs. The team lead was busy in meetings, the seniors didn't have time, they were busy. And I said, hey, guys, will you mob with me? And of course, they looked at me like I was crazy. They said, what on earth is that? And I said, well, it's just pair programming with extra steps. Sure. So we start on their bugs because they've been working on them since the morning. They were familiar with the problem. By the end of that first day, we'd gotten through both of their bugs and a big chunk of mine. At the end of the first day, I had actually committed meaningful code to a repo that I'd never seen before. It's kind of cool. And as we continued to mob over the next week or so, a couple hours here, a couple hours there, something really awesome started to happen. Is that they started to learn. Because as we were sitting in these meetings, we could have technical discussions on the fly, synchronously about, here's how you can do this more effectively. Here's how you can do this better. We went from conditional statements that were nested 5 levels deep. We used some early returns, gave some meaningful variable names, cleaned up the code, and it made sense. After a couple weeks, these juniors started making more complex technical errors. But that's good. That means that they're learning, they're growing. Things are changing. The beauty of it, though, is that I wasn't the only one teaching, and they weren't the only ones learning. They had been in the code base for about a year. By the time I came in, they had already figured their way out. They figured their way around. They knew the teams that our team interacted with. And so I got the download on, here's how the code base is organized. It actually does make sense, maybe not at first, but here's the mentality behind it. Here are the teams that we work with. As we started pulling in seniors, I started to get an understanding of the political landscape of the business. Something that usually takes months of organic learning and meeting and probing and stuff was compressed down into a matter of a couple weeks. We were all learning, not just me, not just them. We increased productivity. You see, as I mentioned, the team lead only reviewed code once a week. This means that over the course of a week, you can put up 1, 2, maybe 3 PRs. And then on Friday, you get them all back with all the remarks marked up. He was a stickler in code reviews, a man after my own heart. But it means that there was a lot of slowness to getting things merged in. Over the course of a couple months, we went from having 1 or 2 PRs merged a week to 6 or 7 PRs merged a week. And the key part behind that is that there was no more sloppy development. Bill Gates used to say that he would rather hire a lazy developer because a lazy developer is going to figure out the easy way to do something. Do not conflate lazy and sloppy. They are not the same. Sloppy is that idea of, maybe I don't need to add tests. I don't really want to. I'm not really feeling it. Let me just throw up this code review. And if it passes, then great. Or, I really should clean up this function, but it's 5 o'clock on a Friday and I want to log off and go hang out with my friends. So you just push up the PR and pray. There's no more of that because inevitably one user will say, shouldn't we add tests? Shouldn't we clean this up? And the answer is always yes. The answer is never no. And so by the time the code goes up for review, it already has 1, 2, 3 reviews on it. This makes the team lead's life easier. This makes our life easier. Everybody's winning. And of course, overcoming imposter syndrome. This is a big one. Imposter syndrome is a thing that we all deal with. It's that idea that you are less than others. Your accomplishments don't mean as much. That you are an idiot in a sea of geniuses. The beauty of imposter syndrome is that there's only two ways out. You're either right or you're wrong. So let's say you're right. Let's say you're the dimmest bulb in the box. You're the dullest knife in the drawer. You are an idiot among geniuses. If you're pair programming, you are now in the perfect position to ask questions. You can start to glean the understanding of those you work with to see how their mind approaches problems, to see how their mind starts to twist and turn as they solve the problems of the team. Over time, you can get your questions answered. You start to evolve mentally. You build the confidence you need to start solving these problems. But on the other hand, and the much more likely scenario, you're wrong. You think you don't know anything, but you join a mob session only to realize that nobody on your team knows what's going on. Everybody is just as lost as you are, and they're just faking it till they make it. Well, congratulations, you're not an imposter because you're all on the same boat. So with mobbing, you can overcome imposter syndrome either by getting the confidence to lift yourself out or the understanding that you are not alone. But what makes for a good session? You have to be vulnerable. Other speakers have talked about this, but this still rings true. It's hard as an engineer to admit that you are wrong, that your solution is not as good as your fellow engineers. But the reality is when you work with other people, they're going to come with different experiences, different backgrounds, and different answers, and you're probably not going to be right all the time. Have some humility. You must be patient, both with yourself and with others, because communication is difficult. It is hard. It's a skill that you need to practice. And at first, it will be tough. But have patience with others and yourself. Participate in the reviews and discussions. If you have questions, ask. And don't judge others by their questions. I have asked Google how to center a div more than I'd like to admit. But just because somebody else hasn't had the opportunity to ask a question or hasn't had the need to ask a question doesn't mean that they're an idiot. It just means that they're less experienced. They haven't had that opportunity yet. So instead of treating them and answering them with sass, try being the mentor that you wish you had when you were in their shoes. But mobbing is not a silver bullet. And I'm going to speed along because I'm starting to run out of time, so bear with me. Be mindful of others. Take breaks. The beauty of the mob session is that if one person needs to step out, if you have a couple of people, the mob session doesn't need to end. If you need to go walk your dog, eat lunch, touch grass, you can do it. And then you just come back in at the end of the queue and start over. Don't make it a hard requirement. Don't force people. It's like forcing unit tests. Bad idea. Don't do it. But mobbing is most powerful when you're onboarding people. When you need to download a lot of information at once. Because if you've ever sat in a KT session for a couple of hours, first of all, your eyes kind of glaze over after a little while, but you're just being bombarded with information. You're drinking from a fire hose and you're not having a chance to ask your own questions, which is really where your understanding will come from. High complexity tasks where you need team alignment, where you need these extra brains to come together and figure out a solution that fits for everybody. This works for cross-team as well as your own team. And avoiding single points of failure. That one developer who knows everything is a problem. If they get sick, you're stranded. If they have to go attend something and can't get back to you, you can't be dead in the water. Mob programming assimilates that information across the team and prevents this from happening. But mob programming is more than just a technique. It's a mindset of growth and focus. It will help you experience more over time. So engineers, when I talk about the benefits of joining the mob, I'm talking about learning more quickly, increasing productivity, overcoming imposter syndrome. But the best part is that that's not all of it. There are so many more things that we didn't even touch on. Leadership practice, skill development, communication, improved engagement in your team, culture building. It goes on. If you think that you can reach your potential on your own, you are wrong. Fight me. If you want to go far, if you want to do well, you must do it together. Mobbing makes this fun, it makes it enjoyable, it builds personal relationships across you and your team. Thank you. We're at time, but if I can answer questions, if I can be of help, please reach out to me. I want to make your life easy.
I'm just waiting on you, or am I ready to go? All right, test, test. Cool. All right, so who here has heard of HTMX before? All right, anybody actually use it? We got one back there. Okay, cool. So today we're gonna talk about HTMX, and some people have called it, if I can get this clicker working. Oh, can I get the USB for this? Yeah. Oh, it's in here. Oh shoot, what happened? That's not good. Yeah, it looks like it disconnected. There we go. All right. So some people have called it the anti-JavaScript framework, and this is a. We do. Share screen.
Yeah. You see it for me? I think there we are. Good. Sorry about that.
All right. So the anti-JavaScript framework. So this is an inaccurate representation of HTMX. I've heard this said before, and it's not trying to eliminate JavaScript. In fact, HTMX is a library built with JavaScript. So there's kind of some misconceptions about it. Some people think it's a meme. It's a real thing. And I think it's a really cool pattern and a way of building applications that just lets us rethink our approach. So it's a way to build dynamic web apps with less JavaScript and maybe more efficient JavaScript. So this is what I want to talk about today. We're going to share some demos, but before we get into that, I want to share a quick story. So several years ago, I was working at a forensics laboratory, and I was in charge, or got tasked with, building a massive application to rebuild a laboratory management system. So this is a really expensive system. It's something that's pretty complex as far as how it integrates with the lab, and somehow I got the gig to actually build it. And at that time, I only knew a little bit of HTML, CSS. I had built WordPress websites, but I really wasn't experienced in this area, and I decided to try to take a stab at this and see if I can go further. I've been doing basic web development for years prior and wanted to kind of expand this. What's going on? Okay, cool. So I stuck my nose where it doesn't belong, and I decided to convince my boss to try to let me build a system that he was looking at other agencies to build for us. And we were getting price ranges between $70,000 to $100,000 to build this system. And I decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to try to build a mock-up, and I'm going to bring this into a meeting and see if maybe I can go ahead and try to build it. So I somehow won that bid, and the system that I had to build was responsible for managing hundreds of thousands of lab samples every single year. So this is a forensics laboratory. We would test petroleum samples. So a client would send in a sample from anywhere in the US, and then we would test that sample on these very complicated machines, and then we would send the results back to the client. So I had to manage these systems, or these tests, and I also had to make sure that the system was qualified to work with lab data. So the chemist would enter the data, it had to store the data properly, and had to convert it, so it had to meet a lot of these specs. Now, the thing we were looking for was a way to report the data or the sample results back to our clients, because prior to this, many of our customers would send in tens of thousands of samples from all over the US each year. And what would happen is our old system only had an internal way to manage the data, but we would send out PDFs and send these results back to the clients. But what happens is when a client needs to look at a sample from 2016, they have to go back and find an email somewhere in there mixed up with that spam, and that doesn't really work. So this was kind of the big idea on the client interface. So I brought this pitch to the meeting, and this is a Microsoft Paint project. This is not a fancy design, and I don't know how this worked, but this was my idea and one of the visuals that I had for it. So first of all, I have the map of the US here, and on that map, you would pinpoint every single sample that was sent in and where you sent it in from. So the dots would represent the sample status. We would have green for everything went well with the test. You don't have to do anything with it. Black would mean something's out of spec, but it's still all right. Red would mean something's wrong, call the lab. We need to look into this. Down below here, you see the table somewhere here, if I can point to that. Now the clicker doesn't work. That's just a way to search your data, look up a sample by its ID, by location, and by a date range. And on the right side, somewhere where you would have a modal pop-up, and this would basically expand a sample once you clicked on it and you can view the data. So that's the pitch. I got the green light, go ahead and build it. I had about a year to make this work. So I'm doing this research, and at the time, as I mentioned, I'm a not a beginner developer, but I haven't been in this field yet where I'm building complex systems like this. So I had spent a couple of months working on Python for a little bit. So I liked the Python web frameworks. So I selected Django for multiple reasons and a Postgres database. And one of my big reasons for selecting Django was because Django has this thing called a templating engine. And if you're not familiar with a template engine, or maybe you've used one that's a little bit different than it, the idea here is that you can render data out dynamically to your template from your backend. So here we have a function on the server side. It's responsible for rendering out the index.html template. Somewhere within that function, we make a query to the database, and then we pass in that data to the template. And now this data is available in the template. So on the template side, you can now just use something like this, where with the Django one, we have the double curly braces for variables that we can just output. And then we can write dynamic content like for loops, if else statements, and so on. So that's the core idea, and it's made up of variables and tags in this example. So this looked like what I needed to build out, or what I needed to use to build out the system. So I went through multiple iterations of this, and what I would do is I would build a part of the system, and then I would bring it to a lab chemist, and I'd have them enter some data, and they would test it, tell me what's wrong with it, maybe add in a feature, and then I would go back and build it again, send it to a client, and then we would have this feedback loop, this iteration as I built out version after version. We got to the point where I had a working system going, and I was getting close to what I thought was going to be the end. But I started running into little issues when I needed UI updates. So on the client side, I would maybe want something to happen where I expand a pop-up modal. I needed some new data in my UI. And I started realizing the limitations of a templating engine, because template engines only render out data, in this case, like the Django one. It only goes one way. So I started adding some JavaScript into this, where I would do some DOM manipulation, would update the UI, but this started getting messy once I started doing a lot more, because my dashboard required a consistent state with my data, and it all had to be synced up. Now, it is possible to finish this project with the way that I started integrating JavaScript, but it got really messy, it was hard to manage it, and it was insecure at the same time. So I ran into a roadblock, and I had to rethink this entire approach. Now, as I'm learning, I'm still building here, I'm learning about different ways of building out applications. I start learning about this new approach. For me, it was new. Oh, by the way, let's go back into this real quick, I forgot this. This is kind of what your code starts looking like when you're writing raw JavaScript without a front-end framework. You have a bunch of CSS selectors here where you're referencing DOM elements, and then in order to modify these elements, you're adding event listeners, then you're having to have a bunch of conditions where we're checking, is something on or off? Is this supposed to be one color or another? And I call this term dancing with the DOM. I've heard this before, I don't know if it's a common term, but it's where you're having to keep track of every part of your UI, as opposed to simply maybe updating the data and letting it re-render like you would in a front-end framework. So that's why I ended up going with this approach, which a lot of us are very familiar with, where we build out our backend and we have our front end completely separate. And we simply create an API and we connect the two, and that's how everything works. Now, this worked for me, and I was able to get the project complete. It took me about 6 months to actually get it running. But this makes me think about the limitations and the approach that we have to take once our applications get complex. What if this doesn't have to be the case where I have to leave one way of building something just because my UI got more interactive and has more complexity? And that's what we're going to look at here. And this is where I want to talk about HTMX, and where it may have been something that could have helped me in my process and maybe could have kept me from having to go that direction. So HTMX is a library that extends the capabilities of HTML with event-driven requests through custom attributes that allow us to make AJAX requests to our backend. So it's a little bit of a different way of doing things, and allows us to build modern UIs and write less JavaScript. So typical HTMX request looks like this. We have this button. On this button right here with HTMX, we can add in this attribute here. We add in HX get. This sends a get request, and we're going to make the request to the data endpoint. Now on the request, we go ahead and hit the server, and from the server side, this is where things kind of change from what we're used to, where we typically expect a JSON response. We expect HTML back as content with HTMX. Now what happens is the default state with HTMX is to replace the target element or the trigger element, the element that triggered the request, in this case the button, with the content that was returned from the server. Now we don't want this div inside of a button. That doesn't really make sense. So we can add in the HX swap attribute, and we can say, okay, go ahead and swap the outer HTML of this button. So when this button is clicked, the new UI element will now be the div that we see in that server response. Now, what if we want to maybe place an element somewhere else on the UI? This is very common. We click on one part and we want the DOM to update somewhere else. Well, with this response, we can set the target attribute with a CSS selector. And now this is going to look for an item with the ID of container, and it's going to swap the outer HTML of this container, making the response look like this. So that's the core idea. We're returning HTML instead of JSON objects, and we're simply swapping data out here. So this isn't to pin JavaScript against HTMX, because that's not the argument. I wasn't trying to say HTMX is an anti-JavaScript framework, but this is an interesting comparison here. So this is the same request with JavaScript and HTMX. So with JavaScript, we have a button with the ID of BTN. We go ahead and use a CSS selector. We get that button. We add an event listener to that button. Then we make a request. We get some JSON data back. We create an element. We create some inner elements. Then we add in the data to those elements. Finally, we append the inner element to the outer element. And then we simply swap it out in the DOM right here with replace with. Now with HTMX, we send the request, swap out the outer HTML on the server side. We return this string right here that will be converted into HTML on the client side. Now that's kind of ugly, because if we're writing HTML on the server side like that, I don't want to be writing these strings right here in a Go server or any other backend. Well, we don't have to do that. We can simply return the template itself and then write our HTML where it belongs. So what I want to do here is I want to actually get into the code, and I want to demonstrate how this works by building out a single page application with HTMX. And I already have an application built out. We're just going to update the DOM a little bit here. And the idea here is not to build out SPAs with HTMX. It's simply to show you that complex functionality that you would think would require a framework or just a lot of JavaScript that you have to write. It can be done with something like this. Now, there's going to be issues in this application itself. We don't have a router or anything like that, but we are going to be replacing DOM elements and changing the page here. So let's try this, and hopefully this mic catches me here. Okay, test. Okay, so this is the demo right here. This is like a Medium clone. And on the right side, we have our page and then the template around it right here. Now, within this, there's not a single line of custom JavaScript code written here. So anytime I click on one of these elements, the page changes. I can add a story. The data is already pre-filled for me, so it just randomly finds an object that I have that is randomly selected, add some data, and I can delete these items right here in line, seeing multiple parts of the UI update, and also edit it directly in line like this, and we'll see updates throughout the UI. So let's see if this live coding session actually works, because nothing ever goes wrong with these. And I'm going to switch out my project. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, and I'm going to CD into the demo that I have. And I have an Express backend. I'm using an AppWrite database here. That part is not really relevant to the demo here, but I just wanted to give some context. So we are using data that we're requesting from a database. Oh, here we go. Oh, no worries, no worries. Does that work? Okay, perfect. Okay, so right here on our server side, we have one page that's going to be returned. It's just a root domain. It returns the index.html file, and that's it. All the other routes here are simply going to be partial UI updates. So we're going to make requests to these, and then we're going to get back elements that will be updated on the front end. And within index.html, we have a container around our entire project. We have the add button, and then our post snippets, which you see on the left side here. So if I refresh this, we should see our new project and nothing works. So that's the left side. and then we just loop through each post, we render those out, and then our page is this empty container. So that's what we're updating. So let's say we want to simply get a story when we click on this and add it to the DOM. Now, in order to do this, we're going to find a post here, and I want this to happen whenever I click on the title or the body. So that's this div right here, and we're going to make a request to this endpoint right here, wrong one, this one right here, and that's just /post and then the ID, and then we return an h1 tag with a post title. So that's all it does. So to do this, first of all, a div does not have a trigger event on it, so we can add that manually. So hx trigger allows us to specify. There we go. Okay, must have opened that up. Okay, so we want to trigger an event anytime we click on the div, right? So we can just specify this like that, just like you would with JavaScript, where you can add an event listener, say, okay, we want to trigger something. And we can send a request, and we'll do hx get, and we're going to send this to post, and then we'll add in the post ID. And by the way, I am using Nunjux. It's a templating engine for Express.js that we can use. And here we're going to pass in the post ID. And then we want to decide where do we want to add the response here. So we need to swap out an element. So we'll just do hx swap. And we're going to say that we want the new element inside of the page container. So let's do page container. And we want to swap the inner HTML. So hx swap and, oh, that's target right there. And then swap will be inner HTML like that. So this is going to trigger on click, send a request, swap out the target element. That's what we're targeting. And then we want to swap out specifically the inner HTML. So let's see if this actually works. So I should be able to click on one of these, and now the DOM is updating. Now, I want to make this look better. I want to respond with an actual page here. So I also have a post.html page. So we simply render out the title, the body with some rich text. So on the server side, all I have to do is change this to res.render. And we're going to render out post.html. And then we want to send some data with it as well. So we'll just pass in the original post. Okay, and that should update that. Okay, so there's different ways of swapping elements now. So right now, the trigger element controls where that response will go. So whenever we click on the post itself or the post preview, we say go ahead and target it within this area right here. But what if we want the response itself to direct where it's going? We don't want the trigger element to handle this. And there's a reason why we might want to do this in the future when we want to update multiple UI elements. We can only set one target on the trigger. So what I could do is just go ahead and remove the target here. By default, the trigger element does have a swap. So we want to say, okay, just go ahead and ignore the default behavior, make the request, but let the response dictate where it's going to end up on the screen. So we'll set swap to none. We'll still trigger everything. And then on the post, we can allow that control be dictated from this area. So we'll say hx swap, and we're going to perform an out of bounds swap. And this means out of bounds from the trigger element. So let it control itself. And in here, we're going to specify the inner HTML. So we're going to say, okay, swap out the inner HTML of this specific target. And the target we can add directly within that response element. So that is now in the post page, and it's going to control where it's going. So let's just make sure we're getting the same behavior. And the same thing is working now. So what about adding elements? When I add a story, I want to update a few things here. So whenever we add a story, we want the story to appear somewhere here. We want the total to be updated, and we want the page to be updated. So 3 different elements within our UI. Now, to do this, let's start by creating the trigger here. So this is going to be on the right story button. So we don't need to add a trigger because a button by default already has a trigger event. So we can ignore that here. And we'll just specify hx post. So this can be any HTTP verb. This time we're sending a post request to the endpoint of /post. And we want to go ahead and set the target, in this case, to hx target. We're going to add this to this left side column right here to post snippets. So that's where the first item is going to be added. So we'll just do post snippets. And then the way we want to append it to the DOM, we want the post to be stacked up at the beginning of it. So we don't want to swap out all the content inside. And we're just going to add it to the DOM through or at the top part. So with this, we're going to do HX swap, and we can just do after begin, just like that. And then from the server side, the post request is going to add a post. Again, the data is already pre-populated for me. And then we're going to return the post title. So let's go ahead and add that. And there we go. We're seeing that element be added. Now, really quickly, we're just going to style this. So we're going to start making little components here. And we also want to update that total. So let's try that out. So for the code preview, this part right here, I'm going to need to just copy and put this into its own page. So we'll remove that. Instead of components, we'll add in a snippet.html. We'll throw that in here. And now in this for loop, we could just go ahead and add in the component. For some reason, I don't have the indentation on. We'll just do includes and then components and then snippet.html. Okay, just to make sure that's working before we render out the new page. Where's the issue? All right, if anyone sees it, let's check our server response. Let's see. Maybe I didn't save it. Let's try this. Live coding. All right, give me a second. Oh, I believe it's in. Was that the case? Let me, no, what? This wasn't the part that I wanted the issue to occur in. In the snippet file? Yeah, I got that removed. Oh, there we go. Okay. So we were, thank you. All right. So on the server side now, we could simply, let me try to make this within, what, 3 minutes we have? We could just render out the actual snippet itself here in the response. Now, I'm going to speed this up a little bit, and I'm going to create a response that returns back multiple elements. So typically what I could do is I can just do components, snippet.html right here, and then when I add it, it's going to be styled. The problem here is I'm only returning one component now. So with this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a page that's going to take care of the entire response, and then the items within that page will dictate where they're going themselves here. So I'm going to create a view here. We'll just do responses, and there's multiple ways of doing this. This is just the way that I like to do this for now. We're going to call one. We'll just do this post_add.html, and we're just going to say in this page, let's go ahead and include, not includes, include. And we're going to get the components and then snippet. And let's just add the total right now. So for the total, I'm going to go ahead and add this into the response too. So we're going to take this total, and we want to update this because we added a new item. So let's go into post add, and we'll just add this directly in here. So that's what the response is now going to include. And total needs to dictate where it's going. So we're going to do HX swap, and we're going to set this to true. So this works a little bit differently from what we saw in post.html, where we targeted how it's going to swap, and then we set the CSS selector. Now, in this response, HX swap, and then I need to set out of bounds to true, simply means wherever on the UI we find an element that contains this ID, swap it out. So we don't need to set the target, it's going to do it itself. So we're returning back the snippet and the total in a single response, and then in the actual add response or add request here, we're going to render out the responses, and then we're going to do post_add.html. So let's give that a test here. I knew something was going to go wrong. Oh, I need to add the data too. So we need to send the data back with it. So we'll return the post and then the total. some live debugging. Let's see. Right. Responses. By line 1. Oh, there we go. Right. Y'all are helpful. I like this. All right. So here we go. So we're going to probably end it right here. But when I'm adding a post now, we're not going to update the page. But the way you would add the page is simply by including the page into that response. We click on write story. We're updating the total and adding the new element to the DOM here. So there's multiple ways of doing it. And that's how you can build dynamic web apps without writing your own JavaScript. So I think we're at time right there. Yeah, there we go. Apologize for the mistakes. Okay. All right. Now I think I need to leave room for the next person, right?
Well, let me get rid of this before I trip over it. All right. Okay, perfect. Can y'all hear me in the back? Yes, perfect. So apparently Google is banned on the Wi-Fi, so I had to like PDF out my slides, so way less cool than it was, but that's all right. If you don't know this yet, many of you know this, but I have cows and other farm animals. Have any of y'all ever dove into something too quickly? Just raise of hands. Yeah, like pretty much literally every single one of us, I think. You guys want to hear the story of this cow? Because it's pretty entertaining. Okay, so we moved to Waco, Texas like 4 years ago. We buy our farm like 2 years ago. And the thing that I wanted the most was a mini cow. No particular reason why. I just thought they were so stinking cute. Like cow noses are just so adorable. So I really wanted a mini cow. So you can see this really super, super adorable mini cow in this picture, hiding under the trees. I got my first mini cow, and I wasn't really prepped for it. I didn't check fences. I didn't really know actually all the feed that they were supposed to eat. I was like, oh, hay, grass, like it's fine, right? They're cows. Just didn't do all the research. So when this cow, I'm laughing because y'all, it was so funny. I wish I have a video. So when this cow came to our house, cows, if you don't know this, will actually go around and check the perimeter of the fence because they want to know that if they can get out, they could get out. So they like test your fence. Obviously, I've told you twice now things about fences, so you probably know where this is going. My entire house was fully fenced because they had cattle there before. Not necessarily the way you'd want because the cows could get up by the house, but it was like, it's fine. It's all fenced. The cows can stay in. It'll be fine. So this cow gets dropped off. Her name is Sparkplug, and she is a spitfire. So what does she do? She goes to the back part of our pasture. We had no idea. And there's a tiny, tiny hole in the fence. Tiny hole, right? Small. I don't know how this cow, which mind you was about 500 pounds, gets through a hole like maybe this big, right? So we don't realize this, and we're looking, and all of a sudden we're like, is that Sparkplug over in the other pasture? Literally, she'd been there like an hour tops. I'm like, oh, the cow's out, right? So then we're like, okay, we can do this. Mind you, again, we know nothing about cows. We don't know how to handle them. We don't really know how to like lead them, put them on any type of a rope, right? They're sort of like free-spirited animals. So we're trying to get this cow. I have a 2-year-old toddler. So I'm in the house with my toddler, and my husband's out trying to get the cow. So I send my oldest teenager out there, and meanwhile, they're literally chasing this cow through a pasture. If you've ever tried to catch an animal, like all animals are like, what? You're trying to catch me? I'm gone. And she was gone. So they finally get a lead rope on her. They like lasso this, which mind you, this was a whole entertaining thing too, because we don't know how to lasso. So they're like trying to lasso and catch this cow, right? We eventually get a halter type of lead rope adjustable thing on the cow. Oh my gosh, y'all, it was so funny. So I'm laughing because they get it on there, right? And my husband has a hold of this rope, and the cow decides to run. Now let me apply another layer of entertaining bit to this. It's downpouring rain, like downpouring rain. So my husband and my teenager are out there trying to catch a cow. My husband refuses to let go of the lead rope because all the work has been done, right? We have the rope on the cow. The rope is in my hand. Why would I even think about letting go, right? Bad idea. The cow takes him all the way through the pasture, like literally dragging him through the pasture. And meanwhile, he continues to not let go. So we hadn't lived at our house very long, maybe 2 months tops. Our neighbor comes out and he's like, what are y'all doing? It's like, well, we're trying to catch a cow. I don't know what happened here. He comes over, right? They get the cow. They kind of get it at least to a point where like it's near him. He can help. He grabs the rope. He takes the cow's tail, lifts it up. So it's like kind of sticking up. Like you think a cow tail going down. It's like sort of curved up. The freaking cow does whatever he wants it to do because he lifts up its tail. I'm like, are you kidding me? He makes it look like easy magic. He navigates the cow back. We get her back into the fence. We patch the hole. All is good again, right? How many of you have felt that level of like, what the hell was I thinking? Yeah, many of you. We do this. And honestly, whoa, that's not what I wanted. We do this as developers. This is really throwing me off from slides. We jump into the same stuff. How many of you have been like, I have a problem, I can't solve it, I'm gonna build my solution? Not enough of you have your hands up. Not enough of you. Guessing it's almost all of you. Because that's what we do as developers. We solve problems and we want to build stuff. So really super quickly, it doesn't really matter who I am. I talk about cows and it's entertaining, so that's cool. But I am Tessa Creasel. I am now a CEO, which is pretty exciting. Thank you. I have been doing DevRel leadership for over 10 years. I have been a software engineer for, I don't know, since like 2007, 2008, so a long time, longer than I want to admit. And I love it. I love to hang out with nerds, but also a nerd myself, by the way, so it's not offensive. But I also came from business. I came from hospitality management. I came from understanding how business operates and understanding how to build a successful business, how to drive marketing campaigns, how to do some of that stuff, and realized I was like, meh, this is cool, but like, it's not curing what I want to do. And so I learned how to code. And so today I take all those technical chops and all those management and marketing skills that I have, and I bring them all together, and I help dev tools go to market, essentially. And so when I say dev tools, it's really sort of anything that you can think about as a developer that you use in your day-to-day to do your job. That's usually considered a dev tool. All right, so on. Sweet Lord, what is going on with that? Okay, so this is us, right? I have something I want to build. As developers, we see a problem that needs to be fixed, right? And so we're like, let's build a solution. And honestly, I think we've seen this in many sessions. Dennis actually presented things he built, valuable things that he built, right? But all of us have built a variety of different things. And oftentimes when we do something, right, it's in like a matter of hours. How many of y'all have like picked something up and been like, I have to build this, and you're done in hours, and you just barreled right through it? Many of you, right? That's what we do. We build stuff. But sometimes we build stuff and we're like, I think other devs need this. And we don't realize that we might be building something, we launch something, those are Cricut icons, if that's not clear, by the way. And then we're like, why does nobody want this? Has that happened to anybody in here? Legit has happened to me 100 times, I swear. And it's because we are developers. I say, let's blame our engineering mindsets, right? Because we love solving problems, but we focus on how to build it, we optimize for the best solution, and then we think that others think exactly like us. Relatable? Yes. So in order for us to start to actually think about building something that can effectively be useful for other developers, or maybe we're like, hey, I actually want to build a business. I want to build a product. I want to build a course. I need to market a course. I want to teach someone something. In all of these different capacities, we still have to understand who needs that and why do they need it. And so for us to take and make that shift and turn into business people, we have to break that pattern, right? We have to think differently. We like to say, oh, I built this cool thing. I literally just talked to a dev today, not going to name names, in the room, and he's like, I didn't like the current solution, so I did it better, right? We tend to do that. But the shift that we need to make as we think about this is, instead of, I have a cool way to solve this, we need to think, is this solving a real problem that other developers have, right? I can build this better. Who said that? Okay, y'all are lying, because like I've said that 100 times. I can do this better. But do enough developers actually need that solution, right? And I think that's what we really get caught up in, is that we may have a pain point. We think that we can't find a solution. We try to build out something, but maybe we're sort of like one of 20 that have that issue, right? Because someone else has a different workaround or a different way that they do it. Look at the solution I built. So many people have said that, so many. Will this fit into other developers' workflow? I literally cannot emphasize that one enough. As devs, how frequently do you want to adjust and change your day-to-day repetition? Never? Yeah. So that's the root problem, right? Is that when you build something and you want developers to embrace it or begin to use it, it has to fit perfectly into their pre-existing workflow. You have to find that nice little sweet spot where they're like, ugh, this is annoying. And then make sure that however you bring that in, that you're integrated well and that it's perfectly aligned in that right little spot where it needs to be. And did you talk to developers outside of your circle? How many people have been through that where they're like, I talked to all of my friends and they thought it was so cool. They said they would use it. All of us. So instead, we have to find the real problems. And we have real problems. We like experience them every day, right? There's constantly something that can be fixed or adjusted. But there's also constantly new solutions that are coming out. So when you think about that, it's really more about how can you actually solve that developer pain in a way that is uniquely different than everyone else. These next few slides are kind of heavy, so I'm going to leave them up for a little bit so you can absorb them. But these slides really walk you through like understanding how to recognize when a new tool or a new solution is actually necessary. So patterns that indicate a developer pain, multiple workarounds being shared and upvoted. Who does this? Who like builds workarounds or go finds workarounds? Yes, exactly, right? We're constantly sharing little snippets. How do we do something? How do we get past this? How do we just patch an issue? Same issue being discussed across different communities. Have you ever seen developers talking about a pain point they're just like so freaking annoyed with in multiple places? Yes, right? That's a sign. That is a good sign. If someone is also patching that together or using a workaround. Developers willing to use complex or ugly solutions. I love that one. How many of us have used really ugly solutions or tools because it was the only option that we had? All right. Does anyone have any of those right now that they're using, like an ugly tool that's, what'd you say? Yeah. What is it? I love that. Every time that we hear about one of those situations, that's an opportunity, right? It's an opportunity for us to go and validate. Are we seeing these other patterns? I think it's on my next slide, but essentially, like as you're looking at this, right, issues that can affect workflow versus minor inconveniences. Minor inconveniences, we're like, great, we'll go grab a snippet, we'll patch it, it's fine, I don't really have to worry about this again. But if it's an issue every single day and it is a thorn in their side, that's what you're looking for. So what makes that problem worth solving? Very similar to sort of the flip of that, right? What's the frequency? Is it coming up often? Is that thorn in their side constantly? Like, is it driving them crazy? Impact. Does it block their work versus just a minor annoyance, right? I can deal with minor annoyances. I'll just kind of patch them over. But if it's constant or if it's something that's blocking me, you can bet your butt I'm going to be so annoyed, you know? So that's a trigger. Current solutions are clearly inadequate, right? We know that that's very clear and happens. And people are actively searching for alternatives. I had a client come in and they're actually a feature flag client and they asked for the recording. So if you're watching, hello. Or they asked about the live stream. So they have a feature flag product, right? We all know there are a lot of different ways to do feature flags. Like I can kind of see it on the looks in your face. You're like, oh, another feature flag product. But here's the thing. It is still, it's a pain point because the current feature flag product that everyone loves has just a very interesting pricing model currently. I love when people laugh because they know exactly what I'm talking about. And so in this current pricing model, right, it's people are actively searching for alternatives because I'm not even going to keep going, but y'all get it, right? The last thing, how many of y'all have seen somebody be hired or brought into your team to literally just solve a pain point? Full-time job, full-time engineer, right? It happens frequently. Honestly, in enterprise, this is like the go-to because they're like, well, there's procurement and security and blah, 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 like all the things. Can we just bring someone in who can solve this? And that is the sweet spot. If you know that a company is bringing in a full-time employee to try to solve a pain point, there is something there because that's an investment. That's a big decision. And that pain point is severe enough that they went through the job description part, the hiring manager part, the recruiting part. It's obviously something that is very clear that needs to be solved. Okay, so signs that you're onto something. These are pretty obvious based on the patterns and things that we've been talking about. But I think these signs that you're onto something, you know, if you're building something and you're like, oh, this is like hitting all the right things, screenshot this or take a picture. I do have a QR code for the slides here pretty soon. But this is the cue, is that you are on to something, right? Are developers sharing their own similar pain point unprompted? So if you're out in the community and you're like, oh, you're sort of like tertiary talking about a problem or a similar solution, and they're like, oh my gosh, let me tell you about this pain. And it's the same thing that you're trying to address, right? And it's unprompted. They're just eager to tell you about it. Has that actually happened in the last 2 days? Because honestly, I feel like that's probably happened. Has anyone been like, yes, right? So it's like, that's a trigger to understand, hey, there might be there might be something here. Easy to find people to interview about the problem. If they are eager to give you their time because you're like, hey, I think I have a solution for feature flag, overpricing, whatever, right? I think I have a solution. And if they're eager to talk to you, then it's like, yes, that is one trigger towards your direction of like, I might be onto something here. Evidence of teams building internal tools while also investing in resources, right? So hiring people, etc. Okay, so where to look? This is always the question, right? And what's really funny is that developers, when they come to me, or technical founders, I should say, and I'm working with them, they're like, yeah, but where do I go find them? And I'm like, where do you hang out every day? We all sort of forget, right? As developers, we go and we are in our flow, when we go ask questions, we're engaging in a community, we're trying to understand things. But then when we flip and we're like, oh, we've got a product and I've got a market and I got to think about marketing, we're like, oh, but where are these people at? They're in the same places you're hanging out already. Unless your target audience isn't you, then you might have some additional channels. But the concepts are the same, right? We're hanging out on GitHub, we're in Reddit, we're in private Slack or Discord communities, we're in different forums, we're at conferences, right? We are here all together. This is a distribution channel. So this is a place that you could go and speak to these developers. One of the other things I have up here, and it's not really aware, but the competitor analysis beyond features is like really, really, really key to aware in terms of how do you validate and understand the audience at which you're actually going after. And so doing a competitive analysis is really, really important. I was actually just chatting with someone before I came in here because he couldn't come to my session and he's like, hey, I have a couple questions quick. And that's what we were talking about, right? Is that we were essentially talking about how do we understand who that user is that wants your solution and where do they spend time? That's literally all developer marketing is. Who needs your product? Who has that thorn in their side every single day? Who's willing to integrate something new into their day-to-day workflow? Which, by the way, I hope that clicks because that's a major challenge. To integrate something into a developer day-to-day workflow is a big challenge for developers to do. Y'all told me that you don't really do that, right? So it has to be so painful for them that they are willing to change their workflow. Okay, so what's next? Let's say that any one of us are like, I want to build a thing. I already have a thing. I think I'm going to build this thing. I want to go do something else. What do you do next? Avoid these common traps. So building without evidence. How many of you, please raise your hand if this is applicable, because this applies to me, have built something with literally zero evidence besides my own single pane? Yeah, like so many times, right? We're smart people. We know better. Only talking to our friends. How many of you have only talked to your friends and been like, they're all like, yes, I would use it. I would use it. And then you release it and nobody, right? You're like, what happened to my friends? Where are you people? Focusing on features over problems. Literally, this is every single developer. Every time I'm working with a client, we have to take a step back and I'm like, that's great. Those are great features. What problems are you solving? Because anytime when I'm working with clients and we're talking about distribution or outreach or trying to gain the awareness or attention of developers, I'm always like, what problem are you solving and what are the keywords around that? So one of my clients, and I'm actually going to say it out loud because y'all should check it out because they're really awesome. ArcJet is what it's called, so arcjet.com. So they are a security as code platform. Love that you're nodding your head. The founder is really awesome on top of it. But their pain point, right, is high Vercel bills or high platform bills because you're getting bots, you're getting unauthenticated traffic. Maybe you've got an AI tool that's in there and someone's just coming in there and trying to scrape everything that it can. Well, that type of a tool, right, comes in and it actually is a security platform that essentially has all the, I'm not going to dig into it, right? But it essentially deflects a lot of that. So as we are engaging, that actual conversation is like high Vercel bills or bot traffic or whatever that might look like, right? Whatever that sort of pain is around that. And so that's what we're looking for. We want to understand what are those pains. So asking, would you use this as one of the traps? The asking, would you use it is the worst question ever, because you're on a call with someone and the pressure is there and they're like, would you use this? And I'm going to be like, well, of course I'd use it. I don't want you to feel bad. I'm not necessarily going to lie, but I'm also going to be like, sure, I'll try it. I'll use it. That's not the question you want to ask. You want to know if they've got a big enough thorn in their side that they are willing to pay for a solution. Are you willing to pay for a solution? If your product is free, beautiful. I don't know how, all the things, right? But if it is free, it's more around, would you be willing to adopt this tool? Will you change your developer workflow to try this tool, which is the hard part? All right, I only have a few minutes. Jeez, this mouse, I tell you what. Okay, only got a few minutes left, so I'm going to jump to this. Again, this one's really heavy, but these are some tools for market research and some communities for feedback. SimilarWeb, GitHub Trends, Stack Overflow Insights, Crunchbase. There's a lot of other tools. Now that web scraping is a thing, this is a lot easier to do in terms of understanding who are your competitors, what are those market opportunities, what are developers talking about and those pain points, and how can you find the right audience for the solution that you have. Communities, I mean, we're all pretty knowledgeable on the developer communities, right? We all spending time in most of these communities. Cool. Okay, so quick next steps. Pick one problem you're excited about. One problem. And this literally should take you like an hour. So I wrote this in a way that if you wanted to nerd out this afternoon, that you could. Pick one problem that you're excited about. Spend an hour searching for pain signals. If you are here and you actually want to do this, talk to developers. Ask them about their pains as it relates to whatever it is that you are excited about trying to solve. Document patterns that you find, because what you're looking for are the trends. You can't take one really good conversation where you got to talk about cows and your dogs and everything you love and it felt so great and be like, that's it. That's it. That conversation was so good. That's it. No, you're looking for trends. You need to talk to as many developers as you can. You're looking for signs of, are you on to something, which is why I told you to take a screenshot or a picture earlier. We have, 2 more minutes maybe at this point? Perfect. Here's a QR code for you to download the slides. This is over on Google Slides. I will leave this up for a little bit because the next 3 slides are fairly heavy, but it is my validation framework. And so I wanted y'all to have that if it was something that you want. And then I'll just walk through it super quickly. Give like 30 seconds. People snap the last thing. Okay, awesome. I want to leave time for 1 or 2 questions, so I'll just do this really quickly. This framework will walk you through what to do, right? So the first part is, what problem do you want to solve? Do your research. The third part is going to be share your solution authentically. Don't roll into a developer community and be like, look at me and my tool. But talk about your solution. I think that there needs to be a new solution here. Here's what I'm proposing. Here's what I'm starting to build. What do you think? What are your pain points? Actually go out and solicit this both beyond this event, but out into your normal developer communities. Interview 10 to 20 developers. If you are still getting new insights from those 10 to 20 developers, keep going. Interview more. You want to keep interviewing until you are no longer learning something new. And those are the questions you should ask in your interview questions. And then last piece of this, your validation proof. You have validated a developer need if you see these 4 bullet points. You find a consistent pain pattern, your developers volunteer specific use cases, you're talking to them and they're like, I could use this for A, right? Or I could use this for B. They're actively seeking better solutions. So that's where that question comes into play. Are you willing to change your workflow to bring in a new solution? Because that's pivotal. And current workarounds and what they're costing them, right? What are they doing today to solve that problem? How much is it costing them? How much time is it taking them? Can you reduce both, right? Because at the end of the day, does anyone know what developers want to do most? Oh, yes, play video games. Yes, save time. We want to save time, right? I think, do all of us agree? That's The consensus is, of course, we want to save time. We want to do things faster, more efficient. We want to be better. And we don't want to have to touch something again if we've already touched it. Yeah, I mean, making money's good. I agree. Okay, wow, I shouldn't touch that. Okay, bringing it back to the QR code. I think we have like a minute, maybe, not even a minute. Anyone have any questions they want to ask? Yeah. I don't think I can fully hear you. I was trying to parse it together, but I didn't get it all. So you're saying like you're worried if you go out there to talk to people that they'll steal your idea? Is that what you're thinking? Okay, I've had this. I literally had this for like 3 or 4 years because I really wanted to build this like really cool tool where developers could come and hang out and they could talk about all the products that they love. And then Product Hunt came out. Right? So someone did build it. But then at the end of the day, that wasn't the approach or the objective I was trying to go after. So I think when we think about these things, like we are so scared of competitors. We're so scared that someone else will win. But at the same time, like how many developers are there, right? There's like millions of us. So even if there is some fear that someone's going to take it, like the reason that you should be building something is because you know that space really, really well. And so you should confidently go into that knowing, you know what, I'm an expert in this space. I'm either an expert because I've dealt with this pain point so much that I know exactly why it's a pain, or that you're an expert because you are in that ecosystem, you are in that sort of pain, you're in that, you understand it, right? I think if you're building something that you have never worked with before and you've never built before, that can be scary. But I don't think that when you look at competition, it's not bad because competition is going to do one thing and you can do a different thing. And so when I work with my clients, one of the things I focus on doing is finding their market opportunity. How can you, even if you're the 7th or 8th or 9th or 10th feature flag platform, how are you different? How do you niche into a different audience, a different pain point, a different stack? Right? Like one of my clients that I was working with, they have a reproducibility tool, essentially. Everything is reproducible, puts it into a Docker container. You take that Docker container, you bring it to wherever you want, right? So reproducibility. We don't always need reproducibility. Does anyone actually need that in their day-to-day where they're like constant? Right, it's not a common need. And so I'm like, I need to figure out their market opportunities. ML ops on-premise, beautiful opportunity. Robotics, beautiful opportunity. Which, by the way, digging into robotics, super freaking cool. If you have any other questions, I will be around for a little bit. Do we have time? We can chat after. I am Tessa K22 pretty much everywhere, and builtfor.dev is my platform. If you're into what I'm doing, you've got questions, I have a developer hub. If you scroll to the bottom of my really crappy website, which I know it should be better, it's hard, right? At the very bottom, there's a spot that says, we love developers, and there's a developer hub. I would love to see y'all in there. I talk about this stuff all the time, and we do really cool stuff with dev tools pretty much every day. So yeah, thank you.
5 in the morning.
All right, sounds good. Good afternoon, Dallas. Everybody excited to be here? Woohoo! That was a great last talk. All right. So, in 1 second, my screen is not doing what I expect it to do. There we go. It doesn't want to stay. Okay, I will not extend my screen. We'll see if we get this work. All right, everybody. So my name is Eric Anderson. I am one of the co-organizers here for the Commit Your Code conference, and I highly recommend if you want to have positive mental health that you do not prepare a presentation for the same conference that you're helping organize. So it has been a journey, and I appreciate you all being here with us for the last few days. I want to talk a little bit about a journey that we had recently here at Yum Brands. Real quickly, I've been at Yum Brands for the last 4 years. I'm a senior software engineer there. I also volunteer in the community. I have my own podcast called Junior Jobs. Most of the work that I do in my free time is about helping developers find their first job in tech. I work primarily with Node and TypeScript, and about 2 years ago, we underwent a massive migration in Yum Brands to move from REST to GraphQL. That was my first exposure to the technology, and I wanted to share some of those lessons learned with you all. And you can find me on LinkedIn, you can find me on Twitter, X there. I am primarily on LinkedIn. That's where I do most of my advocacy work. And I will, to my deathbed, advocate that Bulbasaur was the premier starter Pokemon in the OG Pokemon universe. Who's with me? That's right, that's what I'm talking about. All right, so Yum Brands. Who is Yum Brands? Yum Brands is the largest restaurant company in the world. We are the owner of Pizza Hut, Taco Bell, KFC, and most recently, the Habit Burger, mostly a West Coast-based burger place, if you're familiar with that. Yes, awesome. So historically, despite the size and the scale that Yum was operating at, we were not able to leverage really any of the operational efficiencies or customer insight benefits that you think a large company would be able to operate with because we were working in technology silos. We had a lot of redundancy, even though a customer is a customer, a cart is a cart, an order is an order. We were duplicating that across all of our major brands. We didn't have a unique way or a consistent way to tie customer data since we had different identifiers and different brands required maybe a phone number, maybe an email, et cetera. So we weren't able to understand kind of patterns of our customers either. So starting about 4 years ago, we were tasked to create one e-commerce platform to rule them all. And we successfully did so. In about a 6-month period, we were able to completely onboard KFC onto our own custom-built in-house solution. The goal being that brands would still operate, or they would still control the front-end experience, whereas Yum, as the parent company, would own the back-end experience. We did it successfully in just 6 months, and we won. But at what cost, right? And the pain points that we were experiencing from there was the result of a lot of decisions that we made early on where we were optimizing for speed of delivery versus maintainability of our platform, I would argue. So for example, we took a microservice REST-based approach, primarily because at the scale that we're at now, and I'm looking at some other Yum folks in the audience, I think last I heard we had 2,000 people across the program. It's developers, product owners, analysts, managers, et cetera. And so obviously we couldn't have a monolith. Just imagine the merge requests and the conflicts that we would have at that scale, right? So we needed a microservice architecture to keep this in control. So originally, that REST approach meant that we had teams built around business domains, users, carts, products. But the problem that we saw with this approach is that it led to very interdependent microservices where we could either have on the back end For example, if we wanted to hydrate a cart, that would be what, 3 or 4 API calls. One on the back end to get the cart. That cart would have to call in to get the store menu, and then it would have to call and get product details for each store to be able to return a fully fleshed cart object. So now we have this independency of web services. Or we could have done that on the front end, right? But still, those would have been sequential API calls for the front end to call to maybe get the cart. Maybe that's just a list of IDs they get in the response, and then have to make subsequent calls to a product API to get details. Heaven forbid you have different offers or promotions on that cart, and now you're making even more calls. So during that, to solve that inefficiency there, we did some research and identified GraphQL as a potential solution. And over the last 2 years, as we've been now rewriting the rewrite that we did, it has opened up so many new opportunities that I wasn't aware of before. So that's part of the reason why I was so passionate and want to talk about it today. So the way that GraphQL works here and solves that particular problem is that you instead have a GraphQL router that is responsible for stitching together the details of a single incoming API call. So from the client perspective, a single HTTP call to a Graph API, while it may be requesting the cart and the products in the cart and the inventory levels for each product in that cart, while those may be operated by 3 separate web services, it's stitched together, and that magic is handled to you by the GraphQL router. So you still get the benefit of the client not having to make all those calls, whereas you get that streamlined, independent, siloed architecture from our backend teams. So other pain points that we had. So this is just a screenshot of what documentation governance might look like in a REST world, where you have to manually document the schema of your API. And since that is managed separately, what does that usually mean? That usually means that, it gets out of sync rather quickly. If developers hate one thing, it's documentation. So the beauty here about GraphQL is that the types that you are writing is part of your code base, and it is interpreted by that router and enforces that schema for you. So there's no 2 separate documentation repos, code repo that you have to manage, so you're guaranteed they won't get out of sync. And then it also helps enforce standards, because that was the other problem with a program of 2,000 developers and only a handful of enterprise architects to help orchestrate that effort. It was very easy for each team to go off and adopt their own naming standards. So we would have issues where we would have its customer ID in a snake case. One team would reference it like that. Another team would use camel case for the customer ID. Some other teams would call it user ID. And as the Yum e-commerce platform powering all these different brands, we wanted to have a consistent voice, a consistent product, a consistent representation of what a customer might look like or a product might look like. And the REST approach meant that it was so disparate that it didn't have the polish that we wanted to have. And then lastly here, if you think of the idea of fetching more than you should, the overfetching problem that REST traditionally has, from a performance perspective, there are 2 issues that we ran into. And that is when you're trying to onboard a smaller market, like KFC Kuwait or something, maybe the network structure in that country may not be that optimal. You want to make sure that you're minimizing as much network traffic as possible. So the front end can specify the specific fields that they're looking for, as opposed to in the REST world where you make one request to get a cart, maybe you get 100 line items back, each cart object being 20 lines long, you're getting the SKU of it, et cetera. You may not need that. So why are we burdening the network traffic with that extra network load? And then similarly, from trying to evolve your API perspective, if I wanted to version or release a breaking change in a REST API world, now I have to introduce essentially a new API, right? So in the path to your resource, you're saying, Yum e-commerce API / v2 / blah, blah, blah. Now you have to maintain the v1 of your API and the v2 of your API at the same time. Whereas GraphQL, since you know specifically what fields are being requested, you can know when it's safe to completely delete fields on your existing API or add new ones, because you know you're not going to be affecting any existing consumers. And GraphQL itself, or Apollo specifically, their implementation of GraphQL, provides a lot of tooling around that for you, so you can have more mature governance around the evolution of your API. All right, so GraphQL, I showed some screenshots earlier, but essentially, people say it's like SQL for your API. That's not entirely true. It's not exactly like SQL, but essentially you can describe your data, and then you can get specifically what you want, and then you can iterate on that even as your service evolves. So anyway, I've talked enough about it. We don't have too much time here, so I want to get in and show a little bit what that might look like. All right. All right, so for purposes of this demonstration, we have one example retail supergraph API here that I've prepared for this. So typically when you're deploying a graph API, let me make this bigger for you. You have your router as a separate deployable that does that stitching together. And then each subgraph or microservice is going to be its own deployable under that. But for this demonstration, to keep things simple, I've wrapped that all into this one code base here. So you'll see, for example, the way that this is structured. The router has a specific configuration. It's listening on port 4000. There's some instrumentation details there. And then it is just going to say, hey, forward all headers here. And then I have a schema definition here defining where the router can find the definitions for each of my different microservices. You can see they're named, checkout, discovery, inventory, etc. And it includes the location of where it can find that deployed API, as well as where is the schema defined. So each one of these routes, these could be deployed on different ports, on different machines, but since they're all running locally, that all looks the same here. And you see references to these schema files. So now going into the subgraphs here, I have one for each of these different domains listed. Now I'll open up product here, for example. So in the microservice itself, you define that schema. Let's pull that up. And you define, okay, if my API is being queried by this query, list all products, search products, this is the type that it will be returned. And then you can define what that type looks like. There's an ID field. This exclamation mark means that I promise you it will be there. And then you can define other things called a mutation, which is if you wanted to change that. So you can see descriptions here, just basic, type, ID, product, just like you would expect, like maybe like a TypeScript file might look like. And then, so the resolver here. So the router receives that schema. It now knows how it is allowed to query you and for what types of data. So you saw in that schema file, let me pull that side by side. We have our queries here, list all products here. I'm defining that schema. Then I have the implementation here under that query type. And then I'm going to return some products. Now a product, pause here for a second while it works itself out. So for purposes of this demo, we'll work through it. Maybe it'll work itself out. I have just importing some JSON data, just an array of products from this local data.js file. But this, you can think of this like a database or another API call that you need to make. So then when that product gets returned, is that annoying for you guys? Is that hard to hear? Let me switch microphones. Testing 1, 2. Even worse. Testing 1, 2, 3. I'm going to do my best to yell. I am typically a quiet and reserved human being, so I will do my best for you. And maybe turn down the volume on the stream too if I'm now yelling into that mic. Okay, so if I look at the definition of that product now, so I'm saying when that product is returned, sure, I have this data that I'm pulling in from that JSON file, but then I can also specify on a field by field basis how I want that data to be resolved. By resolved, I mean how it's going to be returned. So this ID, UPC title, like that, this data for my product might be coming from my database, but I can have certain calculated fields. Maybe this variance call, if this is also requested, then maybe that's another table I need to query. Well, if my products are being requested, nobody cares about the variance, I don't have to make that extra SQL call. So my service is now that much faster because it has to aggregate that much less data. All right, and then so review subgraph. Okay, and this is the last configuration. All this file is doing is just saying to my subgraph in my local structure here, this is where my schema file is. That's essentially it. So I'm going to go ahead and run this locally, and we're going to pray that the demo gods are with me. All right, so now I have all of those subgraphs running on my machine. All it did is just go through an array of all these different configurations and launch them on my machine. Now I'm going to go run that router. It's going to stitch it all together. Okay, so my router is on port 4000, but if you remember from earlier, the subgraphs are on port 4001. So now if I come in here, all right, so the router, so not only does that stitching together, but it provides this postman-like experience and management admin experience. Now I'm going to do that call that I talked about earlier, where I'm querying a user's cart. And this in a REST world would be, I'd have a REST microservice, a cart microservice, and a product, and maybe a variant microservice. This is one call, my front end, I'm simulating calling to my back end. And we'll see that it's one API call response back, even though that was sourced from 4 different microservices. And so the additional benefit here, I can remove that username field there, and now in that response, that's not coming back either. Or we talked earlier about how variance might be an extra database call. Well, maybe I don't need that for the screen that I'm showing on the front end. And now that product variant information is not coming back. And not only does it provide like this, a Postman-like experience, but also provides this automatic documentation for the consuming application, where I can now see here, these are all my available queries. I'm querying my user, I'm querying products. I can click in there. Oh, it expects an argument. So it's populating that down here for me. And I can specify, let me do an example query, new query here. And it specifies, it creates the structure of the request for me, so I don't have to go through and construct that all myself. So it makes discoverability of your API that much easier. So here's some more documentation. If I wanted to understand the exact types that are supported by my schema, I can come in here and I can see the different, the cart object coming back, the product object, once again, easy for discoverability. We talked about governance a little bit earlier. It also provides you essentially a GitHub-like experience where you can see the evolution of your API over time. Where before, each of our REST services were managed separately, now that we have this router here and this single location, it can manage the history of your API. So you can see how it's evolved over time, and you can just similarly revert changes to your schema if there is a client having an issue. And then checks here as well. So I'm going to run this locally to show what that might look like. So now imagine you are an enterprise architect and you are stressed out by all of these stupid developers who are making all these breaking changes to your schema. So now if I were to go into, let's say, let's do that user query again. I'm going to go to that schema file. And here I have a list of all of the fields that I'm saying I promise are going to be returned. Well, maybe historically I used to let people sign up and they had to create a username. So it has to be there. That's why I have the exclamation mark. Well, let's say now I want to support social login. So username may not be there anymore. So me, as a silly little developer, I might say, okay, I'm going to mark that as nullable. So now I could easily put in my pipeline a command like this, where I am saying, hey, check the user schema. And it is going to go and compare my local changes, npm run, check schema users, other way around, okay. Can I find so? Let me figure that out. So it should look locally if I have it configured correctly. And it's going to compare my schema change locally to what I'm proposing gets published to my example here. And you can see, hey, there's a field change. It used to be a non-nullable type. Now you change that type. So now before your code gets merged in, you have that automatic check to make sure that you're not introducing a breaking change. All right, we are getting close to time. There's a lot more that I wanted to show you, but that's it in general. So if you are in a place where maybe your team is growing larger than you initially had, you want to introduce some extra checks to make sure that your system is stable, and you want to have you want to productize your API to make it consistent across multiple teams, then I would suggest that GraphQL is the way to go. Thank you. All right, good. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, ready. Let's get started. My name is Ron Dagdag, and today I'll be talking about being a good agentic AI coach. All right. Anyone familiar with this one, these characters? Most likely, yeah. So I am R&D engineering manager at 7-Eleven, and I'm also a Microsoft MVP. I've been awarded the Microsoft MVP for AI, Windows development, Internet of Things, and mixed reality. So get started. So what are good qualities of good coach? And this year it's the Europe, we had the Olympics. So here's one of the things I've saw what's a great sports coach, right? Understands the sports and leads by example, profound visionary or thinker, shares knowledge and educates others, right? Teaches others, highly energized and a motivator, knows the athlete and values and respect the relationship. And there's more. You have to be an effective communicator, a good listener, a disciplined and strong character and integrity, leads by example, very high attitude of work, hard work, commitment to clear passion for the sport, right? So there's a lot of these different things to become, just to be a great sports coach. Right? More and more I've noticed. Today we're going to talk about agents, right? These AI agents, and what is it? What are these agents that they were talking about, and what's the hype around it? And just to kind of clear things up in terms of where is that in the flow, in terms of how we build stuff, or as these tools evolve, right? Artificial intelligence has been there since 1956, and then it comes with machine learning, and you keep hearing about machine learning. In 1997, I started learning a little bit more about machine learning back in 1999. And when I first saw it, it's like, I don't think this tool is very useful, because it's so slow, it's so clunky. Back then, the devices are not good enough, right? It requires a large machinery. And then you have then deep learning in 2017, and we started thinking about this generative AI in 2021. Has anyone used ChatGPT and all that? And you see that, and you start using it more and more, right? So speaking of agents, back in 1999, and I started looking into these collaborative agents, and that's my point here is that it's been about 20-something years since then, and you're seeing more and more of the applications of what these collaborative or these AI agents now. So anyone familiar with this, the data pipeline flow? And most likely you've done that, especially if you're a backend developer where you have your extract, then you do some transformation of your data, and then you load it with a different system, right, on the database. In generative AI, flow is kind of like that too. If anyone uses ChatGPT, you have your input, right? You identify your input, and then you do some transformation from that input, So, and then it gives you the output, right? So it does all its processing. It's one text at a time, and then it builds up. So you see that as it builds through, it generates that prediction. What is the next word that goes through this, and then until it gives you the whole result. So generative AI app flow is kind of like, autocomplete, right? Close to that. So we talked about ETL. It's more where you have your inputs, then it does some transformation, and then the outputs, okay? So in traditional software development, anyone here are traditional software engineers, right?
we're software engineers. A lot of software engineers are doing code development. Inputs, usually whenever someone tells us, hey, I need I need you to develop a website, or I need you to develop an application. First things you ask, what do I need? What is the input, right? Where do I get the data, right? Sometimes it's numeric, sometimes it's integer. And then you do some calculations, right? Math calculation, your if then else, your for loops and while loop. And then you do the output, right? So maybe some text defined or numeric, some calculation you have to do. The important part is that it can be replicated, garbage in, garbage out, right? But if you have the correct data in, you do the calculation, and then the data that comes out, it's always good, right? You can test that, easily test it and see, based from the input, and that's when we start writing unit tests. It can be replicated because of that. In AI software development, now started to look at all these fuzzy input. Fuzzy input, it's, you've seen ChatGPT. What is the input for ChatGPT? It could be anything, right? It could be just whatever the text of whoever is using it. It could be tabular data. You can copy and paste an image, or you can upload, a file, a CSV file, or a markdown text, or some math operations. And so the input is fuzzy. And then you talk about the transformation, whatever it's doing in between, understanding it and debugging in between that, there's a lot of fuzzy things. It could be the instruction could be, extract the list of keywords, or it could be rewrite or summarize it, or answer a question. It could be also like, give me, some product ideas or different things, right? And that could be part of the instructions and how it does the transformation. And then the output can be different too, right? It could be text, it could be paragraph, it could be the output of your, it could be JSON, it could be Markdown, it could be another image. So my point here is on the AI software development, there's the part of it that is probabilistic. And that's where it's changing the way we think, we start doing the development side, right? Knowing which, at the end of the day, these are tools as a software engineer, right? So when do you use traditional software development is important, and when do you use AI software development? So when we're talking about something that can be replicated, something that you need to do some calculation, it makes sense to do traditional software development. It's discrete. And if you need to do some of text processing, or trying to understand or trying to brainstorm new ideas, then you start looking at it on the AI software development side, which becomes probabilistic. So there's that fuzziness part of it, right? Yeah, so fuzzy input, fuzzy transformation, fuzzy output. But, has anyone here have used ChatGPT, and it's always starts from scratch. You start from blank page, and sometimes it doesn't remember what are your previous interaction, right? It always starts from new. So it is important that every time you talk to it, or you every time you send data to it, you add more context. The keynote this morning is all about context. Also in AI, and if you want to communicate properly to this AI things, right, you have to provide more context. So there are different ways in how you can provide context. One is instruction prompts. Instruction prompting. So there's what we call system prompt, where you can specify right before it processes any of your questions, you pass those system prompts, right? So it could be, you are a professional assistant, always polite and respectful, those kind of things, right? So those are examples of system prompt. Or you can also give it examples of how you want the output to be. It could be, okay, this is an example of, this is awesome, and you specify, hey, that's negative word. This is bad, that's positive word. And then now, when it auto-completes, it kind of understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to trick it. You're trying to tell it to say the negative part. So it infer from those examples. So those are few shots example. Another one to bring context is what we call retrieval augmented generation. You know, there are some presentations, pretty much anyone attended, and they all talk about rags to riches, and rag here. And then they talk about vector database and all these different things. Doesn't have to be vector database. It doesn't have, at the end of the day, you're bringing in context, bring more data to this chat. So does it have to be some vector database, or it doesn't have to be. It could be from your APIs. It could be from another text, right? Or it could be, you know, from images or pictures, or however it needs to be. At the end of the day, it gets identified as part of your prompt to provide those context. So pretty much a typical example of it in terms of high level is that before it, when the user asks the question, it queries the data, relevant data, and brings in all the necessary information that it needs so that when it sends it to the model, it has the right context. To the large language model, it has the right context, and it would properly give you the result. Another approach is fine-tuning. Fine-tuning is where you give it more examples, but you create a new model. So you're not using, you know, the GPT-4o model or the Llama models, the models that are available out there, or the Phi 3.5 model that Microsoft has. You've trained a new one based from these transformer models, from pre-trained model, by giving it a bunch of examples of prompts and then the completion, prompt and completion. Give it more example, and then it'll learn, and you'll have a fine-tuned model, and that's what you would use. So there's ways to do it. So in terms of complexity, right? For us, it's just easier to start with, let's do prompt engineering, add it with context. And then if you need more data, you do retrieval augmented generation. And then if you need a fine-tuned model or certain model specifically for it, specifically for that, maybe it's a medical, you know, or something that's fine-tuned for specific for your company or for specific for your application, then you do a fine-tuned model. And of course, the most expensive one is you start from scratch, which is possible, but you need more data and you need more compute in order to do that, right? But the quality is better, so, because it relates to what you need. So whenever we're looking at all these possible combinations, so the easiest one is, let's do prompt engineering and then retrieval augmented generation. So how do you, these are some strategies how to get better results. First is make sure, just like anyone, I am an engineering manager. I need to be able to talk to my direct reports and give them clear instructions. The same way too, right? Another one is provide reference text. I am an engineering manager. I hired a new person. I need to give them relevant information on what the job they're going to be doing, right? It's the same way here too. Split complex tasks into simpler tasks. Well, if you hire a new person in the team, you don't give them the most complex task. You break it down into something that they can achieve and be able to be successful at it. Give them time to think. If you have a new employee, they haven't really, or they're not familiar with the, you know, where everything is, give them time to finish up some of the tasks. The same way here too. Give the model time to think. Use external tools. Well, do they have the right laptop? That's one of the things. Do they have access? Those are tools. If they have the right tools, they can be productive. Same way here too. If you bring them context and using external tools, sometimes it's embeddings-based search, sometimes it's calculations, specific functions, you can do that. Of course, test changes systematically. Whenever they do an MR, make sure someone else is checking them too, right? So it's just a way to test, right? Test the changes. One way to do that in this AR world, right? It's to evaluate the model output with a gold standard. What do you expect if this is the question? You have your experts that will backing you up, and then you can use it to compare. So let's give some examples. Sometimes that helps to give you that context that we're talking about here. Okay. So this one right here, this is LangChain, right? smith.langchain.com/hub. If you want examples of prompts, this is a good resource, right? I'm creating a chatbot. Okay, I'm going to create a chatbot, and maybe there's one that's related to what you're trying to do. So search this place first, and I think it's a good place to kind of look at what are the prompts that are out there that can be available to you. So let's see if we can find one here. So top favorited prompt maker. So this is an example prompt, right? So being able to just copy this and put it on in your application. So this is a good way to start working on prompts for large language model. Is anyone here familiar with, of course, GitHub? GitHub actually has a marketplace for models now. So if you go to GitHub, models, marketplace models, you can actually play with this, right? So you can actually say, I don't want to use OpenAI, maybe I can use Llama, or we can use Microsoft Phi 3, and I can just say, hello, and it will respond back. You can actually have that system prompt built for you. And system prompt, you can get it from this Langsmith to try it out, or I found out on ChatGPT, there's a way you can create a prompt. There's a tool that creates a prompt for you for a specific subject. So let's say I want to make a prompt jingle for music generator for GPT-4o model. And it writes a prompt based from the things we were just talking about. First, talked about you are the world's first talented jingle composer. And there's the part of, hey, there's our instructions on what it would do, right? And then chain of thoughts, kind of follow these steps to create that jingle. So it gives you that, one by one. And then what should you not do? So things that's boundaries. So it's the same way as whenever you're hiring someone, you give them, what you can and cannot do, right? And then give them examples of what's a good behavior of what it needs to be. Some examples of, hey, this is, if the brand description is this, and then this is the jingle, the output and the style of how you would want it. So it gives you kind of an example of what that looks like. So once you have that prompt, so you can just come up with whatever you want, right? You go to, the GitHub marketplace, and you copy and paste that prompt on this system prompt, okay? So that's what I did here. So the same one I get from this system prompt generator, I paste it here, and then I ask, what can you do? And it tells you, kind of like that, right? It tells you like ChatGPT style. And now I have a specific item that it can do, and say, write a jingle for water bottle for dogs. And then started writing and generating the jingle and all that specifically based from this system prompt. So you can play with this back and forth, right? But now I feel like, hey, that looks good. I mean, that looks like a good tool that I can start using, right? Or something that you can actually click code here, and it would give you the code, the JavaScript code. If you need it in JavaScript or C# or Java, you can have the Java code related to this, right? And then with the prompt integrated in, and also now this one is, of course, it's connecting to GitHub, but you can actually get an API key if you want to deploy it in Azure AI, it allows you to do that. It has a path forwarded there. Easy, right? Notice how it changes the way you kind of look at things, right? I mean, I can integrate this to my program, and if I want to create a summarizer or something like that, I can just integrate it with an existing application that I have, because at the end of the day, it's just an API call, you know, and sending those text messages to receive back and forth, right? Yes? Okay, so let's go back to the presentation. Okay. So, of course, the magic happens because it has a lot of these, what we call function calling. This function calling allows you to be able to see where you have the meta prompt, which is a system prompt, and then has a definition of what the function looks like. And because of that function, it knows how to, you know, then if the prompt is this, it changes the way the output looks like. So in terms of agents and how you can build agents with this, that's pretty much what's happening in the background. It knows how to create the function call. And then now that you have the function call, then you can build agents just like this, right? What are AI agents? AI agents are like, you know, you give them a task, you give them tools to use for those tasks, and then it gives you the answer. At the end of the day, instead of, you know, generating prediction, just what we were just looking at, now you can let it do things, right? Because it has the set of tools. So there's a lot of information that we can do in order to do this. So one of the example I have here is, you know, you can have an agent where it knows which tools to run. And then because it knows the tools that it can run, it can call those tools. What are tools? So one example of it is, so this one calls ChatGPT in order to, you know, just to give me the result. But there's ways that you can write different tools. So a tool like this is like, I want to get time and date, right? ChatGPT does not know what time it is, right? Because they were trained at a specific point in time, they don't know what the version of time. But if you create tools and you build tools, it would know what time it is because it's part of the context. You can bring those contexts together. And so this is an example of how you can bring, you know, maybe it's an API call or maybe it's something else, right? To add it to your list of tools that the agent can run and can include it in the prompt. And then it will be able to get that going. So let's see how that goes. I will give you examples of how that runs. Okay. So here's an example of it where I ask it to where, what is the current time? What is the current time and weather in Dallas? Okay. So that was the question. But because it has the, you know, the search tool that it can search the internet, and also it knows the time on my computer, it was able to answer that the current time in Dallas is, of course, this might be old. Let's see if we can run it again. So it knows, it grabs the time on my computer. It's 3:23 p.m. And then it knows that the time is 3:23 and the current weather in Dallas is this. So it brought that context, the right context to before it calls OpenAI. Okay. So just to give an end to this, there are also one of the things in order to add security to your data set whenever you're building this is you have your user experience, which we talk about. Those are the questions you ask. You have your meta prompt, which is the system prompt and the instruction prompt or function calling. But adding a safety system is also very important. And there are some services out there that adds it before it calls the model. In that way, you have that mitigation layer that whenever before it responds back, it will be able to filter out, what are good and what are the acceptable items, and based from the output of the model. So those are the things that I believe that would help everyone. So just to summarize, this is very important. If there's only one thing that I want you to take away from this, understanding like when do you use traditional software development and when do you use AI software development. If you think that there's a capability that your tool, that your application needs some AI software development, think about it. It's fuzzy. The input is fuzzy. The output is fuzzy. It's harder to test. It's probabilistic. And that is it for today. So here's some links. This is the link to the presentation. If you want the demo that I just presented. Also, if you want to connect with me, my name is Ron Dagdag. If you can connect to me through my socials, LinkedIn is the best place to contact me. Thank you very much. Any questions?
All right. What's up, everybody? I am Shashi Low, Senior UX Engineer at Microsoft. I work on the Azure Pricing Calculator team. So please do not go on the Azure Pricing Calculator until after January 1st, okay? I have holidays planned, vacation. I don't want to go on call and mess up and work on your bug, all right? Thank you. I am born and raised in Wisconsin and Minnesota. So let's do a roll call. Who here came outside of Texas? Make some noise. That's all you got? Make some noise. Okay, okay. But I currently reside in Austin, Texas. So I heard that everything is bigger and better in Texas. So let me hear it, Texans. All right, all right. And people online too. We can't forget you. Make some noise. Okay, I might have heard one or two, but I still have no idea how I got 25 minutes to talk to you guys about whatever I wanted to. So you betcha I'm going to take advantage of this. So today, I'm going to talk to you guys about how Module Federation is a game changer for micro front ends. Let's try that again. Oh, whoops. That was not supposed to be there. But today's agenda is we're going to talk about what micro front ends are, what is Module Federation, how does Module Federation play a part in micro front ends, and then we're going to do some demoing. All right, so first, what are micro front ends? Okay, a raise of hands of who here knows what or has worked on a micro front end before. Okay, a few of you. All right, how about people that have never even heard of micro front ends before? Raise your hand. Okay, many of you. Well, I'm sorry, but you're not gonna learn anything from this. I'm just kidding. You're gonna learn a lot from this. So before we jump into micro front ends, we need to understand the monolith applications. All right, so let's look at this image on the left, okay? This is a typical old ass shenanigans, okay. Monolith application, okay? Danny told me that I need to talk to you like my children because this is live streamed. Yeah, Richard, yeah. Sit down, Richard. No, don't touch that. Daddy's gonna need a few minutes. Hold on. Oh, we gotta go back. So if we look at the monolith image on the left, right, there are three teams, the cart team, website team, and payment team. All of their code is in one repo, one deployment, one schedule, like one node package, like you're sharing everything, right? So if the payment team wanted to upgrade React version 16 to 19, they would have to communicate to the website team, the cart team, and even the platform team that ingests all of them to ensure that they're all ready and their roadmap is set up so that they can upgrade everything, right? But because they're in a monolith, that's not going to happen for probably another 2 years. And that just sucks, That's just a pain in the, I'm going to let you guys fill that in. I'm not going to say anything. Now let's look at the right side, right? Nicely decoupled micro front ends. Each team has their own either directory or repository, 3 different teams, 3 different deployments, 3 different node dependencies, right? Individually. Each one of them has their own web application layer, their own service layer. They could even be a different JavaScript framework. Now, the payment team could upgrade to React 19 without even worrying about the other two. Because in the end, it's all minified and ingested into the host application anyways. But the awesome thing is, if all three of these were in the monolith, you have to load everything, right? And I mean, that could take 4 or 5 seconds. But now if you asynchronously load these applications, it could be a second. It could be way shorter. This is where module federation comes to play. If all three of these apps were federated apps, the host would receive runtime updates. Instead of recompiling, redeploying, figuring out versions, all of that, module federation has the ability to also hot module reload your changes instantly. Like me, an instant success. I'm just kidding. So a little bit about module federation. Module federation is a method for sharing code and resources between multiple JavaScript applications. It's a micro front-end architecture that allows developers to split code into modules, break applications into smaller, self-contained modules that can be deployed, tested, and deployed independently. They could be dynamically loaded modules. Load multiple modules at runtime to form a single-page application. You can also share code between applications, share code and resources between multiple applications, reducing code duplication and improving maintainability. Now, I've had the opportunity to talk to Zach Jackson. He is the creator of Module Federation. I told him I was doing this talk, and he gave me some awesome snippets about the current and future state of Module Federation. So latest Module Federation version 2 supports hot module reload, remote types, runtime lock files, and we'll be extending their runtime plugin system to allow users to create their own hooks and use it for inter-application communication eventing. In 2025, Modern JS will ship React Server components with Module Federation support. So big things are coming from Module Federation. If you don't believe me, he just tweeted this like 2 days ago. Module Federation version 2 just crossed 1 million weekly downloads. That's a lot. So definitely, if you're thinking about micro front ends or know nothing about it, do some research. Module Federation is a really cool tool to use. It works in Webpack 5. It currently works in Vite and RSPack as well. Zach and his team created RSPack, so they made sure that Module Federation works with it. So it's an awesome way to kind of just decouple things and kind of see how things work. And obviously, if you're a small team, it might not make sense. But as you grow and as the application grows, it's going to make a lot of sense. All right, demo time. Demo gods, please allow me to have a good demo. Please, 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 nothing go wrong. Thank you. Okay, so as we look at this screen, these are two separate apps. The one on the left is the host app, and the green one. Oh, okay. Let me go back. Present. Oh, I see. Good? Okay. The one on the left is the host app. The one on the right is the sidebar. There's two separate apps, right? They're two separate module federated apps. And if you move down, there's a count, right? That's a state. So they both share the same state. And if I press increment, they're both going to increment. How do we know if these two apps are module federated? Well, if we look at the DOM, we won't. Bigger? This? Good? Okay. If we look at the DOM, it's already compiled, right? You can't tell. But if we go to the network tab, there are remote entries. Remote entries are like keys. They allow you to enter into a module federation app. As long as they're being exposed, then you can utilize them. So if we look at these two, and I'll expand this a little bit, this is host 3000, and then this other local instance is 3001. And right now we're in 3000. So if we go to 3001, this is the cyber app. If I go back, this is the host app. The host is ingesting the sidebar app right into its application. Now let's look at some code. All right. We are inside the host webpack configuration. If we look at this configuration, we can give it a name, any name you want. It doesn't have to be host. File name, this is the remote entry. It's typically remote entry. You can name it whatever you want as well. And then we're using the host as remote entry. Why? Because we want to use the same state instance in both places. And if we don't do that, then the states are going to be out of sync. And then we're also using the sidebar app, or the sidebar module federated application that's on port 3001. And here's the difference, right? We're exposing the store, which is the state management. So if we go to store, it's a simple ZooStan store. It's just incrementing the count. That's all it's doing, right? Let's go to the host app. The host app is importing the sidebar module federated app and the capital S sidebar component. I should have named it something different. But then the host can utilize it, right? So now let's go to the sidebar webpack configuration. Now, this is where the name came from, right? I could have named it anything else as well, but it's called sidebar, remote entry. And then we're taking in the hosts. That way we can utilize the state management. And here is where we expose the sidebar component. So let's go to the sidebar component. It's just a simple A side with a heading and a count. But if you look here, we are taking in the host module federated app, and we're taking that store that was exposed from the host. And now we can utilize and take that state. And now we're two separate apps deployed. They could be deployed separately, sharing the same state. This is a very simple example. That's why we're going to go and look at a small company called Microsoft and how they utilize module federation. Never heard of them? Oh. It's my team. Oh, that's my project. Oh my gosh, look at my project. Can anybody tell me what part of this is module federated? Well, they're telling me they're trying to kick me off the stage, so I can't take any volunteers. I'm sorry. So everybody is correct. It's the right side, sidebar here, the estimated monthly costs. Me and my team, we built this. It's called the cost card. And if we inspect this, we should see a remote entry, correct? So let's refresh this and watch and see. Don't blame me that it's slow. It's not my page. I didn't build the frame. It just takes a while. Come on. I mean, it's not throttled, okay? It's not throttled. Okay. Whoa, there's 9 of them. There's only supposed to be 1. I'm just kidding. There is supposed to be 9. If we look at these module or remote entries, you'll see here, this one's named cost card, right? This is the host. This one is named app services. The next one is application gateway. The next one is backup, down, bandwidth, all the way down, right? These are all different services. You might be asking me why? Why would you do that? Why would you build so many services in one? All right, here's our use case. We work with 150 plus different services. That's 100 plus different teams. And each one of those teams, they have their own business logic, okay? As you can see costs here, right? Everything has a unit cost. Every skill has a cost. It has a tier, and then every one of you could have a negotiated price. That means that we have to house all that data and figure all these calculations just for you and your case and your discount and everything. For 150 plus different services. That's just a lot. A lot. That's what we currently do with our calculator, the Azure calculator, which you're not supposed to visit yet. Okay. But with this cost card, we were able to architect this from the ground up. It took 2 years. This project was planned for about 7 years, and we finally got it done about 3 months or 4 months ago to the general public. It was a great achievement. But what we were able to do was separate the services. So I'm going to show you an example here. I need to fill some things in before I go and create more services. And let me zoom in for y'all. Okay. I'm going to add one more thing here. This is to preface, this is the Azure portal. This is production. This is the virtual machines creation page. If you're looking for a virtual machine, you would go here. You would choose your subscription, choose your size and everything. I can show it right now as well. Like you could choose a different size if you want. As you're choosing that, the cost card then is changing according to that unit cost. And the awesome thing is this page is built with Knockout.js. Our module federated app is built with React, but they communicate with one another. When any changes happen on the left side here that justify a cost, it gets passed to the cost card. The cost card makes 2 API calls. It calls one to the Discovery API, which gets metadata for those SKUs that they're looking for. And then with those IDs, we go and fetch the cost from our pricing APIs to bring that back. And it's not done. Then that business logic for the services, we run through the business logic, get all that done. Then we display it. We display the correct display name, pricing, and all of that stuff. So there's a lot of magic that happens behind the scenes. Okay, so let me go back here and add a load balancer real quick. We're going to add a very fancy name, ASFD. All right, so it's kind of faint, but if you can see, public IP has a border below here, and then load balancer has a border on top. That is because there's separation of services. So public IP is IP address service. It's a modern federated app. VM bound data transfer, that's a bandwidth app, which is a separate module federated app. Same thing with load balancer. 3 different apps. The awesome thing is we built a platform so that you can onboard to our infrastructure without much work. There's a lot of default functionality already. If you want to override our classes to create your own custom logic, you can. And we also have a whole full UI component library. We use Fluent UI. We extended it for the case of the cost card. And so all that's built already, so you can be onboarded quickly. And I want to point out that the bandwidth app right here, it has a data transfer input, and so does load balancer. We didn't put this into our global UI component library because this logic is owned by the bandwidth team. So we built it in their application, and they're exposing that out so that if anybody wanted to use that component, they can ingest the bandwidth module federated app and use that component. So now they're on the hook to fix it. If it breaks, they're taking care of it and everything else. Okay, now I gotta jump back and do the share thing again, right? Okay. Okay. Give me a second. Going back to my slides. Share my screen. All right, so the problems we solve for the cost card. My team works with over 150 plus different services. Majority of the teams have their own custom and unique business logic. We want each team to own their own part of the application. How do we get the latest changes from several services without redeploying the app when changes occur? Here was our solution. Micro front ends with module federation. Each team owns their own directory within our monorepo. Each team can have their own deployment or use our shared deployment system. As teams make updates, the platform receives updates without redeployment through module federation. You may be asking me, Shashi, can you share the code? You know, what the cost card? No, I can't. I mean, I could, you know, Christmas is coming. I have 4 kids. You know, they want presents. They want to go to the Disney cruise. So let me know. Anywho, I'm Shashi Low. If you want to be an instant noodle like me, come say hi. Thanks.
Okie dokie. Good. All right, everyone. I hate to be the last one to stand between you and the end of the conference, but here I am. So my name is Michael Ludden. I work for a company called Turo. We are a database company. We make a distributed database based on SQLite, and I am here today to present to you about why you should give every one of your users their own individual database and how that could even be possible. So I couldn't, this is a late addition, the Oprah meme, but it's just too perfect for this, so I figured I'd get it in for what it's worth. Everybody gets a database. Okay. We're going to talk a little bit about OLAP versus OLTP. That's the nerdiest thing we're going to do. And then we're going to talk about all the bits about multi-tenancy, why, how, what, do a brief architecture comparison, and we'll get you out of here. How does that all sound? All right, cool. First of all, does anybody know does anybody know about OLAP? Who knows about OLAP? Kinda, yeah? Okay, I'm not going to make you tell me what you think it is. But feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Who knows about OLTP? Okay. Most of you, I think, even though only some of you raised your hands, actually know about OLTP. You just think you don't because you have no reason to understand the acronym. So let's start with OLAP. OLAP stands for Online Analytical Processing. Yes, the L is line in online, which is interesting. OLAP is a type of database technology that is about long queries. It's not latency sensitive or throughput sensitive. It is throughput sensitive, and it's mostly for business intelligence. So essentially, it's for analytical workloads, workloads that are long running, involve large chunks of data, and that aren't optimized for latency. So not great for multi-tenancy and the use cases that we're going to discuss today. These are some companies that offer OLAP processes. So you may have heard of MotherDuck, probably Redshift, ClickHouse is another one. We're pretty familiar with MotherDuck. I recommend any of these if you're interested in analytical workloads from a database perspective. That's not what we do at Turo. We do OLTP, online transaction processing. So this is shorter queries. Latency is kind of the whole deal. How fast can we return the result to you? It is also throughput sensitive. And just think about using it via API. That's how a lot of people commonly consume it. Essentially, it's for transactional workloads where you're trying to scan as little data as possible. You're making the query as short-lived as possible, and you're achieving the lowest latency as possible for better user experience to your end users. Most popular database offerings you're familiar with are OLTP. If you use a database for anything other than analytics, it's probably OLTP. So, most Postgres databases, for example, are OLTP. So, for example, think of a user profile with a user ID, and you want to fetch only the data associated with that ID. That's always going to be OLTP. It's never going to be OLAP. If it is, you're doing it wrong. So this is us. This is what Turo does. We're going to talk about these things today and why and how multi-tenancy can actually help you lean into what OLTP is supposed to deliver. Yeah, okay. So modern OLTP needs. Aside from the technical aspects, there's a lot of compliance and privacy considerations that you have to take into account, especially when you're talking about data related to a specific person, such as patient data or credit card purchase history, or if you're dealing with regulatory environments like GDPR. In the US, we don't have any of that, so it's just kind of a free-for-all. But a lot of us, build modern distributed applications that function in multiple regions, including ones with a higher degree of user protection for their citizens. So in the case of GDPR, you might need to be able to, does everyone know what GDPR is? It's like the European compliance law, yeah, okay. You might need to be able to purge records from existence upon request in certain regulatory environments like GDPR. That's just one example of how your OLTP solution needs to be compliant in ways that it didn't used to be back in the day. The more isolated the data is, the better, obviously. The less opportunity you have to screw up and accidentally do something illegal that could get you in trouble. So what is multi-tenancy? We'll go through this briefly. Actually, I think this isn't brief. So multi-tenancy is offering, for the purpose of this talk, multi-tenancy can mean a lot of different things depending on the scenario you're describing it in. In fact, when we first started thinking about this, and you would Google multi-tenant, it could either mean, depending on the definition, and I don't want to confuse anybody here, it's just kind of a funny thing. It could either mean a SaaS in which there are multiple tenants for a single database, or a SaaS where it's got multiple users and each one has their own databases. So like it could mean the thing or the opposite thing. It's very confusing. But I think the industry is kind of aligning on the idea that this is, at least in the database world, this is offering a database per tenant instead of partitioning a giant database, slicing it up and saying this part's for this tenant, this part's for that tenant, and having kind of a granular accessing and permissioning system for that. You're probably familiar with that architecture. That's pretty much still the standard. But in this case, what I mean by tenant is really any way you want to divvy it up. If it's per user, per region, workspace, agentic query, which we're all starting to be familiar with, hospital, patient, session, could be any unit that you want to divide it by. That's what a tenant means. And multi-tenant just means, yeah. So anyway, why multi-tenancy? It is an easier path to compliance in many ways. So if you have per user isolation saying each user has their own database, and let's say you need to suddenly delete all data related to the user to comply with GDPR, you just delete their database. And there's not going to be any issue with accidentally deleting multiple databases or contamination of what you're trying to do there. If a user is asking for a copy of their data, you just literally copy the database and give it to them. In the case of SQLite, that's very easy because SQLite is literally just a file. So a SQLite database is just a file. You copy it, give it to them, there they go. Just makes it very simple from an architecture perspective. Per user encryption. So if you need to make sure that the data is extremely secure and you want to do individual keys on a per user basis, you can do that, and it's much easier than using one database that houses all user information and trying to differentiate user keys and managing a very granular permission system there. Why multi-tenancy? Another reason, you may all have felt this at one time or another, developer velocity. It increases when mistakes cost less. Mistakes in shared resources can multiply the cost by the team size, and a shared database is often a source of terror, dare I say. You can mistakenly query or update or delete unrelated user data much more easily because the data is not as isolated as if literally every user has their own database. So why multi-tenancy? I feel like I'm going through this fast, but I do have a lot of slides, and I was trying to go through it fast. Anyway, we'll see. If we have time, we'll have questions at the end. Replication. So another reason for why multi-tenancy is replication. Independent replication is hard to do with a big centralized database. It's easy to do with a fleet of small databases. You can just replicate one database or two or three or however many you need. Developers can work on replica DBs of a user data. So just copy this, edit it, and that can be independently hosted wherever you want, on a mobile device, using API services or in a microservice each if you want. And if you have slow queries, no one else gets defended. The noisy neighbor problem goes away. There's also huge latency advantages to replication. Turso is a file-based database. As I said, it's based on SQLite. So there's no separate server required to be running. It's embedded locally in your app, and that means you can serve queries in microseconds, not milliseconds, from a local file system with absolutely zero network latency. There's no egress that you have to deal with. That's more impactful than most of the other optimizations you can actually do in software. It's just sort of an architectural benefit that's simple. Another reason why multi-tenancy, simplicity. So there's no need for row-level security in many situations, which can be a real pain. Has anyone here ever dealt with row-level security in a SaaS? Okay. Is it a pain? Okay. I saw some nodding. Okay, cool. I mean, it's not cool. So here you go. So there's no need for caching with replication. You can actually replicate to a mobile device, complete with offline writes. We just introduced that from a platform perspective. So you can actually have a local replica on your phone, write to it, And well, I guess caching would be more about replication. So anyway, you can read from it as well. Per user backups and restore. So a whole class of problems related to user rollback of data are now solved with a single operation. So it's much easier to roll back an individual user's data if there's some issue than it otherwise would be. Another reason why multi-tenancy, and this may be counterintuitive, this is kind of the whole point of the talk, it's actually potentially extremely cost efficient. We hear a lot, you know, isn't it expensive to offer thousands or eventually millions of databases like that? And I think it's great that we get this question a lot because it means people are very ambitious. And I think a lot of people always think that their service is going to be eventually serving millions of users. And let's, you know, a lot of times that isn't the case, but even if it is, it's not an issue. So because Turso is based on SQLite, it's just a file, it's infinitely scalable, and the cost is very efficient. On our free tier, we offer 500 databases for free just to start and play around with. And by the way, I'm kind of using per tenant and per user interchangeably, but the per user thing is just a type of tenant that I think makes a lot of sense to people, right? If you're thinking about a user-based SaaS and you want to give each user their own database. So forgive me if I'm using them interchangeably. You can think of other types of tenants. I already gave examples, but it's just easy to think about like, okay, you start an offering and you have your first 500 users using it. Well, you can do that on our free tier very easily. And then all the way up to unlimited databases by the time you get to our pro plan, which is still a self-service plan. So you're never going to be receiving some sort of surprise billing because, oops, you got 1 million users and now that's going to cost you an insane amount because you have to pay for all those databases. It's practically free, unlimited databases when you think about the cost structure not being based on how many databases you have as much. So let's do it. You can just use a SQL database, and this is just in general. This isn't related to Turso necessarily. You can just pick a boundary that shards naturally, so like a user, a customer, a page. That's talking about the tenant of it all, and make the application aware of it. And then every unit, which is like a tenant or a user, can just be a SQL database. So how can this effectively scale other than just being a file, right? So this is the usage expectation that people have when they think about how people are going to, I guess, hit the database, right? Query the database. And this is the usage reality. I think most people who've ever tried to do a SaaS product have experienced this. You have a few users that cost a lot because there's just tons of usage, and then most users use it very little. But you end up having to pay for all of it to keep the database up and running all the time, just in case, so that nobody has a horrific experience. So you have to have a long-running server, whether there are requests or not. Scale to zero does partially solve this, but users can keep you from getting to zero if they make as few as, or cause as few as 10 queries a day. So it's kind of only a partial solution. So how can we solve this? SQLite is the solution. It is the most memory efficient database on earth. It's designed to run in constrained environments. Every one of your devices that you have on you has many thousands, I'm pretty confident, of SQLite databases inside of all the different applications that you run every day. Every mobile phone leverages SQLite because it's meant to be running in a constrained environment. And SQLite's already been used in traditional multi-tenant architectures for a very long time, even before sort of the modern era of distributed computing. Being that it's designed to run, and what do I mean by it's designed to run in constrained environments? So it comes with memory limit controls, cache size, has a heap limit on functions. You can actually determine what that limit's going to be and adjust it. Same thing with CPU limit controls. So it's much easier to just kind of dial up and dial down how many resources it's going to take to be running in a given moment. And with all that, it's still incredibly capacitive. So you can have over 200 terabytes of storage, over 2,000 writes per second, and over 100,000 reads per second on a single SQLite database. And we're talking about hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. That's pretty good. And we forked SQLite because it wasn't good enough. And we made libSQL. So libSQL is our SQLite compatible fork that adds things like replication, things that modern applications need, right? SQLite was always thought of as an embedded database. Like I said, that's on your device, but it's not it's not something that you would use in a serverless environment, right? So libsql and Terso on top of that solves for that. With libsql itself, it's fully open source. It's also open contribution, which is something that SQLite itself is famously not. And we would love a star. We got to about 12,000 stars recently. It's a vanity metric, but you know, if you feel so inclined, feel free to go to tur.so/libsql, give us a star. We added replication, backup and recovery, encryption at rest. It's also accessible over HTTP, which enables the whole serverless managed offering aspect of it. And we also recently added vector embeddings support. So instead of using a separate vector database, like Pinecone or Chroma for a lot of use cases, if you're just trying to do vector search or on-device RAG, or just RAG in general, for AI purposes, you can actually just use a column type, which is vector embeddings, right within the same libsql file, and do it right there in a very lightweight way. So talking about architecture, Terso is fully isolated. You can, if you think of the client being the application as querying the data over HTTP, each request can be completely unique and, boy, I wrote that wrong. I don't even know what I meant by that. Memory and CPU. Got two in my head about that. Anyway, you can secure that with anything you want in terms of like encrypted keys, JOT, or anything else. And then idle databases cost zero, again, because it's just a file. So you can also use Terso just like you would any other modern serverless database offering, and you can get one of the simplest, fastest developer experiences out there. I put this slide in there because I think we're talking a lot about alternate architectures and different ways of thinking about this, and that could give you the impression that when people sign up for Terso, it's like really difficult to comprehend. There is not a big cognitive lift. You can literally just start with a database. A lot of our users just use one database. You don't have to do multi-tenancy. We talk about a lot of different interesting things you can do with Terso and that it does enable. But you can start with the simplest possible use case. And the other aspect of it is the local development story with Terso is probably one of the simplest ways to get started building an application with a database, because you can literally just have an on-device SQLite file, and then when you're ready, just switch out the driver, and then boom, you're accessing it via the managed service. So it's actually very simple to get started. I don't want to scare anybody off with all this kind of talk of flipping the apple cart over. Pricing is also really generous. I mean, you can see here that it's a very generous free tier. We get told that all the time, but it's also pretty cost-effective to get things like databases that never sleep, crazy higher limitations if you need them, multi-region replication up to 10 locations, and unlimited databases. All right, so that's enough. That's almost enough promotion. So if you're interested in trying Terso, use this coupon code. You'll get 10% off any of our paid plans for a year. But again, I just encourage everybody to try it out. We have a Discord. We've got quite a few people on. It's very active, and we would love anyone to join that wants to. It's right there on our website. I forgot to put the link here, but the team is extremely responsive all the way up to the CEO and our CTO. And if anybody ever has questions, it's not like we gate support to only paying users. So we've got a good community there, and I encourage you to join that. But that is, wow, I burned through that way faster than I thought I would. That is the talk, and I have a few minutes for questions, if anybody has any questions. Thank you. Cheers. Yes, sir, I saw that hand.
Many databases, and you need database migrations.
Mm-hmm. How do migrations work is something that I can't speak to, but I know that there is a good answer to it. So database migrations, I think there's like, I don't want to misspeak. SQLite solves for that, and I think there's like a triple digit, no, in fact, sorry. We have something called, if you're talking about multi-tenancy, we have something called a schema database. So you can have a schema database that defines the schema for all of your multi-tenant child databases. So let's say you have a SaaS and you're using the databases to store like user information, but oops, you forgot the field where there's like an address, right? And you want to add that, but you don't want to have to add it to every single database manually, obviously, because let's just say you have thousands of customers. you can use the schema database to just add it there, and it will add it to all the databases. So I actually did have an answer there. Next question. If there is any, maybe there aren't any. I thought I saw one more hand. Somebody get scared off? Come on, there's got to be one more question, and then I'll be done. How's that? Yes, sir. Wherever you want. So where does the SQLite file? What's that? No. So the SQLite file itself can be. So we're on AWS and we're on Fly. So it can either be on AWS and we do that on S3, or it can be in a fly.io location, or you can literally embed it inside your application. Yeah, and by inside your application, that means like on device, if your application is living on a mobile device or on a server somewhere, or on-prem, if you want to do it in your server at home, right? Sorry, just one more thing. Regionally speaking, on Fly, there are 34 locations, I think, that they have all around the world. And on AWS, I think we have 4 regions spun up at the moment, and we're adding more. Oh, yes? Yeah, typical scenario would be that the multi-tenant applications would be stored in the cloud and the client accesses it. The client could also be in the cloud, right? Or the client could be on local on device. Typically, yeah. Although we just introduced offline writes, so technically now the database can be local or on device. But yeah, typically they're in the cloud. Oh, yeah, yes. Sorry? Reliance. Compliance. Oh, compliance. Okay. How secure are we? Yeah, HIPAA data, right. We are HIPAA compliant. We went through SOC 2 a while ago, so we're SOC 2 certified. So in terms of how compliant are we, as much as we possibly can be. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. How do you handle authentication on each of the databases? It depends, right? I mean, we recommend you can use a third-party auth provider of your choosing. We haven't layered on an auth layer ourselves onto the platform. We have been asked that a few times by people who come from like Supabase and who just don't want to mess with third-party auth. I think right now we're writing a few guides on how to do this, and I think we've already put some stuff out there as well where it's like easy buttons to just get that going if people don't just want something that works for auth. But typically we recommend third-party solution of your choosing. One alternative to that is you can, like, I think I had it on an earlier slide. Let me see. You can, where did that go? You can use JOT tokens, encryption keys, or you were probably asking about more like, actual like fine-grained auth solutions. Yeah, yeah. Cool. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'll let you get out of here. Thanks for staying for my talk. Appreciate it.
Oh, right. Can't forget our
Yeah. Really, I'm just like, I'm so tired. Like, I'm like, all right, I'm ready to get out. I'm ready to get some sleep. I'm ready to eat some good food. I'm ready to like get some vegetables in my body. Oh God, if it was Saturday. So I haven't heard anything as far as social time. For those that keep asking about social time, I haven't heard as of yet anything definitive in regards to like if there's somebody's going to go here or there. I've heard murmurs of some people saying that they're going to go to Legacy Hall. I've heard some murmurs of some people saying that they're going to go to Room 402. As of right now, I haven't heard anything concrete though of where people are going. I know one thing is we have a client dinner work-wise. So as soon as we end this, we're rushing to the client dinner. Well, then I'm free. So that's like the last bit of monster energy is gonna power me through that one thing, and we're gonna get that going. Are we still streaming? Oh, okay. I thought we paused it. Cool to know. Okay. Energy drinks are failing me. All right. So we have a couple pieces of information. This conference was kind of started on one principle: everything has to be transparent. All right, that was the one founding principle I had on this. And so throughout this entire journey, as we've been developing it, I've been trying to be very public about it: the goods, the bad, the uglies. And so I kind of wanted to share everything that I kind of gained through this. I want to be sharing a couple things. Number one, the exact total amounts that we got in sponsorship money. I want to share the exact totals that we got in ticket sales, the exact totals that we're going to be giving to charity, so that way everybody is aware of. And I want to share some of the negative feedbacks that we've gotten, and if anything else has come in, kind of chime in on that one. So let's kind of start from there. Numbers are exciting, right? So the total sponsorship money that we got, dollar and penny total, when it comes to the sponsorships, we send an invoice through QuickBooks. When we send that invoice, there's a processing charge, obviously, so we lose some to that. So there's pennies in this, even though none of the sponsorship have a penny total. But the total cash value of all the sponsorships that we got is $11,907.14. So this entire conference came out with that. I think we did pretty good. And the entire total revenue of ticket sales that we got, we officially crossed $10,000 in ticket sales this morning. So we have $10,197.70. The sticker guy, he gave me $30 because y'all bought stickers that said Danny Thompson is my spirit animal, apparently. And so he added that in there. So $10,197.70 in total ticket sales. As far as I know, and I have asked around, I have heard that there are absolutely zero code conduct violations. So thank you for that. Seriously, I think every one of y'all deserve that. Okay. And so with those numbers, it breaks down to St. Jude will be getting a check for $5,098.85, and Free Code Camp will be getting a check for $5,098.85. Y'all did that. So that is complete transparency. Some of the feedback that we got, that we learned, a lot of the feedback, even, and I'm still, if you have feedback, we would love it. Good, bad, we love it all. A lot of even the critical feedback has been really positive, I think. I don't think there's been anything too bad. One feedback that we got that was negative was it's too short, 2 days. Y'all crazy. That's a lot. It's a lot. So I don't know how we could take on that endeavor. One big feedback that I think, I don't think we had any issue with it today, but we learned from it yesterday, was some of the speakers getting set up, there was some like confusion. We were using a tool called StreamYard to share the screens for the virtual attendees, and that apparently was a barrier for some. So I think we've kind of learned from that already, and we implemented a lot of those changes today. And as far as I know, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we had one single issue with any track running today in regards to someone sharing their screen or anything like that. I think the speakers are all nodding, so that's good. That was good feedback. I felt bad that 2 speakers in particular that I know of had some issues with that, but we got that resolved pretty quickly, but it kind of ate into their time because they weren't prepared. I think the other feedback that we got was not telling the speakers earlier on to be mentally prepared that they're going to be sharing their screen via that tool. And so I think all the speakers, after we learned that feedback, we actively told them the second they walked in, like, hey, you're going to be sharing your screen. And I think because of that, they were all mentally prepared, and we didn't hear any feedback about that after the fact. Is there anything else that I'm missing as far as negatives?
Very small things like where the rooms are at. But
Yeah, I can't change the architecture of the building on that one, unfortunately. So for those online that, or maybe they didn't hear, one negative feedback was like where some of the rooms were positioned, but I can't really change anything about that. And being transparent with y'all, because transparency is the thing, originally, this was the only room that we had. Apparently, well, the original plan was we were only going to do the keynote in here, and as y'all can see, these floating wall tracks, they were going to cut this room into 3. So that was the original plan, and on Wednesday is when we found out we got those 2 additional rooms. So it increased our capacity and space, so that changed things. So if we knew that early on, maybe we could have made some adjustments. I think we would have even added in a couple things knowing that, but I think we rolled with it really, really well, and I'm kind of happy with the way that it turned out. One extra thing too, same call out that I made yesterday. We have some leftover food, snack cakes, chips, all that stuff, cases of water. Please take that on your way out. Anything that we have left, we're going to try and distribute in whatever way that we can. But I would really love it if y'all took it. So especially like the chips, stuff like that, you could take that and save it in the pantry or whatever, whatnot. Help yourselves. Don't feel like, shy to take that. We really would love it if you did take it. But I do believe we have one person on our team, Casey over there. He's going to try and distribute it to the homeless in the best ways that we can. But we would really love some help in that effort if y'all can take some of it, because I think, it would definitely lighten the load there. The last order of business, is there anything else I'm supposed to call out besides that? Oh, lost and found. We found a couple things throughout the conference people have turned in. Some of them are some cords, right? So if you lost a cord, it's probably going to be in there. It's at the welcome desk. We've also found a piece of jewelry. We won't say what the jewelry is, but if you can describe it accurately, then it's yours. It is a unique piece of jewelry. So that is there. And there's one more thing in there. Oh, we found some makeup thing. I'm not really qualified on the subject, so I don't really know what it is. But I do know the brand is definitely makeup related, so it's going to be something in that realm. All that is at the welcome desk, the registration desk. It's in a box, and if you can describe it to the person behind the desk, then it's yours, obviously. And so the last order of business, there's nothing else, right? Yes. Okay. I said it in my keynote, and this is on me. I forgot. We said that we're giving away 2 AppWrite mechanical keyboards. Me being real, transparent, right? I forgot it at home. And so I'm an IOU, but is there anyone in the room that would be interested in that? Okay. How do we select this? Y'all ready to fight? Do we need to bring Tim back in? Whoever survives Tim Banks gets the keyboard. If you're interested in the keyboard, after I get off stage, maybe sit in that comment area and we'll figure out like how to do that spin the wheel name thing and have everybody put in their name. I think that'll be fair, so that way there's no bias in who gets selected. But my bad. I really didn't think about it until Dennis said something to me. I was like, damn, I did say that yesterday. Because for whatever reason in my mind, I thought we gave it away yesterday. I don't know why. Anyway, but that is my bad. Are we really doing that right now? I really don't remember, unfortunately. Regardless, it is a very good keyboard, because I will tell you this. I got one at a different conference from them, actually, and I've been using it every day since. Now, I will say I do like the full-size keyboards because I use numbers a lot, but outside of that, it's been pretty phenomenal. So I am a fan of it, I will say that. And AppWrite is awesome, so kudos to AppWrite for even giving them to us, because I think they're like $480 a piece or something like that. So yeah, so yeah. And so the last piece of business, a lot of people have been asking us this, and I want to kind of address this now. I'm even recording the response. The question that has come up over and over again, repeatedly, and y'all have been sending people after me on this one in particular. We will be doing this again next year. Okay. We'll take it.
Wait. Was the clapping that loud? Wow. Wow. What just happened? I wish I did. I stopped recording. Maybe we could activate it again. But we don't know how, we don't know the exact dates, but I'm saying it now. We will aim to do this again probably before Thanksgiving holidays instead of after. I think that's probably going to be easier, but we will definitely listen to the community on this one. We're very tired, so we may be sleep deprived in the way that we're even accepting this right now, which I think is crazy. But with that being said, we have committed, we are down for it. We will get some sleep and we will recover and we'll start planning, but we will do this again next year. And if we do it again, we will try to do this bigger, better, and more impactful. And we've got the way to give away the keyboards now. Eric is on it, y'all. I gotta take a photo of that. Eric, the giveaway will happen. But yes, we will do this. And so in that regard, if y'all's companies want to sponsor, we would love to have that conversation if you know somebody at your company. But also, if you want to speak, we're really big on highlighting speakers. A lot of the speakers at this conference were maybe big name speakers that everybody knows. They were decision makers and key decision makers for businesses. And a lot of them were giving their very first talk for the very first time. If you fall in any of those categories, that means you're more than welcome to speak here as well. So let's have a conversation about it if you're interested. And with many of the speakers, we did this as well. If you are nervous about speaking, if you've never spoken in a group, we will help you. So just let us know and we will get a coach with you on that. We'll work out some times and we will help you speak. So if that's something you're interested in, the only thing that I say about this is